remains petty if it is not affected by nature itself, and the moral sublime is progressively trivialized at the hands of man unless it is perceived as a necessity. I note that the reference to Kantians is ambiguous here because Schelling's comments on Fichte are also so favorable, and in fact, he refers to him as a co-conspirator, as it were, in the attempt to formulate a conception of philosophy that relies on neither theoretical nor practical priority. Fichte becomes the founder of a philosophy that can legitimately be called a higher philosophy because its spirit. Note the qualification here is neither theoretical nor practical alone but both at once. These passages raise many issues. But we are also returned to the general question of this essay, how Fichte is handling the question of the possibility of human freedom, or whether he can avoid a short argument, and unconvincing, solution, i.e., we needn't be concerned that the world in itself is thoroughly determined because such a world could only be the object of a subjectively self-determined representation, or a Kantian, noumenal ignorance/practical priority solution. Schelling's question again highlights the issue of nature or substance, and has suggested again that just having to think of ourselves as free is little philosophical consolation. 6. Fichte never responded directly to Schelling's interpretation and apparent criticism, but there is fairly widespread agreement, based both on close textual reading and on Fichte's letters, that he took himself to be responding to Schelling in his introductions. These passages give Fichte the opportunity to restate his understanding of the fundamental relationship between idealism and freedom. Throughout especially the second introduction, Fichte goes to great length to stress his Kantian bona fides and in the course of doing so, especially in section, does briefly appear to shift his basic claim toward the priority of the practical interpretation discussed above and therewith to seize one of the horns of the dilemma offered idealism by Schelling. He had by now adopted the term introduced with so many complications by Kant in the coup, and taken up enthusiastically by Schelling, intellectual intuition, as his designation for the IS original self-relation. In a very compressed discussion, he differentiates himself from both Kant and Schelling. This intellectual intuition of which the Wissenschaftslehre speaks is not directed to any sort of being whatsoever. This is the reference to Schelling which he will expand in sections. Instead it is directed at an acting, and this is something that Kant does not even mention, unless perhaps under the name pure apperception. It is at this point that Fichte claims that there is a point in the Kantian system where such an intellectual intuition, or pure self-determination, does make its appearance, though not appreciated properly by Kant. Since Kant, we have all heard, surely, of the categorical imperative. In the body of the text that follows, however, it is clear that Fichte is making use of Kant's moral philosophy in the service of a general point, and not at all as a reorientation of his project. In fact, that perhaps in the quotation above assumes very large importance, as all of the succeeding discussion returns to the similarities between Fichte's project and Kant's founding claims about the apperceptive nature of experience. Again, however, to return to the points made in the early sections here, Fichte does not formulate his view on the implications of such a foundation by arguing for the metaphysical distinctness of a spontaneous mind, nor does he invoke the general unrepresentability of nature in itself as a stage in an argument for freedom. His point is more comprehensive. So what then is the overall gist of the Wissenschaftslehre, summarized in a few words? It is this: reason is absolutely self-sufficient, it exists only for itself. But nothing exists for reason except reason itself. It follows that everything reason is must have its foundation in reason itself and must be explicable solely on the basis of reason itself and not on the basis of anything outside of reason, for reason could not get outside of itself without renouncing itself. In short, the Wissenschaftslehre is transcendental idealism. It is on the basis of this restatement in a couple of words, that he formulates his response to Schelling's question, or what he regards as Schellingian objections and misunderstandings. The heart of such misunderstanding is that, some people contend that every act of thinking must necessarily be directed at some being. Consequently, if no being pertains to the I with which the Wissenschaftslehre begins, then this I is unthinkable, and the entire science constructed on the basis of something so thoroughly self-contradictory is empty and nugatory nichtig. In dealing with this objection, Fichte again must explain the relevance of his idealism to the question of the possibility of freedom. And again, at the outset, his point seems very briefly stated, even dismissive, again, as if a short argument. He treats the question as if it asks whether I really am capable of thinking, as I seem to myself to be thinking, and Fichte responds that this all has the same status of M. Jourdain being able to be surprised that he had been talking prose all his life. Or it is like believing that one needs to consult Aristotle's account of life to find out if one really is living or might actually be dead. It is, in other words, an empty and unnecessary question. But Fichte does not make this point by invoking any theory of representation or any problem of the representability of the in itself. He takes the problem immediately to be one concerning the categorical issue of explanation. The question, he claims, concerns the possibility of some account which relied on an exogenous restriction on the really efficacious, truly practical activity of the self. It is this notion of some claim to a matter-of-fact restriction on our normative self-regulation that would be an absurdity, or itself an instance of what it is trying to deny. It would itself be the giving of reasons and the undertaking of commitments. The point is made again in section, when Fichte insists that the relationship between free beings is one of free interaction Wechselwirkung. It is by no means a relationship of mere causality operating through mechanical forces. We have been looking for Fichte's defense of such a claim, and that has led us to the import of his own gloss on this assertion, that anyone presupposing the thoroughgoing validity of the mechanism of cause and effect, would directly contradict themselves. What they say stands in contradiction to what they do, for to the extent that they presuppose mechanism, they at the same time elevate themselves above it. There is a full theoretical statement of the position Fichte wishes to defend against Schelling in section. Fichte freely concedes that in the WL, the concept of being is by no means considered to be a primary and original concept, but is treated purely as a derivative one, indeed as a concept derived through its opposition to activity, and hence as a merely negative concept. For the idealist, nothing is positive but freedom, and for him, being is nothing but a negation of freedom. In the remarks surrounding this passage, Fichte makes clear that he is worried about readers taking such claims in the ordinary rather than the philosophical sense, taking him to mean that the material existence of objects depends on the is activity, whereas he is restricting himself to the possibility of existence claims and to an account of the conceptual implications of any realist claims about an existent itself determining such a possible claim-making or norm-regulated activity. That would be like relying on Aristotle to prove that one is alive. What is going wrong, he states in section, concerns the concept of the I, not a dispute between interlocutors who share the same ground rules. The implication throughout these remarks is, in effect, that Schelling has treated Fichte in a misleading, Reinholdian way, or has not appreciated the radically of Fichte's move from Tatsache to Tathandlung. The realist thinks this way. The final goal of their acting is their own I, in the sense in which they understand this word, i.e., their own individual person, which thus also constitutes the limit of their ability to think clearly die Granziers Deutlichen Denkens. For them, their own individual I is the only true substance, and reason is merely an accident of this substance. Their own person does not present itself to them as a particular expression of reason, instead, reason is present simply in order to assist this person in making his way in the world, and if he were to manage equally well without reason, then we could dispense with it and it would not exist at all. The Fichtean idealist frames the problem differently from the outset. He does not answer the same question differently. The relationship between reason and individuality presented in the Wissenschaftslehre is just the reverse. Here the only thing that exists itself is reason, and individuality is something merely accidental, reason the end and personality is a means. The latter is merely a particular expression of reason, one that must be increasingly absorbed into the universal form of the same. For the Wissenschaftslehre, reason alone is eternal, whereas individuality must ceaselessly die off. if there is a monism emerging in the post-Kantian philosophical world, the kind proposed by Fichte, and that decisively influenced Hegel, as this passage especially reveals, is what might be called a normative monism, a claim for the absolute or unconditioned status of the space of reasons. Stated less grandly, I take such passages as the above, and the shape of Fichte's apparent response to Schelling, to confirm again the interpretation proposed here. To deny the possibility of things in themselves is only to state the mythic nature of the given. It is to make a claim about the concept of the subject of experience, and so to deny, as a conceptual claim, the possible role of causes in thinkings and doings. 7. As noted at the outset, the question of the relationship between idealism and the problem of freedom, or the short argument issue, is only one of the two major problems raised by Fichte's response to the Aeneasidemus review. The other is the systematic problem, and this has two forms. One concerns the possibility of some argument that would successfully derive determinate norms for thinking and acting that are necessary in the sense suggested by Fichte, necessary as strict conditions for the possibility of such a wholly self-authorizing self-legislation, Fichte's expanded, normative version of the apperception condition. The other concerns the nature of the systematic argument for the overall structure which would result from such an argument form, especially the argument for the distinct necessity of norms of explanation and norms of justification and for the proper way to understand the relation between such laws. These introduce vast problems, determinacy or content problems that must be faced not only by Fichte but by anyone generally dissatisfied with the uncritical nature of empiricism and the insufficiency of modern naturalism to account for its own normative status whence are supposedly indispensable norms. They also set the stage for an important, very well-known criticism of Fichte, the one that decisively established him as a merely subjective idealist, Hegel's charge in his Differenzeskrift that these two issues cannot be resolved within Fichtean assumptions. The I remains a subjective subject-object because the subjectivity of transcendental intuition is held fast. This is most strikingly apparent in the relation of the I to nature. Hegel goes on to make a number of Schellingian points about the consequences of Fichte's treating nature, in effect like Kant, as the totality of objects of possible experience, as an ideal result, an object of reflection, or a dead and lifeless object, consequences especially apparent in Fichte's Rijks philosophy. This ends up meaning that any actual, living subject is also for itself some achieved unity of various acts of reflections, an object to itself, not the living natural unity we intuitively want to give expression to, not a true subject for itself, but only in itself. Such a criticism would begin a new discussion here. I raise the Hegel problem only to conclude by noting how profoundly his own conception of the task of systematic philosophy was influenced by Fichte, and thus, in a roundabout way, to agree again with those who see the Aeneasidemus review as a watershed, at least as important in the development of the idealist tradition as the Jacobi and pantheism issues and the influence of the critic der Urteilskraft, and especially to stress the influence on Hegel of the kind of idealist considerations in the early Fichte highlighted above. For Hegel frames the problem of Fichtean idealism in a way that stresses the normative, rather than the psychological or substantialist dimensions. He does invoke the language of producing the objective world out of pure consciousness and so forth, but he had already chastised Reinhold and others for confusing Fichte with any dogmatic idealism, and he goes on to stress that the problem in Fichte is the normative basis upon which the subject can be said to limit or constrain itself. The absolute positing he is referring to is the self-limiting of the I by itself, the constraint of reasons, not some representation making. Moreover, to frame the problem this way, as Hegel does throughout the discussion of Fichte in DS, as the problem of the subject's self-limiting, or the self-authorization of rational norms, might then help to reframe the systematic project in Hegel's own encyclopedia. The insufficiencies, for example, of explanations which refer exclusively to the material properties of bodies might not then be understood as a result of some ontological divide in the universe, or the necessary existence of geistige beings. That limitation, and so the necessity of explanations which refer to purposes or eventually intentions, might also be explicable as a self-limitation, by reason of itself, or a limitation intelligible by reference to the norm of explanation itself and its necessarily manifold dimensions. Whether this would replace Hegel's own view of Fichte and Schelling as mere way stations on the way to him, and would make Hegel himself finally and basically a post-Fichtean, is a much longer and much different story. The letter killeth, but the spirit giveth life, cor, smiley face. The letter kills, and this is especially true in the case of the Wissenschaftslehre. Part of the reason for this lies in the nature of the system itself, but part of it may also lie in the particular form taken by the previous letter of the same. J. G. Fichte to E. C. Schmidt, September. I. Spirit versus letter. To distinguish the spirit from the letter of a philosophical text or system is always to ask for trouble, since this distinction can all too easily excuse an indifference to what a particular thinker may actually have said and written, and often reveals an attitude of cavalier disregard for questions of documentary evidence. Yet it is equally true that a refusal to rise above the most literal construal of a text can all too easily transform the study of the history of philosophy into a lifeless exercise in the history of ideas, or reduce it to a branch of philology that remains blithely indifferent to the philosophical issues at stake. The hermeneutic problem that presents itself here is simply another way of describing the relationship between understanding a portion of a text and the text as a whole. Without an appreciation of the spirit of a philosophy or of a philosophical work, one can scarcely understand or appreciate the letter of the same, and yet it is equally true that there is, in this case, no path to the spirit except through the letter, just as there is no way to grasp the whole except by means of the parts. The proper response to this problem is the same in both cases. One must always bear in mind the intimate, and famously circular, relationship between whole and part, spirit and letter, and one must always strive to confirm one's interpretation of the whole by applying it to specific texts, and to test one's understanding of the spirit of a particular work or philosophy against the author's own literal presentations of the same. To be sure, there is no final closure to this process of interpretation, no point at which one can be sure that one's grasp of the spirit is immune from further revision in the light of a more careful scrutiny of the letter. Nor does the moment ever arrive when one can put aside all interpretation and simply allow a text to speak for itself. Nevertheless, it is the inescapable responsibility of every philosophical interpreter to evaluate or even to criticize specific claims made by a particular author in the light of one's own grasp of the spirit that allegedly animates the work in question. As Kant remarked, with respect to Plato, it is by no means unusual, either in ordinary conversation or in the case of written works, to discover, upon comparing the various thoughts expressed by an author on a particular subject, to discover that one understands him even better than he understood himself. Admittedly, Kant was less than delighted when certain of his own followers had the temerity to apply this same insight to his own writings, and thus asserted that certain of his explicit claims, concerning, for example, the relationship between things in themselves and sensible intuition, or the impossibility of intellectual intuition, would have to be rejected as incompatible with the spirit of the critical philosophy. One of those who reached such a conclusion was Johann Gottlieb Fichte, who never tired of insisting that, for all of their external or literal differences, and even despite Kant's eventual public disavowal of Fichte's philosophy, the underlying spirit of the critical philosophy and the Wissenschaftslehre were one and the same. Few philosophers have ever been more insistent than Fichte upon the importance of distinguishing the letter of a philosophy from the spirit of the same. Not only did he endorse, as a general rule of philosophical interpretation, the principle that when one is unable to make satisfactory progress in one's interpretation of a philosopher by appealing to the letter, then one certainly has to interpret in accordance with the spirit, but he deliberately adopted a form of presentation for his own philosophy that was virtually guaranteed to force his own desperate readers to look beyond the often bewildering letter of his writings and to seek to grasp the animating spirit of the same. Indeed, he boasted of his success in adopting a form of presentation that shuns the fixed letter and thereby compels his readers to strive to discover, on their own, the overall spirit of his philosophy, in the light of which alone the particular technical presentations of the same can be properly understood. This deep-seated conviction concerning the difference between the spirit of the Wissenschaftslehre and any literal presentation of the same also helps explain Fichte's puzzling and, for a scholarly exegete, often infuriating, habit of adopting a radically new mode of presentation and technical vocabulary for each new exposition of his system, a practice he defended as an appropriate means of deterring readers who might think they could master the Wissenschaftslehre merely by memorizing a glossary of technical terms. Instead, he maintained, my philosophy should be expounded in an infinite number of different ways. Everyone will have a different way of thinking it, and each person must think of it in a different way, in order to think it at all. I consider my own presentation to be most imperfect. Yes, I know that it gives off sparks, but it is not a single flame. This summer I have completely reworked it for my lectures. How many more times will I revise my presentation? Nature has made up for my lack of precision by granting me the ability to view things in a number of different ways and by endowing me with a fairly agile mind. As the years went by and as the misunderstanding and distortions of the Wissenschaftslehre multiplied, Fichte became more and more skeptical of the ability of mere words and especially of printed ones to convey the essence of his thought. This, incidentally, seems to have been the chief reason why, once he arrived in Berlin, he resolved not to publish any of the newer versions of his Wissenschaftslehre and chose instead to confine himself to oral presentation of the same, so, as he put it, that misunderstanding can thereby be detected and eliminated on the spot. Meanwhile, he professed to judge the success of his own presentations of his thought only by the standard of how well or how poorly each seemed to achieve its intended purpose of leading or perhaps provoking his listeners or readers to think the Wissenschaftslehre for themselves. The remarks that follow take Fichte at his word regarding the distinction between the letter and the spirit of his philosophy and are an attempt to summarize, in the broadest possible strokes, what one reader has found to constitute the spirit of Wissenschaftslehre, or rather, the spirit of the early, or Jena, Wissenschaftslehre. In pursuit of this goal, it will be necessary to ignore a number of internal problems within specific texts from this period and to minimize the sometimes significant differences between the various published and unpublished presentations and elaborations of the Jena Wissenschaftslehre. Instead, we will begin with a survey of Fichte's own, literal, presentation, or rather, presentations of the Jena Wissenschaftslehre, followed by a brief discussion of the systematic structure of the early Wissenschaftslehre. Only after this excursion through the letter of his Jena writings will we attempt to characterize the overall spirit of the early Wissenschaftslehre. To the Jena Wissenschaftslehre. Though the term Wissenschaftslehre is widely taken to designate a specific text, usually the foundation of the entire Wissenschaftslehre of Fichte never actually published a work with this title. Instead, he employed the term Wissenschaftslehre, which might be rendered as doctrine of science or doctrine of scientific knowledge, though not as science of knowledge, as the general name for his own philosophical standpoint or system, a system that he himself considered to be no more than a further elaboration and systematic development of the transcendental idealism adumbrated in Kant's critiques. Even when construed in this broad sense, however, the term Wissenschaftslehre remains ambiguous. To begin with, the system in question includes of several different parts or systematic subdivisions, the first or foundational portion of which is often, even by Fichte himself, designated by the same name as the larger system to which it is merely the first part. Moreover, this system did not remain static and unchanged. On the contrary, it continued to undergo almost constant development and evolution, from the moment of its conception in the winter of almost up to the hour of Fichte's death. No less than 17 different versions or presentations of the Wissenschaftslehre are known to exist, though only two of these, the foundation of the entire Wissenschaftslehre and the very brief Wissenschaftslehre in its general outline of, were actually published during the lifetime of their author. The purely external differences, both in systematic form and technical vocabulary, between these various presentations are dramatic, though how much real difference there is between the actual content of the various Wissenschaftslehre remains a hotly disputed question. It is, therefore, always advisable, when speaking of Fichte's Wissenschaftslehre, to specify the specific text or texts to which one is referring, or to identify in some other way that particular version or presentation of the Wissenschaftslehre one has in mind. By declaring that this essay be concerned with the spirit of the Jena Wissenschaftslehre, I mean to indicate that it is an attempt to describe what I consider to be the most distinctive and characteristic features of that version of his philosophy which Fichte constructed and propounded in his lectures and writings during his tenure at the University of Jena, which began in the summer of and ended in the spring of. In fact, the term Jena Wissenschaftslehre is often employed a bit more broadly, to include the earliest studies for the Wissenschaftslehre, which date from the winter of / when Fichte was still living in Zurich, as well as the writings of his first year in Berlin / when he was still attempting to defend and to revise for publication the final version of his Jena system. Some experts in the field would object to my attempt to characterize the general spirit of the Jena Wissenschaftslehre on the grounds that there are significant systematic differences between Fichte's earlier and later Jena writings, whereas others would challenge my tacit suggestion that the spirit of the Jena Wissenschaftslehre is in some significant way different from that of the later Berlin, Erlangen, and Königsberg Wissenschaftslehren of the period. My own view, nevertheless, is that the differences between the earlier, Jena, and later versions of the Wissenschaftslehre are indeed large and significant, whereas the differences between the earlier and later Jena writings are relatively minor and superficial, more a matter of the letter than of the spirit. With this warning, let us now turn to consideration of Fichte's own presentations of his early philosophy and to an examination of the systematic structure of the same. In anticipation of his arrival in Jena for the summer semester of, Fichte published a brief work entitled Concerning the Concept of the Wissenschaftslehre, which was intended to serve as a general introduction to or prospectus for his new system, though at the time he composed this work the system itself was still very much under construction. By the time of his arrival in Jena, however, this process was sufficiently advanced to permit him not only to lecture upon but also to have printed as a manuscript for his students a detailed presentation of the first or foundational portion of his newly conceived system. This text, the foundation of the entire Wissenschaftslehre, was originally intended to be distributed only in fascicles to his own students, but it was quickly made available to the public at large. Parts I and II were published in, and Part 3, along with the closely associated outline of the distinctive character of the Wissenschaftslehre with respect to the theoretical vacuity, law, appeared the following year. No sooner did these texts begin to circulate, however, than their author began complaining loudly and publicly about what he claimed to be the well-nigh universal misunderstanding of his philosophy, a misunderstanding that he attributed in large part to the deficiencies and peculiarities of the presentations, as well as to the incomplete character of the same. Two tasks, therefore, occupied Fichte's attention for the rest of his career at Jena. First of all, he immediately set about thoroughly revising his exposition of the first principles or foundation of his system, and quickly produced a completely new presentation of the same, according to what he described as a new method. These lectures on the foundation of transcendental philosophy, Wissenschaftslehre, Nova Methodo, were repeated 3 times between and in a revised version began to appear in installments in Fichte's own philosophical journal under the title An Attempt at a New Presentation of the Wissenschaftslehre. This new presentation was discontinued following the publication of the 2 introductions and the first chapter, but in the fall of Fichte returned to the project of revising for publication his lectures on the Wissenschaftslehre Nova Methodo, only to abandon it a few months later for the radically new approach and, I believe, the genuinely new content one finds in the Wissenschaftslehre of / which initiates the period of the later Wissenschaftslehre. The external differences between the Wissenschaftslehre Nova Methodo and the foundation of the entire Wissenschaftslehre are certainly striking. Instead of beginning with the logical proposition A equals A and then pretending to derive therefrom the transcendental principle the I simply posits itself, the new presentation begins with the simple injunction to think about the wall. And then think about he who is thinking about the wall. Indeed, the entire first part of the foundation of the entire Wissenschaftslehre, with its deeply confusing reference to 3 first principles, is dropped entirely, as is the organization of the presentation into separate theoretical, Part 2, and practical, Part 3, portions. As we shall observe later, the latter was one of the most misleading features of the foundation of the entire Wissenschaftslehre and was indeed, continues to be largely responsible for the failure of many readers to appreciate Fichte's account of the relationship between theoretical and practical reason. Despite such significant differences, the underlying spirit of these two presentations of the first principles of the Jena Wissenschaftslehre remains basically the same. In addition to recasting his presentation of the foundations of his system, Fichte also was busy developing and systematically articulating the various branches or subdisciplines of the same. In pursuit of this goal, he revised his lectures on political philosophy or philosophy of right and published them under the title Foundation of Natural Right according to the principles of the Wissenschaftslehre. His revised lectures on moral theory appeared under the title System of Ethics according to the principles of the Wissenschaftslehre. He then planned to lecture upon and to publish a work dealing with the third systematic subdivision of the Wissenschaftslehre, namely, philosophy of religion. This project, however, had to be abandoned ironically enough because of the eruption of the atheism controversy and Fichte's subsequent dismissal from his post at Jena. 3. Systematic structure. The clearest and most detailed sketch of the overall organization and systematic structure of the entire Jena Wissenschaftslehre occurs in the concluding section of Fichte's lectures on the foundation of transcendental philosophy Wissenschaftslehre, Nova Methodo, which provides the guide for the following description of the systematic structure of the early Wissenschaftslehre. A. The foundation. The first portion of the system is devoted to prima philosophia, that is, to a presentation of the first principles or foundations of the system as a whole. The first philosophy in question turns out to consist entirely of a transcendental analysis of self-consciousness and a systematic deduction of the necessary conditions and a priori structure of the same. It includes an inventory of everything that we must necessarily encounter that is, posit, within consciousness. This foundational portion of the system is thus intended to provide a complete account of everything we must do and experience in order to perform the act with which the system begins, the act of thinking the I. Without pretending to summarize this elaborate inventory or description and without making any effort to adumbrate the complex argument, or transcendental deduction, through which it is compiled, 2 salient points deserve mention, the first of which is the inseparability of theoretical and practical activities and elements in Fichte's account of the transcendental constitution of experience. The conclusion of both the foundation of the entire Wissenschaftslehre and the Wissenschaftslehre Nova Methodo is that cognition is impossible without willing and that willing, in turn, always presupposes cognizing. Only on the horizon of free acting and striving, and only on the presupposition of a practical check upon the same, is any encounter with an object possible, and yet practical striving always presupposes theoretical cognition both of a goal to be accomplished and of a world within which this goal is to be realized. Whatever the primacy of practice might mean for Fichte, therefore, it does not imply a Schopenhauerian exaltation of blind willing at the expense of knowing, nor does it warrant the widely accepted portrait of Fichte as an ethical idealist, for whom the objective world is nothing but an arena for practical striving, a sort of moral gymnasium posited by the I simply so that it will have an arena within which to work out its practical projects. With respect to his presentation of the foundation of the Wissenschaftslehre, Fichte's primary advance upon Kant's account of the constitution of experience is not to have subordinated theory to practice, but rather to have demonstrated the inseparability of the same, by showing, in his words, that our freedom itself is a theoretical determining principle of our world. A second, and closely related, point concerns the importance ascribed by Fichte's transcendental philosophy to the realm of sheer contingency, otherness, or giveness in making experience and therefore self-consciousness, possible. Though philosophers since Hegel have tended to dismiss Fichte as a subjective idealist who, in Russell's inimical words, abandoned things in themselves and carried subjectivism to a kind of insanity, the actual upshot of his foundational analysis of selfhood is that the I can freely posit itself if and only if it is not, in fact, as free as it takes itself to be, but is instead, originally limited in a variety of ways. The limitations in question are of two sorts. First, there are those associated with sensible feelings, which form the actual content of what is obscurely described in the foundation of the entire Wissenschaftslehre as the check or Anstoße that must occur if an I is to be possible at all. In addition, there is the very different sort of limitation, or rather, necessary self-limitation, that is implicit in the FS recognition of itself as one rational individual among others, a recognition that occurs when the I recognizes itself to be called or summoned to limit its own freedom out of respect for the freedom of others. Though first introduced in Fichte's treatise on natural right, this doctrine of the summons or Aufforderung is subsequently fully integrated into the new presentation of the foundations of transcendental philosophy contained in the lectures on Wissenschaftslehre Nova Methodo, where it is demonstrated that the I can posit itself only as one among many. Without the Anstoße and the Aufforderung, neither freedom nor consciousness would be possible at all. This much can be demonstrated by a transcendental analysis of the concept of the subject, but no mere philosophy can determine, in advance of experience, either the actual occurrence or the determinate content of either the check or the summons. The first portion of the Jena Wissenschaftslehre does not, therefore, attempt to establish a new metaphysics of the absolute I. On the contrary, as befits a presentation of the foundation of transcendental philosophy, it contains neither more nor less than an exhaustive analysis of the conditions necessary for the possibility of free self-positing. What this analysis reveals is that the I can be a freely self-positing subject only insofar as it is also, for itself, an originally limited object, and that willing is just as dependent upon knowing as knowing is upon willing. Only an I that encounters and posits an objective, intelligible, realm of free moral agents and an objective, sensible, world of material objects in space and time, only an I that encounters and posits itself, first, as a rational individual among others, that is, as a moral agent and a social self, and second, as a materially embodied agent within a sensible world, only such definite self can be and posit itself as free and self-conscious. A genuinely unlimited or absolute I is either a philosopher's fiction, an explanatory hypothesis that eventually subverts itself, which is what happens to the absolute I with which the foundation of the entire Wissenschaftslehre commences, or else it is a regulative idea of reason, an unobtainable goal of infinite striving, posited as such not by the transcendental philosopher, but by the ordinary, finite I that philosophy describes and analyzes. b. Systematic subdivisions. In addition to its first or foundational portion, the entire Jena Wissenschaftslehre also comprises 4 special philosophical sciences, which constitute the systematic subdivisions of the entire Wissenschaftslehre. Theoretical philosophy. First, there is a specifically theoretical portion devoted to philosophy of nature or theory of the world, which would resemble Kant's metaphysical first principles of natural science, supplemented by a consideration of organic laws. The task of narrowly theoretical philosophy, as construed by Fichte, is simply to develop and to analyze the concept of objectivity deduced in the first part of the system, until one has finally established in as much concrete detail as is obtainable from the a priori standpoint of transcendental philosophy what experience, and hence nature, necessarily is and must be. It is important to note, even if only in passing, the radical dissimilarity between Fichte's conception of the philosophy of nature and certain other projects that have gone by the same name. What is most striking about Fichte's concept of nature is how little he believed one can learn about nature from the a priori standpoint of philosophical reflection, which may explain why he himself showed so little interest in developing this branch of his system. In any case, the kind of theoretical philosophy envisioned, though not actually constructed, by Fichte would appear to have far more in common with what we today call the philosophy of science than with the a priori nature philosophy of Schelling and Hegel. Practical philosophy. The second systematic subdivision of the Wissenschaftslehre is practical philosophy or ethics, the task of which is not to explain how the world actually is and must be, but rather, how it ought to be constructed by any rational being whatsoever, without regard to the individual circumstances of such a being. As developed in the system of ethical theory, this branch of the Wissenschaftslehre begins with a deduction and analysis of the first principle of ethics, i.e., with the deduction of the categorical imperative, albeit in new, Fichteized form. It also includes a deduction of the reality and applicability of the moral law, which constitutes the most original portion of Fichte's treatment of ethics, as well as a detailed derivation of specific duties from the principle of duty in general. Philosophy of the postulates. In addition to the specifically theoretical and practical subdivisions of the Wissenschaftslehre, there is also a third and more complex systematic subdivision, which Fichte calls philosophy of the postulates and further subdivides into a. Theory of right or doctrine of law, Naturrecht, which considers the demands that theoretical reason addresses to practical reason, and b. Philosophy of religion, which considers the postulates that practical reason addresses to theory. A. Philosophy of right. Whereas theoretical philosophy deals with nature as such or experience in general, and practical philosophy deals with the categorical demands issued by reason as such, philosophy of right or political philosophy is concerned with investigating, once again from the a priori standpoint of transcendental reflection, how the freedom of rational individuals must be, hypothetically, limited, if they are to coexist with one another. Accordingly, the first task of Fichte's foundation of natural right is to show that the individual I cannot posit itself as a free subject unless it simultaneously posits and recognizes the existence of other free subjects, which, in turn, requires that the individual I freely limit its own freedom in recognition of the freedom of others. This a priori deduction of intersubjectivity, which is repeated both in the lectures on Wissenschaftslehre Nova Methodo and in the system of ethics, is, without question, one of the most important and original features of Fichte's early philosophy. It was also the direct inspiration for Hegel's better-known account of how individual self-consciousness is constituted through mutual recognition. The remainder of Fichte's political philosophy is devoted to the task of deducing, occasionally in rather fanciful, even absurd detail, those constitutional arrangements and juridical/political institutions that provide the necessary conditions for the possibility of a community of freely acting, mutually recognized individuals. The thrust of such a political philosophy is to provide a transcendental deduction of the social contract as well as an a priori justification of a determinate number of inalienable political rights. A sharp distinction between the categorical realm of moral obligations and the hypothetical domain of juridical rights is one of the most distinctive and important features of Fichte's political philosophy. B. Philosophy of religion. If political philosophy views the practical demands of morality from the standpoint of the actual world, then philosophy of religion adopts the opposite perspective and describes how nature itself must be thought of as a moral world order. Some idea of how this branch of the Jena Wissenschaftslehre might have been developed may be gleaned from the essay that provoked the atheism controversy, On the Basis of Our Belief in a Divine Governance of the World, in which Fichte really does seem, despite his later protestations to the contrary, to identify the deity with the moral world order. A rather different conception of God is already apparent in Book of the Vocation of Man, a difference that may presage the impending shift from the earlier to the later Wissenschaftslehre. Aesthetics. The final systematic subdivision of the Jena Wissenschaftslehre is aesthetics, though the latter appears to bear a very different and more ambiguous relationship to the system as a whole than do any of the previously mentioned subdisciplines. On the one hand, Fichte describes the aesthetic standpoint, from which one contemplates the given world of natural necessity just as if we had produced it, very much in the manner of Schiller's letters on the aesthetic education of man. So construed, the aesthetic standpoint functions as a useful intermediary between the ordinary standpoint, which it is the task of philosophy to explain, and the transcendental standpoint, which is the standpoint occupied by philosophy. But aesthetics in the sense of the term is not a special philosophical science at all and is thus less a systematic subdivision of the Wissenschaftslehre than a useful propedeutic to the same. In addition, Fichte also characterizes aesthetics in more conventional terms, as a special philosophical science in its own right, a discipline that describes the aesthetic way of looking at things and establishes the rules of aesthetics. He never, however, produced a systematic presentation of such a science. It is surely no accident that the two systematic subdivisions of his system that remained most undeveloped, namely, philosophy of nature and aesthetics, were the two fields in which Fichte himself had the least direct, personal interest. C. Critique. The preceding mention of the potentially propedeutic role of aesthetics is a reminder that several of Fichte's most important and best-known writings of the Jena period do not, strictly speaking, belong to his systematic presentation of the Wissenschaftslehre at all. Instead, the writings in question, which include concerning the concept of the Wissenschaftslehre, the two introductions to the Wissenschaftslehre, and the plaintively titled Sunclear Report to the Public at Large concerning the genuine essence of the latest philosophy, an attempt to force the reader to understand, written in and published in, belong to what Fichte himself called the critique of philosophy. In these essentially metaphilosophical texts he reflects upon and attempts to explain the overall character of philosophy in general and of his own philosophy in particular. Here he presents his own account of the relationship between his transcendental project and other conceptions of philosophy, as well his own understanding of the relationship between the Wissenschaftslehre and other disciplines and between the standpoints of transcendental philosophy and of ordinary experience. A primary purpose of such discussions is, first, to distinguish philosophical thinking from all other forms of thinking and especially from the kind of thinking characteristic of the ordinary standpoint or natural attitude. Another, no less important purpose is to distinguish the kind of philosophizing characteristic of the Wissenschaftslehre from all other forms of philosophizing. These published examples of philosophical critique have a parallel in the introductory lecture course on logic and metaphysics that Fichte repeated every semester he taught at Jena, beginning with the winter semester of / It is revealing that the textbook he selected for this class, which might accurately be described as his introductory course in philosophy, was not one of his own books nor any work by Kant or Reinhold or any other critical philosopher. Instead, he used volume of Ernst Plattner's philosophical aphorisms. Plattner, who is sometimes counted among the popular philosophers of the period, is best described as a mitigated skeptic. His text surveys a variety of classical philosophical issues both from a systematic and an historical perspective and subjects each position it describes to a searching skeptical examination. It is indicative of the spirit of the Jena Wissenschaftslehre that Fichte should have considered a thorough acquaintance with modern skepticism to be the ideal preparation for the study of his own philosophy. Far from ignoring the skeptical challenge to the possibility of knowledge and philosophy, the Jena Wissenschaftslehre presupposes and largely accepts the skeptic's successful demolition of most if not all of the preceding philosophical systems and standpoints. Just as Fichte himself was first forced to construct his new system as a direct response to the skeptical challenge of schools Dei Nisidemus, so he believed that the best way to prepare people to think the Wissenschaftslehre for themselves was, as he put in a letter to Reinhold, to make them frightened and uneasy in their own houses, to tear down their houses piece by piece, until they are left cringing in the open, a method that compels them to seek a shelter that has already been prepared for them elsewhere. Though he may successfully have terrorized his own students in this manner, Fichte's published introductions to the Wissenschaftslehre are less threatening and are largely devoted to hypothetical reflections upon the goals, the deductive strategy, and starting point of transcendental philosophy. In fact, very few philosophers have shown as much interest as Fichte in understanding and in explicating the distinctive character, tasks, and methods of their own speculative enterprise. These narrowly critical writings thus provide especially valuable testimony regarding the spirit of the Wissenschaftslehre. The primary task of philosophy, according to Fichte, is to answer the question, why do we assume that actual things exist, beyond and in addition to our representations? Since it is precisely through those same representations that we distinguish between representations and things, then the latter distinction must itself be grounded in a distinction between freely produced, merely subjective representation and other, objective ones, the distinguishing feature of which is that the latter appear to occur independently of our will and to be in this sense necessary. The question philosophy has to answer can thus be rephrased as what is the foundation Grund of those representations of mind that are accompanied by a feeling of necessity, an awareness of the distinction between freely produced and necessary representations between subjective and objective Vorstellungen is simply assumed to be an integral feature of what Fichte characterizes variously as the ordinary standpoint, the practical point of view, or the standpoint of life. Philosophy's task is by no means to prove that there is an objective or external world, but rather to explain why we must assume, or posit, that there is such a world. It attempts to accomplish this task by discovering, within the a priori structure or activity of consciousness itself, the transcendental ground ox foundation of the ordinary standpoint, and it purports to corroborate this hypothesis by somehow deriving the latter from the former. The project of the Wissenschaftslehre might therefore be described as that of explaining the feeling of necessity that accompanies certain representations by analyzing the necessary operations of the intellect itself, thereby explaining psychological in terms of transcendental necessity, and neatly inverting the Humean strategy. In order even to formulate such a project, however, one must first have transformed the ordinary standpoint into an object of philosophical reflection. In Fichte's language, this means that the would-be philosopher must be capable of transporting himself or herself, however temporarily and artificially, to a standpoint higher than the practical standpoint one is trying to explain. This new standpoint, which is referred to by Fichte as the philosophical, the speculative, or the transcendental standpoint, is, in contrast to the ordinary standpoint, never forced upon anyone. Instead, it can be attained only by virtue of a freely initiated act of reflection, through which one, so to speak, sets aside one's everyday, unexamined assumptions about the relationship between necessary representations and external objects and treats these same assumptions as standing in need of explanation. Here again, transcendental philosophy's debt to modern skepticism is plain. From this characterization of the task of philosophy it follows that any so-called philosophy, whether the popular philosophy of Fichte's era or any other variety of common-sense philosophy or epistemological naturalism that appeals directly to the philosophical authority of ordinary experience, has simply confused explanans and explanandum and is thus, in Fichte's eyes, no philosophy at all. Philosophy begins with a willful act of abstraction from the standpoint of ordinary experience and then proceeds to explain the latter by deriving it from a hypothetically proposed ground or first principle. Furthermore, according to Fichte, there are really only two basic explanatory strategies open to the philosopher at this point. One can either attempt to derive ordinary experience from the pure I, the sheer concept of free selfhood, or else one can attempt to derive it from the pure not I, the sheer concept of determinate thinghood. Dogmatism is Fichte's name for all philosophies that attempt to explain ordinary experience by postulating a realm of independently existing things in themselves that somehow affect the mind, whereas the strategy that tries to derive our quotidian consciousness both of the material world and of ourselves as empirically sensible individuals from the concept of pure subjectivity is called idealism. Since these two positions argue from diametrically opposed first principles, it follows that neither can directly refute the other. This, however, does not imply for Fichte, as it did for Schelling, that these two opposing positions possess an equivalent speculative value. Even in advance of any effort to establish either system, the disadvantages of dogmatism are evident enough. First of all, the dogmatist will obviously have to explain representations themselves, as well as the consciousness that entertains them, as peculiar kinds of things, which, in Fichte's view, is just another way of saying that he will be unable to explain consciousness at all, since he deliberately ignores or denies the all-important heterogeneity between the realm of causally interacting things and that of intentional representations, which is precisely what he thought philosophy is supposed to be. Explain. Moreover, dogmatism must either ignore our subjective consciousness of our own practical freedom or simply reject it as illusory. A philosophy that takes the concept of bare thinghood as its highest explanatory principle will, on Fichte's view, be utterly unable to account for the possibility of genuine human freedom. Indeed, No philosophy can account for freedom, in the sense of deriving freedom from something higher. Thus, the only way to provide freedom with any sort of philosophical warrant is to adopt the opposing, idealist strategy of starting with freedom, the reality of which is simply assumed by the Wissenschaftslehre, and then attempt to derive the possibility of representations of things therefrom. Though idealism may possess a certain prima facie theoretical or speculative advantage over dogmatism, in the sense that it at least holds out the possibility of being able to explain the connection between representations and things, its true superiority lies elsewhere and rests upon strictly practical or moral considerations, namely, its compatibility with our everyday view of ourselves as free and responsible moral agents. The possibility that our inner conviction concerning our own freedom is simply an illusion cannot, as Fichte freely admits, be rejected on purely speculative grounds. Nevertheless, such a possibility will be simply intolerable, he maintains, to anyone with a firm sense of his or her own moral obligations and vocation and with a lively awareness of his or her own freedom. This then is the gravamen of Fichte's essentially practical case against dogmatism, as well as against skepticism. Idealism alone accords with our extra-philosophical moral, and hence ontological, commitments, that is to say, with our practical conception of ourselves as free agents. The idealist's moral obligation to affirm his or her own freedom gives the idealist a practical interest in favor of a theoretical conception of the self that at least holds out the promise of explaining objective experience without denying human freedom. Our practical interest in a system of freedom does not, of course, guarantee that any such system is actually possible. The real possibility, that is, the truth of the Wissenschaftslehre, can be established only by successfully constructing and defending such a universally valid system. The celebrated choice between idealism and dogmatism thus proves to involve no choice at all on the part of the idealist. As Fichte puts it in the first introduction of I cannot go beyond this idealistic standpoint, because I am not permitted to go beyond it. With this, transcendental idealism simultaneously reveals itself to be the only type of philosophical thinking that accords with duty. It is the mode of thinking in which speculation and the ethical law are most intimately united. I ought to begin my thinking with the thought of the pure I, and I ought to think of this pure I as absolutely self-active, not as determined by things, but rather as determining them. No mere philosophy, including the Wissenschaftslehre, can actually liberate human beings or improve their moral character. Nor can any philosophy prove the reality of freedom. All that even the best philosophy can do is demonstrate that there is no necessary conflict between belief in moral freedom and belief in the reality of causally interacting material objects. The latter belief, while inseparable from the natural attitude, is not assumed but rather explained by the Wissenschaftslehre, whereas the former belief, the practical conviction that one is free to act morally, which is also part of the ordinary standpoint, at least for the morally self-aware individual, is simply presupposed by the Wissenschaftslehre, for which it serves as the ultimate explanatory ground of experience as a whole. Fichte's philosophy thus turns out to have at least one important extra or pre-philosophical presupposition, for a lively, practical awareness of one's own freedom is an absolute prerequisite for entering into the chain of reflections that constitute the Jena Wissenschaftslehre. Indeed, it is precisely because it proceeds from an affirmation of practical freedom to an analysis of the conditions necessary for the possibility of the same that Fichte could proudly describe his early philosophy as the first system of freedom. For the spirit of the Jena Wissenschaftslehre, Fichte's practical foundationalism. Our characterization of the spirit of the Jena Wissenschaftslehre might well begin with the point just made, namely, that the early Wissenschaftslehre is, above all, a system or philosophy of human, which is to say, of finite freedom. As we have now seen, transcendental philosophy can no more demonstrate the reality of freedom than it can demonstrate the reality of those practical limitations that are apprehended as sensible feeling or prove the reality of the categorical moral summons to self-limitation. Instead, it has to begin with a practical conviction concerning the reality of moral responsibility and the non-illusory character of freedom. For Fichte then, as for Kant, the celebrated primacy of practical reason thesis is first and foremost a thesis concerning the primacy of certain interests over others, not a claim concerning the constitutive primacy of practical over theoretical reason, or, in Fichte's technical language, the primacy of the real over the ideal acts and powers of the I. On the contrary, Fichte is strongly committed to what might be called an equiprimordiality thesis with respect to the relationship between theoretical and practical reason. This unflinching recognition that transcendental philosophizing, like every other human activity, must ultimately be grounded upon a practical interest, and, more specifically, upon our interest in asserting our own freedom, has a direct bearing upon Fichte's distinctive variety of foundationalism. Fichte was a notorious and inveterate philosophical foundationalist, one who believed that the task of searching for an ultimate ground of experience is one that reason cannot escape because it is a task contained within the concept of reason itself, and who maintained that to call into question the possibility of grounding experience in some manner is simply to call into question the very possibility of philosophy itself. On the other hand, his espousal of philosophical foundationalism is frankly qualified by numerous admissions of the unavoidably circular or self-referential character of every philosophical deduction, and by a frank recognition of the indemonstrability and speculative dubitability of any proposed first principle. Philosophy must propose some ultimate ground of explanation, but the proposed first principle of the Gewissenschaftlehre, i.e., the sheer concept of I-hood, which is supposed to be produced by the act of free self-reflection that the student of the Wissenschaftslehre is called upon to perform, is neither demonstrable nor self-evident. Instead, like the postulated freedom of the I itself, this first principle must be actively posited as the first principle of a transcendental deduction of the conditions necessary for the possibility of experience. In philosophy, as in everyday life, im Anfang war die Tat. Fichte's modest transcendentalism. A beginning is only just that, and the original act of consciousness described in the Gewissenschaftlehre cannot constitute itself unless something is simply given to as well as simply posited by the self-positing I, namely, its own original limitations. Though this point has already been mentioned several times, it is worth dwelling on, because it is at once so central a feature of the Gewissenschaftlehre and yet so widely ignored. In one sense, Fichte's doctrine of original feeling, which is simply a less abstract name for what is elsewhere characterized as a necessary Anstoffie or check on the practical activity of the I, plays the same role in the Wissenschaftslehre that the discredited doctrine of externally efficacious things in themselves plays in dogmatism and in vulgar Kantianism. An explicit and essential feature of experience is the sheer contingency or giveness of the same. Indeed, the argument of the Gewissenschaftlehre is that such a realm of contingency is among the conditions necessary for the possibility of freedom itself. Unlike things in themselves, however, the Anstoffie is never external to the I, instead, it is neither more nor less than the I's encounter with its own original limits. Feelings are, by definition, modifications of the subject, albeit involuntary and contingent ones. The term feeling does not, therefore, designate the passive affection of the I by something beyond itself. Instead, it designates the most primordial interaction of the I with itself, which even precedes the not I. In the I's feeling of itself, its activity and passivity are united in a single state. To be sure, no transcendental philosophy can ever explain why, in any particular case, we discover ourselves to be limited or angestossen in one determinate manner rather than another. Philosophy cannot tell me why I am the particular person that I am, nor why my world has the determinate and contingent empirical properties that it does. These are questions to which no answer is ever possible. In order to find out who I am and what the world is like, I have to keep myself open to experience, to the realm of what is purely contingent and merely empirical. Here, Fichte confesses, we have arrived at the point where all deduction comes to an end. This frank recognition of the limits of a priori philosophizing accounts for the characteristic modesty of the Fichtean project, in comparison, at least, with the later systems of thinkers in the same tradition, such as Schelling and Hegel. To criticize the Wissenschaftslehre, as Josiah Royce does, for its failure to explain why there is a belt of asteroids between Mars and Jupiter, is simply to display one's failure to grasp the crucial difference between the Schellingian/Hegelian project with its unbridled celebration of the autonomy of speculative reason and its enthusiastic embrace of an a priori nature philosophy, and its less pretentious and more purely transcendental Fichtean, and Kantian, rival. Another way to express this point is to endorse Hegel's well-known description of the Wissenschaftslehre as a philosophy of reflection. Unlike absolute idealists and speculative metaphysicians, the author of the Jena Wissenschaftslehre accepts the fact that Vorstellungsdenken, picture thinking, is the only kind of thinking there is, either in ordinary life or in transcendental philosophy. Philosophy is thus no more able than any other human, all too human, activity to transcend what Fichte often described as the circle within which every finite understanding, that is, every understanding that we can conceive, is necessarily confined. What a transcendental deduction can demonstrate is that if there is to be any selfhood at all, and the I is supposed to posit its own freedom for itself, then it must also discover itself to be, in some other sense, contingent and limited and thus not free at all. These original limitations or determinations of the I are certainly not external objects nor things in themselves. Yet it is undeniable that the I does experience external objects. How is this possible? It is precisely this question that the Wissenschaftslehre claims to answer, namely, by showing, in great detail, that the I cannot be an I at all, that is, that it cannot act freely and self-consciously, unless, in accordance with the necessary laws of its own acting and reflecting, it posits a realm of external objects as the cause of its own original limitations. In order to move from the subjective realm of self-feeling to the objective realms of other persons and material things, the I must posit and reposit its own original limitations and must do so in accordance with the necessary and universal laws of its own acting, laws which it is the explicit task of transcendental philosophy to deduce and to analyze. Only through thinking, not feeling, are there any objects for the I, and only if it posits such objects can the I posit itself. Thus one could also observe that without material objects and other persons there could be no self-conscious I. Fichte is not a whit less insistent than Kant that transcendental idealism is inseparable from empirical realism and must never be confused, as it so often is, with other, more extravagant varieties of idealism. Though Fichte, to this day, is widely associated with the claim that nothing is really real but the absolute I and that everything else is merely a free product or posit of the absolute I, this claim is, in fact, quite incompatible with what is here taken to be the deepest spirit of his thought, or at least of his Jena system. What the Jena Wissenschaftslehre purports to demonstrate is that though the I originally posits itself as or takes itself to be absolutely free, it can actually posit itself in this manner only if its freedom is, in fact, not absolute at all, but is narrowly constrained by the finitude of the I itself, both as an individual member of a moral community and as an embodied thing in a material world. Only a finite I can posit anything including its own infinity. Nor can these necessary limits be simply posited by the I itself. To be sure, they are subsequently posited by the I, but originally they must simply be discovered. Fichte's dialectical dualism. We have now had several opportunities to observe that though the Wissenschaftslehre begins with an assertion of freedom, it also demonstrates that mere, or absolute, freedom is not only not enough but is not even conceivable. There can be no freedom without limitation, no selfhood without the other, no practical willing without theoretical cognizing. These dualities, along with the many others that are such a conspicuous feature of all of Fichte's early presentations of his thought, are simply variations on what he himself describes as the duality that permeates the entire system of reason and which has its foundation in the original duality of subject and object. Despite influential claims to the contrary, Fichte remained throughout his Jena period a dualist of a sort, a thinker for whom difference remains fundamental and philosophically irreducible and for whom pure unity can never be more than, on the one hand, a philosophical hypothesis or fiction, produced by reflective abstraction for the purposes of a mere thought experiment, or, on the other, a necessary goal or practical demand, posited but never achieved by the finite I, which finds itself compelled by the very structure of selfhood to maintain that it ought to be what it never is, namely, infinite in its freedom and unified in its nature. Like Fichte's idealism, his dualism is neither metaphysical nor psychological in character, nor is it a dualism of reality and appearance. It does not postulate the interaction of two sorts of substance, nor is it a description of how an independent reality, the absolute, appears to a finite consciousness. Nor does the Wissenschaftslehre pretend to recount the acts and passive states of some special sort of mental object. The dualism of the Jena Wissenschaftslehre is strictly transcendental and is implicit in the structure of consciousness itself, at least as that is characterized within this system. It is a dualism of infinity and finitude, of self-positing and feeling, of freedom and facticity, or, to employ the technical terminology of the foundation of the entire Wissenschaftslehre, of Tathandlung, act, and Anschaft, check, neither of which can be ultimately reduced to nor derived from the other, and both of which are necessary for the possibility of ordinary consciousness and self-consciousness. Though the preceding distinctions are made at the purely transcendental level, they nevertheless refer us to and are ultimately grounded upon distinctions encountered within experience, to the extent, at least, that a fundamental human experience is that of one's own, profoundly divided nature qua free thing. In any case, it is certainly the presupposition of the Jena Wissenschaftslehre that to be an I at all is to be aware of oneself as simultaneously free and unfree, infinite and finite, absolutely self-positing and originally limited or determined. Hence one can aptly characterize the spirit of the early Wissenschaftslehre by noting that this is a philosophy of, by, and for divided selves. Though philosophy can deduce the reality neither of freedom nor of limitation, it can demonstrate the necessary connection between the two. Each of these elements, free self-activity and determinate limitation, can be derived from the other, in the specifically transcendental sense that each can be shown to be a condition necessary for the possibility of the other, and thus both can be shown to be conditions necessary for the possibility of any consciousness whatsoever and hence of experience in general. Fichte's conclusion, therefore, is that what we call a world is something that can exist only for a practically free and self-aware being. Conversely, such a self-positing I can exist for itself, and, since being for itself is a necessary feature of selfhood, can exist at all, only insofar as it is not, malgré lui, the absolute ground of its own determinate existence, but instead finds itself to be inexplicably and incomprehensibly limited on virtually every side. This recognition of the original duality of the self, however, is by no means the end of the story. Since freedom and limitation appear to cancel each other out, and since, as we have just seen, the practical primacy of freedom is a presupposition of the Wissenschaftslehre, in the sense that it presupposes that the I ought to determine the not I, it further follows that the relationship between freedom and determination, limitation, cannot be conceived as one of mere equilibrium. On the contrary, it must be conceived of as an inherently unstable or dialectical relationship, a relationship that gives rise to and expresses itself as an ongoing temporal process through which the original contradiction between the I's freedom and its original limitation is transformed into an endless struggle to subordinate the latter to the former, to transform every ought into a new is. Of course, it also follows that were this process ever to be completed, then consciousness itself would be immediately extinguished, since selfhood has been shown to require and to presuppose both freedom and limitation. This is precisely why the struggle in question has to be conceived of as endless or infinite. Before coining the name Wissenschaftslehre for his new system, Fichte considered several other possibilities, including Strebungsphilosophy, or philosophy of striving, and one might wish that he had retained this term, which is so much more evocative of the genuine spirit of his early system than is the innocuous theory of science. In any case, the intimate connection between a Strebungsphilosophy and a Wissenschaftslehre is certainly demonstrated by Fichte's Jena system, according to which knowing is possible only for a willing creature. Fichte realized from the start that, for all of his misleading talk about the pure I and about the single, Absolutely first principle of his system, any coherent and tenable system of freedom would have to be grounded upon a dialectical dualism, and grounded in such a way that freedom could express itself only as endless striving. Fichte's theory of finite subjectivity. System of freedom, practical foundationalism, modest transcendentalism, dialectical dualism, philosophy of striving, these are some of the terms I have employed in an effort to capture the spirit of the Jena Wissenschaftslehre. But perhaps the most straightforward way to characterize the spirit of this same philosophy is in terms of the theory of subjectivity presented in these early writings. Despite occasional and misleading suggestions to the contrary on Fichte's part, the conclusions to be drawn from the account of subjectivity contained in his Jena writings are as follows: philosophical concepts of pure selfhood or of the absolute I are just that, mere theoretical concepts posited for the purposes of transcendental explication. Such concepts are abstractions, constructions, or fictions. They refer to nothing that actually exists in this world or any other. On the contrary, the only kind of I that actually exists and is conceivable as an I is finite and divided. Such a self is free, but not absolutely so. It is self-conscious, but it is also and necessarily conscious of what is manifestly not itself, a moral, noumenal, realm of other free selves and an empirical, phenomenal, realm of material objects, each governed by its appropriate laws. Though the laws governing each of these realms can be discovered by transcendental reflection upon the bare concept of the I, the laws in question are certainly not products of the free activity of the I. Nor can the contingent content of either of these realms be derived a priori. Instead, this content is originally given to the I along with its capacity to act freely and the requirement, summons, that it actualize this capacity. The concept of a disembodied I, whether understood as a finite spirit or as an infinite one, God, is self-contradictory and inconceivable. Equally inconceivable is the notion of an absolute or non-individual I. A fundamental lesson of the Jena Wissenschaftslehre is that the I cannot posit itself as a free subject at all and thus cannot be an I at all except insofar as it posits itself as a finite person, one among many, a material I. An embodied ego and a social self, this, not the absolute I, is the real I of the early Wissenschaftslehre. An endless striving for unity, but a constant struggle with duality, this is the sum and substance of Fichte's conclusion concerning the human condition. What better way, then, to capture the spirit of the Wissenschaftslehre, and what better way to reveal the fundamental error of the still prevailing, historical caricature of Fichte's philosophy than to describe it as a theory of finite subjectivity? The beginnings of Schelling's philosophy of nature. Schelling's philosophy of nature is known to be the counterpart to his version of transcendental idealism, which dominated his first writings from on, Gegenüber die Möglichkeit einer Form der Philosophie überhaupt. Only after he had left the Tübinger Stift and entered the University of Leipzig in order to study mathematics, natural sciences, and medicine, did he become more interested in the field of physics and other sciences. His Ideen zu einer Philosophie der Natur was the first of a series of books and articles that made him famous for being the inaugurator of the new, speculative nature philosophy that marked his place in the history of post-Kantian philosophy. In light of the recent discovery and publication of his early commentary on Plato's Timaeus, the story of his philosophical development has to be rewritten. The early influence of Kant's and Leibniz's philosophy of nature can no longer be considered the main factors contributing to the new conception of a cosmology that could satisfy the conditions set by the revolution in philosophy due to Kant and Fichte. The text of Schelling's commentary also documents the great impact that Reinhold's early philosophy made on him, although for only a short time. Schelling's later reputation as the Plato of his time, which was ill-founded as long as his youthful attempts to interpret and transform Plato's thought were not taken account of, also now gains at least some plausibility. In light of the Timaeus commentary, we now see much more clearly how the unification of Kant's and Plato's ideas was the beginning of Schelling's original philosophy, and we can see the consequences of this for the conception of religion Schelling came to draw from this new position. The context. Schelling's commentary on Plato's Timaeus is dated by its editor, Hartmut Buchner, to the period between January and June. Thus we are dealing with a treatise by an 18 or 19-year-old student, which clearly shows some traces of its origin in the spiritual atmosphere of the Tübinger Stift. This can be seen from the remark that Schelling adds to Plato's answer to the question why the world was created by its author. Plato's divine creator of the world, because of his lack of envy and jealousy, wanted everything he created to become as similar to himself as possible. Such a motivation is, according to Schelling, an idea which never came to the mind of a Moses or a Jew. Compared to Plato's demiurge, the God of the Old Testament is a jealous and vengeful God. Schelling thus deals a blow to the traditional doctrine of Judaism and Christianity. The other passage of our text that should be interpreted against the background of the theological and political situation of the Tübinger Stift, is a long footnote to a passage in Plato, Timaeus A, where the demiurge is called the best of causes. Here, Schelling points to the fact that in the Timaeus there is mention of only one creator of the world, the demiurge is there spoken of only in the singular. The cautious, obscure, and ambiguous way in which Plato speaks about this, his anxious way of securing his words and his claim to mere probability for his story of the coming into being of the world, all this is, according to Schelling, an indication of Plato's awareness of his offense against the orthodoxy of his time, i.e., against polytheism and belief in demons. All of this is also an indication of the fact that Plato tried to escape the suspicion of a Sabia directed towards his heretical thoughts. He speaks exactly in the tone which the oppressed friend of truth is still now urged to assume. Schelling comments in French on the alleged timidity of Plato's language, c'est tout comme chez nous, and we may suppose that Schelling wants, in making this footnote, to indicate that he himself is using a hidden way of speech in his commentary on the Timaeus. For this commentary was written in a context of religious and political oppression. Its author speaks about Plato's dialogue as a student on a scholarship from the local duke in a divinity school that is dedicated not to free research and teaching, but to the training of ministers and state servants. In this school, a certain orthodoxy in theology and a particular confession of faith were required by state authority. Schelling would have endorsed what Hegel wrote to him about the alliance between Storr's theology of revelation and Carl Eugen's absolutism. Religion and politics have operated in conspiracy. The first has taught what despotism wanted it to teach, contempt of the human race, its inability to any good, to be something through itself. This religious and political situation was projected backward by Schelling onto Plato's Timaeus. How similar is the language of truth at all times? I have mentioned what I said so far because one thinks oneself so often to be doing a good, but certainly ill-placed, service, which would better be called flattery, to revelation by either seeking to deny knowledge of the one God of all the philosophers of antiquity, or, if this cannot be done, by repeating the old babble of the Church Fathers that they drew from revelation. But one will not find one or the other opinion confirmed by this dialogue of Plato. In Schelling's view, Plato reached his conviction that the cause of the world is won by means of reason alone. Plato put forward this philosophical insight in a myth whose language is meant to at the same time disclose a philosophical theory and clothe it in an imagery that is easy to follow. Schelling's own understanding of this dialogue can be gathered from the remark used as a motto for his treatise. Plato himself adduces the principle on which the manner of exposition in the Timaeus has to be judged. It is difficult to find the author and father of this universe, and it is impossible, after one has found him, to proclaim him to all Timaeus see. The reason for this impossibility will be seen later. The hermeneutic principle of Schelling's commentary is the disclosure of the necessarily esoteric meaning of Plato's dialogue. But Schelling faces this task in an historical situation that, similar to that of Plato himself, is overshadowed by an unholy alliance of church and state power. The elevation of revelation at the expense of reason, Schelling writes, is today as irreconcilable with the sincerity of an impartial historian, as it was at the time of the Church Fathers. Not only the historian, but also and especially the theologian and philosopher at all times is witness to a forced insincerity. It is a daily experience, he writes, how often Not conviction by real proofs, but political superiority which has once for all privileged a certain opinion, forces the voice of opposition to be silent or at least to speak so softly that it can hardly be heard. This is an unfairness which is as great as the triumphant mockery of privileged teachers about dissenters who have no other power on their side than the power of truth or at least of conviction. It is obvious from Hegel's and Schelling's correspondence that what Schelling refers to is again the orthodox Tübingen school of theology that had recently made use of Kant's and Fichte's philosophy of religion in defending its claims, while at the same time allying itself with church and state power in order to preserve its traditional privileges. Hegel makes a very realistic assessment of the most recent theological Kantian course of the Tübingen philosophy. Orthodoxy cannot be shaken as long as its profession has its worldly profits from being interwoven with the totality of a state. Schelling's answer of February is rather optimistic when he alludes to his expectations about Fichte's philosophy, then the last philosophical cobweb of superstition made by the privileged philosophers will totally rip apart. Within this context of contemporary and theological history, Schelling polemicizes against the supremacy of such propositions, which according to the most scrupulous conviction of dissenters are false, against the scornful clinging to privilege and against the suppression by the political yoke of hierarchy that cries out for a second Luther in order to shake it off. This context will prove to be of great relevance for our understanding of Schelling's philosophical interpretation of Plato's Timaeus. The second determining factor that needs to be mentioned here is of a directly philosophical character. Schelling wrote a dissertation, now lost, for his examination to become a Magister in the fall of, which had as its title, Über die Möglichkeit einer Philosophie ohne Beinen nebst einigen Bemerkungen über die Reinholdische Elementar Philosophie. The title refers to the first volume of Reinhold's Beiträge zur Berechtigung bisher Verständnis der Philosophien of and to his work über das Fundament des philosophischen Wissens of. It is possible that Schelling became acquainted with Reinhold's philosophy through a lecture by the Tübingen professor J. F. Abel, called Prolegomena Metaphysicis Secundum Theoriam Reinholdianum in the summer semester of. The first volume of the Beiträge also, however, contains an argument with the Tübingen professor of philosophy and theology Flat, who was one of Schelling's teachers, about Reinhold's Versuch einer neuen Theorie des menschlichen Vorstellungsvermögens of. We are in any case entitled to assume that Schelling at the beginning of had been interested in Reinhold's version of Kant's critical philosophy for a long time. The text of the commentary on the Timaeus shows, on the other hand, no trace of any engagement with Fichte's writings on the Wissenschaftslehre, although Fichte was in Tübingen in May and in the same month published his work über den Begriff der Wissenschaftslehre, which played such a great role in Schelling's work über die Möglichkeit einer Form der Philosophie überhaupt, completed on September. We may, therefore, conclude that Schelling's commentary was written before May. This conclusion explains why we often hear in the commentary about the Vorstellungsvermögen, and that only in the book Über die Möglichkeit do we find Schelling distancing himself from Reinhold's theory des Vorstellungsvermögens. Thus, it is very likely that Schelling's transition from Reinhold to Fichte occurred in the summer of and that the commentary on the Timaeus belongs to the period before this transition. This can be confirmed by further evidence from Schelling's hand. In his letter of January, to Hegel, he writes, "Philosophy has not yet reached its end. Kant has given the results, the premises are still lacking. And who can understand results without the premises?" This definition of the task of a post-Kantian philosophy is evidently borrowed from Reinhold, whose theory des Vorstellungsvermögens is at this point, end of January, not yet known to Hegel. In this work Reinhold says about his Brief über die Kantische Philosophie, that they were designed to draw attention to those results of Kant's philosophy which spring from it with respect to the fundamental truths of religion and ethics. But since he wanted simply to inaugurate the study and understanding of Kant's work and could not presuppose this, nothing was left to him Reinhold other than the attempt to establish these results independently of the Kantian premises. For it was Reinhold's view that the premises required for the Kantian results are contained in his own theory des Vorstellungsvermögens, which in matter of fact provides the foundation for Kant's theory of knowledge and thereby makes it possible, and that the essential results of the critique of reason thereby receive confirmation and a new meaning independently of the Kantian writings. In the same letter in which Schelling adopts Reinhold's conception of the present task of philosophy, he also reports that he is acquainted with the first part of Fichte's Grundlage der gesamten Wissenschaftslehre. I read and I found that my prophecies had not deluded me. On his own efforts in philosophy we then read, I am happy enough if I am among the first who welcome the new hero, Fichte, in the land of truth. This not wholly reliable report on the transition to the new hero Fichte as the man who has brought Kant's philosophy to completion is in agreement with Schelling's new assessment of Reinhold's achievements in his next letter to Hegel, which is written entirely from a Fichtean perspective. Reinhold's attempts to bring back philosophy to its ultimate principles and thereby to carry on the Kantian revolution were not successful. But, Schelling writes, indeed even this was a step over which science had to pass, and I do not know whether we do not owe it to Reinhold that we will now so soon stand on the highest point. Schelling now considers Reinhold's philosophy a preliminary step to the truly last stage of philosophy that consists in providing a new highest principle of all philosophy, that is, of practical philosophy too, namely the pure, absolute I. Accordingly, we read in Schelling's work Vomich als Prinzip der Philosophie, that Reinhold has made the respectable, yet unsuccessful attempt to elevate the empirically conditioned I, which shows up in consciousness, to be the principle of philosophy. Reinhold's theory der Vorstellungsvermogens appears to be an example of his not coming to grips with Fichte's insight that only the absolute I, and not the I of the Vorstellungsvermogen, can be the sought-for unconditioned principle. In light of this, even Schelling's own attempt in the commentary on Plato's Timaeus to verify Reinhold's Vorstellungsvermogen as the principle of theoretical philosophy or of the philosophy of nature in its oldest form is rendered obsolete. To Plato and critical philosophy. An interpretation of the Timaeus and even of the whole of Plato's philosophy from the standpoint of Reinhold's theory of the faculty of representation, taken as a systematization of Kant's critical philosophy, is an enterprise that is not new. In his commentary, Schelling refers twice to Wilhelm Gottlieb Tennemann's treatise über den Gottlichen Verstand aus der Platonischen Philosophie in the first volume of Memorabilien. This philosophic theological journal was edited by the Jena professor Heinrich Eberhard Gottlob Paulus, who was a friend of the Schelling family and had printed in the fifth volume of the same year Schelling's treatise über my then, historisch Sagen. Und die Philosophien der Deutschen Welt. Paulus had, in the preface of the first volume of the new journal, declared philology to be the only possible foundation for a system of enlightenment that was historically grounded. As an example within the philosophical domain, he there mentions Tennemann's treatise, calling it a psychological interpretation of Platonic ideas concerning the divine intellect that had only become possible through certain ideas of the critical philosophy and that cast new light on the history of the word logos. Still earlier, Tennemann had published similar interpretations of the Platonic philosophy in the spirit of the critical philosophy. In his treatise Versuch, in Stelle aus dem Timaeus de Plato durch die Theorie der Vorstellungsvermogens zu erklären appeared, and shortly afterward über die letzte Revolution in der Philosophie mit Hinsicht auf die Neuest. In the preface to his work Die Lehren und die Meinungen der Sokratiker über Unsterblichkeit, which appeared in but was written earlier, Tennemann expresses regret that he had become acquainted with Reinhold's Brief über die Kantische Philosophie too late to make use of it in the present book. They would have taught me that I needed to pay attention to Plato's conception of the faculty of representation. I would then have made this study the basis of my exposition of his system. Tennemann's four-volume work System der Platonischen Philosophie, arguably the most distinguished achievement of Platonic studies in the 18th century, is the realization of this project. Its first two volumes had already appeared when Schelling wrote his own commentary. In the preface to the first volume he announces the exposition of Plato's system. First of all will come my treatise on Plato's conception of the faculty of representation, by means of which I will endeavor to throw light upon the whole system. In Tennemann's contribution to Memorabilien, we find the same opposition of revelation and philosophical reasoning and the same polemics that we find in Schelling's text against the presumption of the Church Fathers that Plato's philosophy had derived its doctrines, as far as they agree with the Christian religion, from the sources of revelation. A little more, Tennemann writes, and Plato himself would have been a Christian. And again, he writes that this phantom of the Church Fathers should have been expelled long ago through sound exegesis. But Plato's philosophy had up until now never been exposed in its true form, in which everything is understood to depend on the concept of logos and nous. The genuine meaning of the latter could be derived from its role in the generation of the world. Following the exposition in the Timaeus, we see that the world consists of a basic stuff, or matter, and the form of a world, viz. On the one hand what is perceptible and on the other the combination and order of the stuff according to certain intelligible laws and paradigms, which have been imprinted on matter in the process of its formation. Tennemann's explanation of this doctrine, that, to his mind, contains nothing at all that could indicate an anticipation of Christian speculations about the Trinity, reads, "It can easily be shown that Plato was led to this conception by the constitution of the faculty of representation. At the basis of Plato's exposition of the world's generation and his description of the world's soul, we thus have the two factors of the human faculty of representation which we know from Kant's philosophy. The form of the world is grounded in all that the understanding at first introduces into experience and comprehends out of itself, and the matter of the world consists in what is given and is in itself incomprehensible, on the basis of which the comprehensible is perceived." With this statement, Tennemann anticipates a main thesis of Schelling's commentary. But Tennemann not only makes use of the ultimately Kantian conception of the human faculty of representation for his explanation of Plato's demiurgic intellect and its role in the generation of the world. He also justifies his understanding of the real meaning of Plato's theory of ideas by borrowing a specific feature of Reinhold's theory of the faculty of representation. Tennemann defends his thesis that Plato's ideas can only be understood as concepts in the divine intellect by making reference to the passage in the Timaeus, which we already know from Schelling's commentary. He translates, "Since God is the highest good der höchste Gut, who, being without any envy wants to translate into reality everything that is good, he sought to make everything as similar to himself as possible, cf. Timaeus L." Now in this passage Tennemann discovers evidence for his claims that the ideas cannot be eternal entities existing outside the divine understanding, and that a second understanding existing outside God's understanding is not a possibility for Plato, although Christian speculation on the Logos hope to find such a doctrine in Plato's text. According to Tennemann, Plato's God is to himself his ideal and paradigm and he sought to make the world similar to it. This also means, since therefore the ideal of the world is in God, all the ideas must by the same token be in God. They are the purest concepts of reason of the supreme intelligence and are thus eternally unchangeable. The deity, being constantly aware of them, only acts according to them alone. The Christian interpretation, according to which Plato's doctrine of the world soul in the Timaeus has made the understanding into a substance distinct from the deity, a substance which is thus eternal and ungenerated, must thus be false. For it implies that Plato had a doctrine of a double understanding, one in God, another outside himself, one as a predicate of the deity, the other as a substance. But it is absurd not only to assume a reduplication of the understanding, but also to think of any understanding as a substance and to thereby give substantiality to its rational concepts or ideas. In particular, those assumptions stand in contradiction to the insight that the understanding, nous, can only be thought as a predicate of a soul, that is, of a subject that is unknown in itself. This latter insight Tennemann has obviously borrowed directly from Reinhold's theory de Vorstellungsvermogens. There Reinhold writes, since the subject cannot represent itself as a mere subject, but only as an object, and since it has for that purpose no other predicate than that of a being which represents de Vorstellenden, one can easily understand that the subject in so far as it is taken to be something more than just the logical substratum of the predicate of representing Vorstellend, namely as a substance, must remain eternally incomprehensible to itself. The self-ich, in so far as by this notion more is to be conceived than the mere activity of representing, is for itself a natural mystery, concerning those attributes which pertain to it as a substance. This Reinholdian doctrine of the non-substantiality of the self and thereby of the understanding as a mere faculty of representation combines Kant's critique of the paralogisms of rational psychology with Locke's doctrine of the unknowability of all substances, and anticipates a fundamental element of Husserl's phenomenology. It is taken by Tennemann as the basis of his interpretation of all the passages in Plato in which we read, understanding can only be in a soul. And since this Platonic nous is taken to be the faculty of rational concepts or ideas, the divine reason has to be understood as a faculty of representation which is at the same time an intelligence producing concepts and ideas and a power of action that shapes matter according to those representations. Just as for Reinhold the self comprehends itself in its great predicate, the faculty of representation, which is the clue to all its self-knowledge and to everything knowable outside itself, so, in Tennemann's view, Plato's nous is only a predicate of the deity. This predicate can therefore make intelligible the form of the world as an effect of the understanding, but such a form is for Plato far from personified or made into a substance separated from the deity. At the end of his treatise, Tennemann refers to Friedrich Victor Lieberecht Plessing, whose interpretation of the Platonic ideas is opposed to his own. In this opposition, too, Schelling follows Tennemann. Plessing, in Ortloff's Handbuch der Literatur der Geschichte der Philosophie, is included with Tiedemann, Meiners, and Tennemann among the four leading historians of philosophy of that time. The controversy about the proper understanding of the Platonic doctrine of ideas, in which Plessing and Tennemann figure as the protagonists of two long opposing parties, is one of the most important topics in the historiography of philosophy. To this controversy also belongs the theory of the ideal numbers that Aristotle and his commentators attributed to Plato. But this issue is far surpassed in its relevance for the understanding of Plato and for his definition of philosophy by the conception of Plato's ideas as the thoughts of God, a conception which can be documented from the days of the Platonism of the 1st century AD. Philo of Alexandria is the first author in whom the theory of ideas, understood in this way, can be found. In modern times we have among the historians of philosophy two camps, which are led by Cudworth and Brucker, respectively, and that claim that the ideas are either concepts of God, in agreement with Neoplatonic doctrine, or, in agreement with the testimony of Aristotle, eternal substances existing for themselves and known only through pure thought. Among the followers of Cudworth we find his translator and commentator Mosheim, and Meiners, and among the followers of Brucker we have Monbiot, and Gadeek. Plessing belongs to the followers of Brucker, but he by far surpasses him in exactness and historical judgment, at least as far as the Platonic theory of ideas is concerned. Of all the Plato scholars mentioned above he comes closest to the historical truth. Although Plessing was an immediate student of Kant's, his conception of ancient philosophy and of Plato's theory of ideas in particular is free from any uncritical Kantianism. In his treatise Über den Aristoteles, he says about the Eleatics, Plato and Aristotle, their pure concepts of the understanding were grounded in real substantial objects which were allegedly intuited immediately by the understanding, for they attributed to the latter an immediate power of intuition, but we, in our new philosophy, do not do that. So Plessing is fully aware of the opposition between Platonism and Kantianism within theoretical philosophy. For his understanding of Plato's ideas, however, he relies on Kant's theory of the dependence on intuition of all knowledge. He takes the ancients to have thought the same way about the origin of human knowledge. They grounded it in certain original intuitions which they considered as the arch-principles on which all science and knowledge has to be based. According to Plessing, then, there is a twofold meaning to Plato's ideas. They are immaterial entities, which are called substances in the strictest sense, where substance means something immovable, persistent, and existing for itself, and these entities have been seen in a former state of the soul by means of the understanding's immediate faculty of intuition. 2. they are the intuitions and representations of the understanding. In short, Platonic ideas are substances as well as concepts. Plato is taken to have assumed a separate existence of the universal as the original essence of things. Plessing claims to have discovered this account of Plato's ideas. Both in his commentary and in the Allgemeine Übersicht der Neuesten Literatur, Schelling vehemently criticized this conception. In the latter work he says, Plato strives hard to express in words that the ideas contain a being which surpasses all empirical existence by far. But nevertheless one can hear up to this day the proof of Plato's ideas being real substances, just as Kant's things in themselves. Then follows a reference to Plessing's writings. One can learn at least three things from this passage. Schelling, as well as Hegel, even in the second edition of his Wissenschaft der Logik, is a follower of the Middle and Neoplatonic conception of Plato's ideas that was revived in modern times by Cudworth. 2. Schelling has mistakenly assumed that in assigning substantiality to the Platonic ideas, Plessing intended to attribute physical or empirical existence to them. This misunderstanding results from Schelling's view that substantiality as such is incompatible with the supersensible in general, although he never says this in so many words. But such a theory would not in any case justify a falsification in his report of Plessing's position, and, 3. The connection of the, in Schelling's view, false conception of Plato's ideas with an allegedly equally false conception of Kantian things in themselves can serve as a clue to our understanding of Schelling's own conception that, under the influence of Fichte, changes slightly from what it was in. A few pages later in his Allgemeine Übersicht, Schelling speaks of an idea that could not be understood by man had he not, using Plato's language, intuited its model Urbild in the intellectual world, i.e., in himself, as a spiritual being. The Platonic idea is therefore, for Schelling, what the thing in itself is for Kant, something supersensible in the sense of being the ground or principle of the sensible in our representations. This means that the supersensible belongs to that originally internal principle of all representing that we ourselves constitute. We ourselves are that original self-determining of the spirit of which we can be conscious as our original spirituality whenever we are conscious of the moral law. This spirituality is that same intelligible entity that the Platonic idea, like the Kantian thing in itself, indicates as the ground of the world of the senses. It does so in an ambiguous and paradoxical way, because it suggests that the ground is itself a thing. 3. The text. If we look for the beginnings of Schelling's philosophy in his commentary on selected passages of the Timaeus, as far as they are there present, we can find them in his interpretation of Plato's cosmogony that he takes in a literal sense, as did before him Aristotle and Plutarch and the historians depending on them, Plessing and Tennemann. In what follows I will ignore the question of the adequacy of Schelling's interpretation. Schelling understands Plato's sensible world as something quite heterogeneous vis-a-vis everything formal, and he takes this material aspect of objects of sensibility to be matter, which as such is without regularity and lawfulness. If there is a form of the world, it cannot stem from sensible matter, that is, it can neither inhere in it, nor be produced by it. This form of the world did not originally belong to the world as sensible, but to the understanding. The combination of form and matter or of regularity and irregularity, which essentially exclude each other but are united within the world of experience, was in need of a third thing that gave to still unregulated matter a form, which was a copy Nachbild of the original, pure form of the understand. Beginnings of Schelling's philosophy of nature. This pure form of the understanding was given by the demiurge to the unstable and irregularly moved original matter, in order to make the world, created in this way, as similar as possible to him. As we already know, the demiurge's intention was to give it as much perfection, and consequently beauty, as possible. The demiurge had in his mind that no visible world, if it did not partake in the form of the understanding, would be a work more beautiful than a world united with that form. More precisely, this means, the form that God shared with the world is a form of movement through which the original motion that matter had independently of God, was brought into the limits of lawfulness, f. Thus the visible world was created as an imitation of an ideal world, grounded in the pure form of the demiurge's understanding, that is, of a cosmos noetos, f, or a world in so far as it existed in the idea. Within the ideal world, Schelling claims, there are two kinds of ideas, some refer to single objects and are ideas of creatures, zoa, of the visible world, and others are the bases of this world in its formal aspect. They are ideas in general, such as the idea of the good, of quantity, quality, causality and so on. This enumeration that combines an idea of pure practical reason with the most important of the pure concepts of the understanding in Kant's table of categories points to the philosophical intention of Schelling's interpretation of Plato's cosmogony. In two passages of his commentary, Schelling declares as the clue to the explanation of the whole of Plato's philosophy, that Plato everywhere transfers the subjective to the objective. This Transferübertragung of the subjective to the objective governing the totality of Plato's philosophy, is a procedure from which the Platonic, and even the pre-Platonic, metaphysics immediately follows. Hence Schelling's statement that the visible world is nothing but an imitation of the invisible. This central metaphysical theorem has its philosophical justification in ourselves, Schelling says, because it transfers the fundamental subjective principles of the representation of the world that are within us to this world itself as an objective relation of two worlds. The fundamental idea of young Schelling's philosophy of nature, which does not directly rely on Kant's transcendental philosophy but rather on Reinhold's theory of the faculty of representation, is contained in the one sentence, the whole of nature, as it appears to us, is not only a product of our empirical receptivity, but properly speaking eigentlich a work of our faculty of representation which contains pure, original forms, of nature, grounded in itself. Therefore the world in the representation belongs to a higher faculty than the mere sensibility, and nature is presented as a typos of a higher world, which expresses the pure laws of this world. To uncover the secret of Plato's philosophy of nature therefore means to achieve knowledge of the reason, lying in man himself, why philosophy was already early on led to the idea that the visible world is a typos of an invisible world. This explanation of a doctrine of two worlds, apparently so natural to human reason, which at the same time is an explanation of the rationality and truth of Plato's philosophy of nature, depends on the transfer of concepts and arguments from Kant's critique of practical reason. Schelling's second dissertation of the year is entitled Über die Übereinstimmung der Kritik der theoretischen und praktischen Vernunft, besonders in Bezug auf den Gebrauch der Kategorien, und der Realisierung der Idee einer intelligiblen Welt durch ein Faktum in der Letzteren. Although this work has not been preserved, we can gather from its title that in it Schelling must have dealt with the so-called categories of freedom with respect to the concepts of good and evil. After the passage in the second chapter of the first book of Kant's Critique of Practical Reason that outlines this theory, there immediately follows a Typik der reinen praktischen Vernunft. Schelling's use of this piece of Kant's doctrine explains at once the strange combination of the idea of the good with the categories, which, according to Schelling's interpretation of Plato, is the basis of the two worlds in formal respect. In the Typik Kant speaks of the law of freedom and of the concept of the unconditioned good, and he holds that the understanding in his application of such an idea of reason cannot lay down as a basis a schema of sensibility, but a law. Such a law that can be exhibited in co and serie 2 in objects of the senses is a law of nature, but only according to its form, and this could be called the type of the moral law. Schelling obviously takes Kant's doctrine of types out of its context, which was the application of the formal moral law to given cases of maxims, and focuses on the metaphysics implied there. For Kant goes on to say that one is allowed to think the nature of the sensible world as a type of an intelligible nature, as long as I on no account transfer the intuitions to the latter, but only refer the form of lawfulness in general, to it. Schelling not only adopts the notion of nature as type of a higher world, or the idea that the visible world is a type of an invisible one from Kant's critique of practical reason and incorporates it into a general theory of the faculty of representation, He also adopts Kant's concept of enthusiasm schuldramire and makes use of it in order to guard Plato against the charge of enthusiasm, that is, to portray Plato as a good Kantian. Enthusiasm according to Kant's text consists in using supersensible intuitions as the basis of moral concepts instead of the type of practical judgment, that is, nature in its pure form of the understanding. For Schelling, enthusiasm means the procedure not of taking the visible world merely with respect to the lawfulness of nature in general as a type of an invisible one, for such a belief would well have its ground in man himself, but of extending this notion also to the intuitions, according to their matter. Plato would only then have to be considered as an enthusiast if there were in his doctrine what one usually calls Platonic ideas, that is, substantial originals of single objects of the sensible world. Had Plato taken for granted that every being in the world was objectively grounded in an invisible but physically existing original Grundwesen which contained the character of its whole species, that would have been enthusiasm, i.e., it would be a transfer of the merely sensible which belongs only to empirical intuition, to the supersensible. Thus it is true that in Plato there is a transfer of the subjective to the objective, that is, a transfer of what has its ground in man himself to the world, which thereby appears as a relation of two worlds, one being the type of the other, but this kind of transfer is justified as long as it is merely an objectification of a form of the faculty of representation, which includes both theoretical and practical reason, an objectification symbolized in the demiurgic activity of giving form to matter. This kind of objectification of the law giving to nature prescribed through the pure understanding, allows us to see nature as a type of the intelligible nature contained in the pure practical reason of man. Plato's transfer is therefore legitimate, because he did not assume ideas as objects of a nonsensible intuition, but only such ideas that made the human activity of understanding and reason thinkable as the form of the world. Plato assumed ideas which underlie the worldly beings only in so far as these ideas could be object of pure thought, expressions of the pure form of the faculty of representation. In thus proving Plato to be a critical philosopher, Schelling at the same time unveils the secret of the demiurge. The author and father of this world, who is so difficult to find and who, when found, cannot be revealed to the people, is nothing but the human faculty of representation itself. In Plato's philosophy, however, this faculty of representation is not only the author of the universal lawfulness of nature, but, by means of that lawfulness and of pre-existing matter, also the author of the lawfulness of single products of nature, f. This second authorship came about when the form of the understanding produced specific kinds of worldly beings, ibid. Schelling thus determines the relation between the two kinds of Platonic ideas that he distinguishes in such a way that the specific forms of natural beings are derived from the universal form of the understanding. Speaking the language of the Tyrannius, this means that the demiurge let run together the universal laws of nature in order to produce single, regular products. It cannot be overlooked that Schelling has here conceived of the relation between the universal and the particular as a relation of a whole to its parts. In doing so he makes use both of Plato's conception of the world as a living being zoe, that is, as an organized being whose parts are only possible through the relationship to the whole, and of Kant's critique of judgment whose doctrine of natural purposes in he quotes. In addition to this, however, Schelling makes use of a key notion from the introduction to the critique of judgment, the transcendental principle of the purposeless nature in its particular laws. Every single worldly being was thus not the work of matter, but, properly speaking, a harmonizing Zusammenstimmung of single pure laws into one whole, which means, it was the work of an idea. Of a pure/orm of unity, the work of an intelligence. Schelling refers without saying so to Kant's theory of the systematic unity of particular empirical laws of nature and his claim that they had to be regarded as if they too had been given by an understanding, even though not ours, and in such a way that they were purposive for our faculty of knowledge. Schelling transfers this theory to the production of the singular worldly beings themselves through the architect of the world Weltbaumeister Y, and these beings are therefore nothing else but harmonizations of different pure laws into one whole. Schelling identifies the worldly beings so constructed with the creatures, or zoa, of the visible world. An examination of Schelling's rigorous Kantianization of Plato's philosophy in the Timaeus and Philebus, which includes his discovery of Kant's table of categories in the latter and of Kant's concept of substance from the first analogy of experience in the former, would be a rewarding task, although also a tiresome interpretation of an interpretation or a commentary of a commentary. Many hermeneutical snares would have to be faced. Although the surprising continuity in the development of Schelling's ideas makes it often possible to use later statements as a clue to the understanding of the notes of the youthful author, there still is the danger of overlooking the differences which his older and newer views nevertheless contain. Schelling's interpretation of Plato that was so fruitful for himself and yet so brutal, does not in principle differ from Tenemann's, and it is inconceivable without the model of Tenemann. This is in particular true of the polemics against the allegedly physical but in any case objective existence of the Platonic ideas, defended by Plessing. Schelling's elimination of the objectivity of the ideas and of the world soul, too, for the benefit of their origination in the human subject and its faculty of representation is nothing but an undoing of that Platonic transfer of the subjective to the objective, viz. Of Plato's identification of the human understanding with the understanding of the demiurge, a transfer and identification that reveal their meaning only in the critical philosophy. According to Schelling, Plato is the discoverer of a supersensible principle of the form and harmony of the world which lies in ourselves, and the only supersensible element that he could discover is the so-called faculty of representation as a unity of theoretical and practical reason. In Plato's view, as seen by Schelling, the divine understanding has shared its pure, original form with the human understanding, and Schelling takes this, with Kant's critique of judgment, to mean that the ideas of a divine understanding had become possible in human understanding, by way of an intellectual community of man with the origin of all beings. But just this Platonic conception is only due to a characteristic transfer of the subjective to the objective, as can be seen in the idea of the unity of the world, for the world is, properly speaking, a unity only as a representation in us. Plato's philosophizing started out from a kind of procedure of our reason. Reason has subjectively produced, the idea of the world, and this is also true of the efficacy of the rational world soul. It is quite analogous with the efficacy of human reason and with the human soul. Finally, for Plato the existence of the ideal originals in the divine reason can only be either a pure or a physical one. Because of the indestructibility of the originals, the latter is, however, impossible, and a third kind of existence is not thinkable for Schelling. But the pure existence of the ideas has a merely logical meaning. The idea of an existence of supersensible, real, objects, which correspond to the ideas and are therefore called ideals, coincides with the idea of the existence of mere ideas. Therefore, as Schelling says using a Kantian phrase, which, however, Kant intended in an entirely different way, the concept of existence when applied to the idea of God is an abyss for human reason. Either it gives itself over to the most excessive enthusiasm, or it does not even go one step over the limits of the idea, that is, of the representation. If one tries to make the logical meaning of the concept of existence into a real one, this being posited outside of the representation can mean, according to Schelling, only physical existence. In ideas and ideals, such as God and the human soul, their existence coincides with their logical or ideal existence. There is no existing object of the supersensible world outside the ideal, i.e., of existence in mere thought. The existence of God is therefore necessarily interminable and impredicable, and the existence of the faculty of representation itself is only given in the consciousness of its representing. We can think of no concept existing outside the representation which is not at the same time tied by us to a physically existing object. Therefore, the concept of God as well as that of the human soul is either the concept of a thing that exists somewhere, which is out of question in both cases, or it is the concept of something which is not present in any location and which, for that reason, we cannot represent at all as present. Schelling's intentionally ambiguous manner of expression makes it impossible to decide whether he thinks the concept of existence, because of its alleged, and uncantian, connectedness with natural and localizable beings, can simply not be applied to God and the human soul, or whether the interpretation of Plato's philosophy of nature and its theological foundations, being an objectification of the subjective, means what Henry Allison has called a transcendental humanism, which, though inspired by Kant and Reinhold, already clearly anticipates the views of Feuerbach. The critical and systematic function of Schelling's philosophy of nature. It is well known that transcendental idealism for Kant simply represents a critical idealism, one that draws the limits of knowledge in terms of the distinction between phenomena on the one hand and things in themselves on the other. According to Kant, the transcendental idealist can also be understood as an empirical realist who refuses to dissolve the duality between our experience and objects of our experience, and concedes the existence of objects independent of the subject. The Kantian doctrine of transcendental idealism, irrespective of its various possible forms and modifications, is specifically characterized by a fundamental dualist structure with regard to the distinction between the given and the constituted. It was precisely this dualism that represented the skandalon of philosophy for the post-Kantian idealists, one that had at all costs to be overcome, despite their recognition of the positive aspects of Kant's contribution. The early German idealist attempts to articulate a philosophical system are all essentially monistic in character, expressly designed to translate the Kantian dualism into the terms of a monist theoretical model. Nonetheless, with his system of transcendental idealism conceived at a time when that dualism was already widely regarded as having been transcended, Schelling took up and modified the question concerning the relative opposition between idealism and realism. For according to Schelling, the concept of transcendental idealism is capable of opening up a perspective from which the opposition between realism and idealism can be seen to derive from a third moment or dimension. In his system of transcendental idealism, Schelling writes, "If I reflect solely upon the ideal activity, I am presented with idealism, or the claim that the limit Schrank is posited solely through the ego. If I reflect solely upon the real activity, then I am presented with realism, or the claim that the limit is itself independent of the ego. If I now reflect on both of them together, then I am presented with a third moment that arises from both, something which one could call ideal realism, or what we have previously described as transcendental idealism." Schelling's own third path toward transcendental idealism pursues the optimistic program of avoiding both the supposed bifurcation of Kantian dualism and the one-sided perspective of Fichte's theory of subjectivity in the science of knowledge, without falling back into the dark night of an undifferentiated monism. At the beginning of his development, Schelling believed that the project of a philosophy of nature was merely filling in an area that Kant and Fichte themselves had left undeveloped. But now Schelling no longer assumes that subjective idealism, whether in the form of transcendental idealism or the Fichtean science of knowledge and the philosophy of nature, can merely be conceived in a complementary correspondence to one another. A number of contemporary authors, especially Reinhold, Jacobi, and Fichte, were influential in prompting Schelling's new conception of transcendental idealism. But Schelling had already completed his own turn toward the philosophy of nature. The figures of Plato, Spinoza, Kant of the Third Critique, and, last but not least, Hölderlin, had all been significantly involved in this development. And it was essentially the philosophy of nature that gave Schelling his distinctive philosophical profile toward the end of the S. Nonetheless, very little is known about what effectively and decisively prompted Schelling's original attempt to revise idealism in terms of a philosophy of nature. While we can certainly identify a number of relevant influences here, they are quite insufficient on their own to explain Schelling's specific accomplishment in the philosophy of nature, or the particular role that it plays in his thought. We cannot really argue that his desire to develop the general pantheistic approach of early German idealism and Romanticism played an important part in this. But Schelling's own approach is uniquely characterized by the distinctive attempt to connect these speculations on the philosophy of nature directly with the empirical scientific knowledge of the time. Apart from examining the sources in the cultural and philosophical background of the age, we could also attempt to clarify the emergence of Schelling's philosophy of nature by identifying the possible systematic reasons for this development. This approach has the advantage of allowing us to evaluate the divergence between Schelling's earlier conception of transcendental idealism and his later position. In the following I shall therefore pursue this second option, and attempt both to outline the motivating systematic reasons behind the formulation of Schelling's philosophy of nature with particular attention to the fundamental criticism of idealism that is involved, and to reconstruct the systematic significance of his philosophy of nature itself. 2. In the overall context of classical German philosophy, the systematic significance of Schelling's philosophy of nature, despite its undeniably speculative intentions, lies preeminently in its essentially critical function. The attempt to overcome the narrow epistemological limits of transcendental philosophy continues to animate all the numerous modifications and revisions that Schelling would subsequently make in the project of his philosophy of nature. In spite of the fact that his project was explicitly directed against the Kantian version of transcendental philosophy, Schelling nonetheless found encouragement in Kant's third critique in particular. Yet the general critical impetus which Schelling shared with other younger contemporaries, especially with Novalis and Hölderlin, still does not suffice to explain his characteristic path in constructing a philosophy of nature in order finally to translate transcendental idealism into another theoretical context altogether. It is still regarded today as Schelling's original achievement to have introduced the idea of a philosophy of nature into classical German philosophy in the form of a prehistory of reason. Even at a time when he was still much impressed by Fichte's influential science of knowledge, Schelling was already beginning to sketch a theory of self-consciousness in terms of the self-development of nature. What the soul intuits is always its own self-developing nature. Thus through its own products the soul reveals the pathway, imperceptible for common eyes but clearly and distinctly visible to the philosopher, along which it gradually travels towards self-consciousness. The external world lies open before us in order that we may rediscover the history of our own spirit. SWI. Schelling develops in terms of the philosophy of nature the basic idealist concept that having a relation to oneself is only possible through simultaneously having a relation to something else. For Schelling, that which is distinguished from consciousness itself belongs to the history of self-consciousness. With this idea he initially only takes up Fichte's project of a pragmatic history of the human spirit. But the theoretical perspective assumed by the philosophy of nature soon led Schelling toward positions that far transcend the domain of idealism as it was articulated by Fichte. It is Schelling's fundamental thesis, and one defended at every stage of his intellectual development, that subjectivity can never become transparent to itself as long as it remains within the immanence of reflection. That is why he attempted to extend the history of self-consciousness in a naturalist direction. In contrast to the epistemological implications of transcendental philosophy, what is given in external reflection does not simply stand opposed to subjectivity, but emerges rather as the visible manifestation of subjectivity's own history. For Schelling, therefore, self-consciousness is at the very least the provisional culmination of nature's process of self-development. But Schelling did not regard some such thesis of mere externalization as sufficient to accomplish the transition from transcendental philosophy to the philosophy of nature. For this thesis initially only sets the given of external reflection over against self-consciousness. From this perspective, the only thing that can be said of nature is that it constitutes a structural element in the self-relation of subjectivity. In the theoretical context of transcendental philosophy, this constructive reductionism is unavoidable, something that is also clearly revealed in the fact that such a philosophy can only provide purely negative determinations for the externality of subjectivity. According to Schelling, the fundamental deficiency of every epistemologically conceived philosophy of subjectivity lies in the fact that it is not interested in the character of that to which self-consciousness relates in external reflection. As a result of this, the effects that are exercised upon self-consciousness by the natural dimensions of human beings are overlooked. In the last analysis, such an approach also generates difficult problems for the theory of reflection itself, because this approach must at least implicitly assume that subjectivity has to do only with itself. But the assumption of a pure self-relation on the part of subjectivity is justified in neither foundational theoretical nor in phenomenological terms. Schelling provides a simple explanation for the problem of the circularity of subjectivity and self-consciousness that appears insoluble within the narrow limits of epistemological theory. There is absolutely no need to discover ever new metaphorical ways of supposedly overcoming the logic of immanent circularity that attaches to self-consciousness. In Schelling's eyes, all that is required is to interpret the transcendental conditions of subjectivity in a developmental and historical fashion. If it is indeed possible to grasp the given and the conditions of subjectivity in terms of a systematic and developmental prehistory of the fact of subjectivity itself, then there can be no pure self-relation on the part of subjectivity in the first place. According to this perspective, human subjectivity is not condemned ceaselessly to move solely within a closed circle of its own. The systematically pressing task of any philosophy of nature consequently consists in reformulating Kant's refutation of idealism in such a way that the relata of self-relation appear as simultaneously independent and structurally identical. The immanent circularity of subjectivity can only be broken and an actual relation only be established if the relata are recognized in both their independence and their affinity. The speculative thrust of Schelling's attempt to extend Kant's refutation of idealism in the shape of the philosophy of nature consists in the claim that we can only conceive the possibility of self-relation by stepping out beyond the limitations of immanent subjectivity. This model of reflection is characteristic of Schelling's theory of subjectivity, and it reappears in every phase of Schelling's thought. It is an approach explicitly intended to establish a position in which the limits of subjectivity have already been surpassed. The task of demonstrating precisely how this position is possible in detail is fundamental in Schelling's philosophy of nature. This project of transcending the purely negative determinations of transcendental philosophy in terms of a philosophy of nature nonetheless takes its point of departure precisely from the basic foundations of that philosophy. From the interpretative perspective of early German idealism, these transcendental philosophical foundations are essentially governed by the idea of self-positing unconditioned subjectivity. In the so-called Das System Programm des Deutschen Idealismus, these foundations are emphatically celebrated as the only possible way of conceiving the thought of a creation ex nihilo. The first Idee is naturally the representation Vorstellung of myself as an absolutely free being Wesen. Along with the free, self-conscious being there simultaneously emerges out of nothing an entire world, the one true and conceivable creation out of nothing. Over 30 years later, that is, after passing through every stage of his protean philosophical development, Schelling is still describing this thought just as emphatically as before. With this act of self-positing, I am, the world commences for every individual. In every individual this act is at once the eternal and timeless inauguration of itself and of the world. Every human being begins, as it were, in an eternal manner, modo eterno, and with this human being its entire past, present, and future are posited for its representation. SWX, it is clear, therefore, that Schelling does not simply repudiate the idealist concept of self-positing even in the later phases of his thought. But he qualifies the concept by arguing that it cannot actually accomplish what Fichte and the other early idealist thinkers expected to accomplish, namely, to resolve the problem of the transition from the immanence of subjectivity to the objectivity of subjectivity. As far as the recognition of the idea of an objectivity independent of subjectivity is concerned, Fichte's science of knowledge in Schelling's eyes even represented a decisive regression in comparison with Kant's thought. When he compared the two positions directly, Schelling attributed more objectivity to the Kantian critique of knowledge than he did to the post-Kantian project of the science of knowledge. For all its objective intentions, the concept of self-positing still harbors a number of egocentric connotations. In Schelling's view, it is particularly well suited to flattering our self-centered attitudes. The concept in question could not redeem its promised access to the unconditioned, since subjective idealism was incapable of providing an argument to prove that the world of objects as given in experience exists only for and on the basis of human subjectivity. The unconditioned domain that was promised reveals itself, on the contrary, as an admission of dependency, since the reflecting consciousness constantly experiences with regard to itself that it does not dispense with the spatio-temporally given objects of its perception. Once the theoretical context of the philosophy of nature is provided, the self-certainty of the subject loses all appearance of being something entirely without presuppositions. Anyone who attempts to derive the dependency of the objects of outer reflection from the supposedly unconditional character of self-certainty fails, according to Schelling, to think through the problem of self-consciousness to the very end, but it is immediately revealed here that although indeed the external world is only there for me insofar as I am also there and conscious of myself, and this is obvious, it is also true on the other hand that while I am there for myself, and am conscious of myself, that with this explicit affirmation that I am, I also find the world already there in being, and thus that the already conscious ego cannot possibly produce the world. SWX, the fact that an external world exists for me does not mean that there is an external world only for me or only through me. The immanence of subjectivity that appeared so indestructible for Fichte is, according to Schelling, simply the result of a far-reaching mistake in the argument itself. It is because idealism is incapable of grasping its own presuppositions that it supposes it contains these presuppositions solely within itself. Only an idealism that has failed to understand itself properly sets itself up in opposition to a naturalist realism. Schelling's version of transcendental idealism in effect overcomes the immanence of subjectivity. In this regard his approach essentially concurs, at least as far as its results are concerned, with Kant's refutation of idealism. And it is a historical irony of German idealism that it finally reformulates the very argument with which Kant originally hoped to dispel problematic and dogmatic idealism, and the argument that the early German idealists had striven so hard to challenge. Although Schelling's version of transcendental idealism approaches the critical philosophy in many ways, it should not be overlooked that it also diverges from it in essential respects. In particular, Schelling regarded Kant's refutation of idealism as a rather half-hearted and therefore inadequately explicated attempt. Schelling emphatically showed that the immediate consciousness of the existence of other things outside myself does not really suffice to overcome the immanence of subjectivity. The half-heartedness of Kant's approach could be seen not least in the concessions that he made to problematic idealism. For Schelling, the immanence of subjectivity may only actually be broken if subjectivity is capable of recognizing itself precisely in that which it is not. Unlike Kant, who drew the limits of self-consciousness from within, Schelling recognized in self-consciousness a manifestation of what it itself is not, but nothing would prevent this ego that I am now conscious of in myself from reflecting upon a moment when it was not yet conscious of itself from assuming a region beyond the consciousness now present to itself and an activity which no longer enters consciousness in its own right but solely as a result. SWX. According to this view, subjectivity stands neither merely opposed to the given contents of the world nor does it first have to pass over into something other than itself. On the contrary, subjectivity comes to self-consciousness in what is other precisely as the other of itself. Schelling derived a decisive stimulus for his completion of the refutation of idealism from the third critique. Whereas Kant had determined the idea of the totality of nature, as a connected system of ends, in a regulative but not in a constitutive sense, Schelling grasped the analytic of teleological judgment in particular as the preparatory ground for a deduction of the objective teleological character of nature. Whereas Kant had spoken cautiously of the legitimacy of supposing inner purposiveness with regard to the organic products of nature in general, Schelling assumed the necessity of conceiving nature in its entirety as absolutely purposive in character. The defining feature of this approach consists in the fact that the resulting concept of the organism, in spite of all the implicit speculative intentions, is mediated in the first place by epistemological considerations. According to Schelling, nature itself cannot just contingently happen to cohere with the human principles of knowledge. Rather, our knowledge of nature can only arise because nature is an organism and because the principle that lies at the basis of nature is the same as that which lies at the basis of ourselves. The concept of organism thereby becomes the model of an original unity of nature and spirit that immediately constitutes our human experience of nature and of ourselves. The other of self-consciousness for Schelling is no longer therefore simply an external impact on Stofflow, but rather the extension of self-consciousness. In his early philosophy of nature, Schelling had already emphasized the fundamental structural correspondence between nature and spirit. The system of nature is at the same time the system of our own spirit. Nature is understood here as an organic totality of matter and spirit that unfolds in various complex processes and stages of development. Schelling proceeds on the assumption that such a concept of nature, according to its very constitution, does not allow the opposition between mechanism and organism, the opposition that had been so problematic for the post-Kantian idealists, even to arise at all, for his concept of nature presupposed a principle that constitutes organic and inorganic nature alike. If we assume the structural identity of nature and spirit, then the dualism between what is given and what is made can be transcended. We can then conceive an organic unity of producer and produced that in turn also allows us to grasp the side of subjectivity in nature as a point of departure for an expanded understanding of ourselves and of nature. As long as I am myself identical with nature, then I can understand what living nature is as easily as I can understand my own life itself. According to Schelling's history of self-consciousness articulated in the context of the philosophy of nature, then, self-consciousness is not merely anchored in nature but must preeminently be regarded as its expression. From the earliest version of his philosophy right through to his later thought, Schelling continued to describe this idea in terms of the Platonic metaphor of a connecting bond. On the basis of this mysterious bond, which holds the opposed moments together, nature can be grasped as visible spirit and spirit can be grasped as invisible nature. The equation nature equals visible spirit and spirit equals invisible nature clearly reveals the characteristic features of a monist theory of identity that treats differences in the world as perspectival distinctions. Such a theory finds exemplary expression in the system of transcendental idealism of Il. It must be admitted that great difficulties are involved in providing theoretical justification for Schelling's various systematic attempts to develop a philosophy of nature. Nonetheless, the critical problematization of idealism that prepared the way for Schelling's speculations on the philosophy of nature remains highly significant in itself. This problematization was intrinsically determined by considerations all of which represented constructive reactions to the narrowly focused analysis of subjectivity characteristic of the critical philosophy and of Fichte's science of knowledge. For Schelling, that which is given independent of consciousness and that which is posited in and through consciousness are essentially one and the same. If some such identity thesis is not presupposed, according to Schelling, both the nature within myself and the nature outside of me must continue to remain utterly incomprehensible. But since nature is temporally prior, then subjectivity itself, quite apart from the question concerning the underlying principle of both, acquires the form of an intrinsically altered nature. The constructive advantage attaching to the naturalist derivation of subjectivity consists above all in the fact that all the externalization and correspondence problems which beset transcendental philosophy and subjective idealism appear to be resolved in a single stroke. Schelling perspicuously formulated the problem involved in the externalization of subjectivity, and his interpretation of the I am goes beyond merely identifying the unconditioned character of self-certainty. For he also attempted to show that even presupposing Fichte's proposition that everything only is through and for the ego, it is still possible to comprehend the objective world. What Schelling had already emphatically invoked in his letters on dogmatism and criticism, as the human striving toward an unchangeable selfhood, reappeared transformed in the context of the philosophy of nature as the labor of self-awareness die Arbeit des sich selbst commends. It is only in and through this labor that the authentic capacity of subjectivity is revealed, which essentially consists in nothing else but discovering itself in the nature that lies beyond it and the nature that develops within it. Schelling summarizes this idea in On the History of Modern Philosophy. I therefore attempted, in a word, to explain that indissoluble connection between the ego and the external world which it necessarily represents to itself by recourse to a transcendental past of this ego that precedes our actual or empirical consciousness, an explanation which thereby led me towards the idea of a transcendental history of the ego. SWX, For Schelling, this transcendental past of the ego was no mere extravagant flight of speculation that transfigured the time before the ego came to consciousness of itself. If the fundamental proposition of Cartesian thought is only properly understood, it is seen to lead toward the idea of the transcendental past, for the I am is simply and precisely the expression for the process in which the ego comes to awareness of itself as such. This coming to awareness of itself, that is expressed in the I am, thus presupposes an self-exteriority in Aufhören von sich Joesenssein and pastness of itself. For only that which was already external to itself can possibly come to subsequent awareness of itself. The first condition of the ego, therefore, is a self-exteriority. SWX. The concept of the transcendental past is a metaphorical expression which results from combining a temporal and an epistemological determination. The construction of the concept thereby connects the systematic conditions of the possibility of self-consciousness with the presuppositions of its own developmental history. The constructive connection between epistemology and developmental history thus extends the meaning of the basic Cartesian thesis of the I am. For it now expresses an idea of self-certainty that determines the instantaneous intuition of one's own existence as a result rather than simply as an entirely self-sufficient point of departure. Schelling's fundamental claim, namely that the I am is already an expression of the process of coming to awareness of the ego, does not attempt to grasp self-consciousness from the perspective of its psychological self-evidence or familiarity with itself. It attempts rather to demonstrate that self-consciousness is not exclusively a question of self-certainty or self-familiarity, and that a series of conditions within self-consciousness must already be fulfilled if the latter is to arise at all. What distinguishes this basic claim from the epistemologically structural history of self-consciousness already developed in Kant's critical philosophy and in Fichte's science of knowledge, is the assumption that the reconstructed conditions of self-consciousness must be at least partly identical in structure to the phenomenon of self-consciousness. The idea of the ego's coming to awareness of itself in the I am possesses a decentering function. The subject of self-consciousness sees itself as a reflective instantiation of a dimension that is not itself egocentrically structured. To that extent, the phenomenon of self-consciousness takes on the significance of a process of coming to awareness through which nature becomes partially transparent to itself in the form of the rational individual. In evaluating this idea of coming to self-awareness in the I am, we must also take care to distinguish between the subjective standpoint of the finite individual and that trans-individual objectivity that Schelling calls ego or Geist. The idea of coming to self-awareness implicit in the I am is thus subject to further differentiation. The path from self-exteriority to self-awareness is a movement from impersonal to personal subjectivity. I can only become conscious of myself if I encounter an external world in a manner that itself stands under the conditions of a trans-individual and impersonal subjectivity. With this concept of coming to self-awareness in the I am, it is striking just how close Schelling comes to Kant's epistemology of self-consciousness. For the latter is also constructed from combining transcendental determinations and concepts that relate essentially to the actually occurring phenomena of consciousness. According to Kant, the identity of self-consciousness can only be maintained over time because the synthesis of the given manifold, of the data of consciousness, stands under the condition of the transcendental unity of apperception. As a typical post-Kantian philosopher, Schelling takes a further step. He subjects Kant's epistemologically negative determinations, such as the transcendental unity of apperception or the given of sensible intuition, to a naturalist extension of meaning. The idea of a genetic isomorphism of nature and spirit as derived from the real existence of finite self-consciousness is particularly significant in this context. That which is thought of as beyond consciousness is the same for all individuals, since the individual has not yet exercised an influence here, and it is this which explains why for my own representation of the external world I must unconditionally count upon the agreement of all other human individuals, and this without having any Experience of the same myself, even the child who shows me an object already presupposes that this object must exist for me as well as for the child itself. SWX, the fact that the referential character and the coherence of human experience cannot be grasped exclusively from the subjective standpoint lends an initial plausibility to the position of problematic idealism. It is only a more penetrating analysis of human experience that can bring the decisive presupposition to the focus of philosophical attention, namely, that genetic isomorphism of nature and spirit in which finite subjectivity participates. If no such isomorphism had developed in the first place, then there could never be any consciousness either of inner or outer nature. In that case, there could be no practical reciprocal action between subjectivity and nature, and the sensible perception of objects and events of nature could never arise. The circumstance that the genetic isomorphism of nature and spirit represents the condition of the possibility of our experience and interaction with natural processes and events does not itself signify, however, that acting and knowing subjects could exercise cognitive mastery over this isomorphism. We are certainly capable of responding to it practically, but as such it remains opaque to us. According to Schelling, our every representation of the external world is as blind as it is necessary. Schelling's deduction of the objectivity of subjectivity is based upon the thesis that finite subjectivity is itself involved in the developmental history of this isomorphism of nature and spirit. What might initially appear as nothing but speculative flights of natural philosophy are actually derived from fundamental considerations that are not formally unlike those that support Kant's transcendental deduction of the pure concepts of the understanding. Schelling, too, attempts to derive and justify the referential character and coherence of human experience in a single step. The important distinction between Kant's and Schelling's deduction consists in their differing interpretations of the fact that the conditions of the possibility of self-consciousness cannot themselves be correlated with experiential states. Whereas Kant is content, with typical critical modesty, to point out that I am not explicitly conscious of the original unity of my representations under self-consciousness in general, Schelling entertains the possibility of deriving the conditions of the referential character and coherence in human experience from the ways in which nature manifests itself, but insofar as the ego now becomes an individual ego, something which indeed immediately announces itself in the I am, insofar as it has now arrived at this I am with which its individual life commences, it no longer recalls the path which it has traversed up to this point. But since consciousness only emerges precisely at the end of this path, the, now individual, ego has traversed the path towards consciousness itself quite unconsciously and unknowingly. This is what explains the blindness and necessity of its representations of the external world, as well as the identity and universality of the same in all individuals. The individual ego now finds in its consciousness nothing but the monuments, the memorials as it were, of the path rather than the path itself. SWX, this metaphor of the monuments and memorials of the path that leads to consciousness cannot simply be explained as an extravagant expression of the philosophy of nature. It actually helps Schelling address the ambitious task of rendering the exteriority of the self accessible to consciousness in a different form. For the concrete labor of coming to self-awareness is essentially concerned with nothing else but this prior exteriority on the part of consciousness. It might seem plausible to suspect the presence of some form of subjective idealism still lurking behind the image of the process of coming to self-awareness, to interpret the latter simply as a continuation, albeit it a highly complicated one, of the idealist conception of self-creation. Such an interpretation, however, would certainly fail to grasp the specific character of Schelling's argumentation as opposed to that found in Fichte. As far as Schelling is concerned, it is an unshakable fact of finite existence that the latter does not simply possess the external and inner conditions of its own coming to self-awareness at its own disposal. Our various forms of theoretical and practical dependence upon inner and outer nature impose narrow limits on the possibility of self-knowledge. By virtue of the naturalist incorporation of subjectivity, these forms of dependency continue to exercise their effects and do not simply lose their influence when rational individuals enter into the domain of explicit consciousness and self-consciousness. This circumstance is the reverse side, as it were, of the various gradated levels involved in nature, spirit, and subjectivity. If the boundaries here are fluid ones, then the various dispositions and characteristics of human individuals cannot rigidly be detached from these contexts. All processes of self-knowledge must therefore also recognize the possibility that those determinations that we identify as the motivating reasons for our own attitudes, perspectives, and modes of behavior are not necessarily the true causes of the latter. As for Kant, for Schelling self-knowledge in the strict sense of the word is impossible. Whereas Kant in this connection points to epistemological reasons for this, and to the limited discursive means at the disposal of rational individuals, Schelling regards the natural history of subjectivity as representing the decisive obstacle to a fully cognitive self-relation. In accordance with this account, self-knowledge must be grasped as a process that must transpire in some harmonious relation to that natural history. But that is certainly a task that dramatically exceeds the powers of the individual. From a naturalist perspective, the life of persons represents nothing but an eternal fragment, and our cognitive relationship to ourselves must likewise remain a fragment. Schelling's notion of the process of coming to self-awareness was originally motivated by the fundamental thought, no relation to the self without a relation to nature. It is precisely the truth of this thought that prevents us from ever finally concluding this process either practically or cognitively. Of course, it is also true in a quite trivial sense that self-knowledge is ultimately a never-ending process, but Schelling was able to go further than this and reveal that self-knowledge is inconclusive not only on the basis of the finitude of reflective life itself, but also by virtue of those naturally determined components from which that life is first composed. According to Schelling, the conception of the process of coming to self-awareness through the movement from a prior self-exteriority toward a reconstructed self-exteriority only finds its ultimate completion in a theory of the self-limitation of reason itself. Schelling first began to elaborate this theory in his treatise on the essence of human freedom which marked a decisive break with idealist conceptions of freedom in particular and indeed with typically idealist strategies of argumentation in general. Schelling's theory of the self-limitation of reason ultimately and effectively culminated in the diagnosis that human reason in itself is groundless and can only find its essence in something outside or beyond itself. 4. It would certainly seem promising to expect further clarification of these issues from Schelling's recently published commentary on Plato's Timaeus, see above. And in fact the science of knowledge does indeed contain some extremely valuable indications as far as the understanding of Schelling's philosophical development is concerned. But the understanding of the later developments of Schelling's thought is not essentially made that much easier after all, since the relevant basis for further interpretation is now more complex in character and throws a distinctive light upon that phase of Schelling's thought that was particularly concerned with articulating the philosophy of nature. If the editor's dating of the text is correct, the commentary was composed during the first half of, namely prior to Schelling's extensive engagement with Fichte's science of knowledge. In this respect, the commentary on the Timaeus appears fairly irrelevant for a systematic understanding of Schelling's philosophy of nature. But although the Timaeus commentary is far too early a piece to furnish any immediate systematic contribution to the understanding of Schelling's philosophy of nature, it is nonetheless informative about the original sources of his thought, and provides insight into his later writings, in particular the treatise on the essence of human freedom. In the commentary, Schelling shows that he is closely indebted to Plato's Timaeus insofar as he principally dedicates his energies to the question concerning the origin and the essential forms of the world. On the other hand, the terminology and methodological approach clearly reveals the still insufficiently assimilated influence of Kant and Reinhold. To a certain extent, the commentary attempts to map Kant's doctrine of categories onto Plato's doctrine of ideas. It is also striking that the Timaeus commentary places a considerable emphasis upon the perspective of the philosophy of nature that in this form is not actually followed up in Schelling's subsequent writings. Schelling's early engagement with Plato leads him to ask after the becoming of being, and his intentions are clearly directed toward the idea of nature even before the origin of the world. Anticipating Hegel's speculative logic here, One could already regard this formulation as an attempt to discover the thoughts of God before the creation in terms of a philosophy of nature. But Schelling only addresses himself to such far-reaching questions much later in the treatise on the essence of human freedom. This dimension is conspicuously and entirely absent in his early philosophy of nature. Schelling concerns himself in his Timaeus commentary with metaphysical questions that he attempts to elaborate decisively in the later stages of his thought. It is only with the treatise on freedom that the concept of the becoming of being receives an impressive if also thoroughly enigmatic interpretation, which opens up a fundamental abyss between the being insofar as it exists and the being that is merely the ground of existence. This is a concept that has very little to do with the pantheistic position of Schelling's early philosophy of nature that was so heavily influenced by Spinoza's naturalist monism. Traces of the Timaeus commentary are nevertheless to be found in Schelling's early philosophy of nature, and particularly in his project for a speculative physics. Schelling's critical forays against the intellectual climate of the age also may be understood as manifestations of the same revolutionary spirit in which the project of a speculative physics was conceived. But it seems rather more important to recognize that his Timaeus commentary already harbored the speculative potential that he would explicitly develop only in the later phases of his thought. After, the path of Schelling's philosophical thought became increasingly radical, and this in turn also forced him to advance far beyond the concepts of externalization that he had explored in his philosophy of nature. The culminating products of this radical development are the treatise on the essence of human freedom and the philosophy of revelation, which both oppose the position elaborated in the system of transcendental idealism, a new philosophy in which existence and the ground of existence can no longer be brought into systematic connection with one another. Schelling's later works undertake to engage the question concerning the very ground of existence from which nature and man alike first emerge. But he no longer seeks the answer to this question within a closed idealist system. He now accepts the seemingly inevitable impossibility of such philosophical and systematic closure. This progressive radicalization of Schelling's speculation in these works thereby departs decisively from the general monist perspective shared by the other representative thinkers of German idealism. In this sense, Schelling's treatise on the essence of human freedom must really be seen as the great alternative project to Hegel's phenomenology of spirit. The Timaeus commentary reveals a specific aspect of the history of German idealism that has been largely concealed from the reception of Schelling's thought because of the powerful influence that Fichte's science of knowledge began to exert upon Schelling almost immediately after the composition of the earlier work. Even before his early attempts to formulate a philosophy of nature, Schelling had begun to pursue questions that he would only properly take up again after. It looks as though the overwhelming encounter with Fichte's science of knowledge diverted him to the kind of considerations that he could only address again once he had recognized that Fichte's project and his own early philosophy of nature had proved a failure. From the perspective of reception history, this rather suggests the need for a theory of distraction or deflection that could grasp the successive phases of Schelling's unfolding philosophy as a system of fractures, one that relinquishes any claim for coherent developmental unity and simply pursues its own original insights without reserve. Schelling's early philosophy of nature and the system of transcendental idealism of accordingly represented monist periods in his thinking that respond systematically to a range of fundamental dualist problems. But they also in turn provided the stimulus together with the extremely influential formulation of Hegel's monist position to develop a theory of the self-limitation of reason that would decisively repudiate the very idea of a unified system so characteristic of idealism in the first place. Substance, causality, and the question of method in Hegel's science of logic. In the eyes of many, Hegel's science of logic appears to be a monstrous anachronism, a work, written 30 years after Kant's critique of pure reason, that revives precisely the kind of naive metaphysics Kant had shown to be illegitimate. For Hegel, by contrast, the logic represents the culmination of a philosophical development that Kant himself set in motion. Kant's great achievement, in Hegel's view, was to place at the center of philosophical attention the categories through which philosophers had traditionally understood the world. Philosophers from Aristotle to Spinoza and Leibniz employed various categories, such as substance and causality, to understand what there is, but, according to Hegel, they never examined with sufficient rigor whether it is actually legitimate to employ them in the way they did. Kant's merit is to have focused specifically on those categories themselves and to have undertaken an extensive and thorough inquiry into their source and range of validity. In the course of his inquiry, Kant recognized that the source of the categories was not empirical experience or divine revelation but the spontaneity of thought itself, and that the true character of the categories could thus be discovered by examining the distinctive activity of thought. This Kantian insight above all others is the one that Hegel embraces most keenly in his logic. From Hegel's perspective, however, Kant's own attempt to discover the categories in the metaphysical deduction in the Critique of Pure Reason falls short of what a truly critical philosophy should deliver. Kant simply took it for granted that the basic activity of thought is that of using concepts in judgments and read off the categories from what he saw as the primary logical functions of judgment. It is true that in the transcendental deduction Kant went on to argue that judgment itself presupposes the transcendental unity of apperception or the thought of the unity of the I. But he never demonstrated that the very nature of apperception as such, in abstraction from its relation to intuition, requires that we use concepts or that we make judgments. From Hegel's point of view, therefore, Kant's claim that understanding may be represented as faculty of judgment, indeed, that understanding is fundamentally discursive, remains ultimately ungrounded. Fichte improved on Kant, according to Hegel, by explicitly deriving the categories and the activity of judgment from what he took to be the most fundamental and universal activity of thought, the fact that, as Fichte saw it, the I posits both itself and what is not itself. In Hegel's view, however, even Fichte took too much for granted in his derivation of the categories, because we may not simply assume that thought is ultimately the self-positing of the I. After all, such self-positing might itself be generated by a more fundamental, impersonal activity of thinking, as, for example, Spinoza would have claimed. This is not to say that Spinoza would necessarily be right, it is merely to point out that Fichte was much less cautious than he ought to have been in identifying his starting point. The task facing the modern philosopher, for Hegel, remains that set out by Kant in the metaphysical deduction, namely, to derive the basic categories of thought from the spontaneous activity of thought itself. If that task is to be carried out in a genuinely critical way, however, we may not proceed from the assumptions made about thought by either Kant or Fichte. The aim of Hegel's own science of logic is thus to derive the categories from thought without assuming in advance either that understanding is equivalent to judging or that thinking is the self-positing of an I. Indeed, as Hegel insists in the Encyclopaedia Logic, all presuppositions or prejudgments must equally be given up when we enter into science, whether they are taken from representation or thinking, for it is this science, in which all determinations of this sort must first be investigated. For Hegel, therefore, the logic must begin by abstracting from all that we normally take thought to be and by holding only to the quite abstract thought is, that it is simple immediacy or being whose sense to begin with is wholly indeterminate and unspecified. From this somewhat inauspicious beginning, Hegel believes, the categories of thought are to be derived. What I propose to do in this essay is not to discuss the merits of the science of logic as a whole, but to examine the accounts of two categories to which Hegel is led by his presuppositionless analysis of thought, the categories of substance and causality. In so doing, I hope to shed light on the distinctive method that Hegel believes presuppositionless philosophizing requires one to follow. In particular, I hope to show that such a method involves, not regressing in a quasi-transcendental way from one concept to its condition, but demonstrating how one concept transforms itself immanently into another. Indeed, I hope to show that at least in the analysis of substance and causality Hegel's logic seeks to do precisely what one commentator, Robert Pippin, thinks it does not do, namely, establish that in thinking one notion one would really be thinking its other. At the end of the essay, I will suggest that the distinctive method followed in the logic, in particular the form it takes in the analysis of substance and causality, underlies one of the most significant differences between Hegel and Kant. For, whereas Kant holds that the categories of substance and causality are logically distinct, though epistemically interdependent. Hegel claims that the category of substance turns out logically to be the concept of causality itself. In carrying out the Kantian project of a metaphysical deduction of the categories in what he considers to be a thoroughly critical and presuppositionless manner, Hegel is thus led to a new and decidedly un-Kantian understanding of those categories themselves. For the purposes of this essay, by the way, I shall accept Hegel's claim that the science of logic is both a logic and an ontology, that it provides an account both of the primary categories of thought and of the constitutive determinations of being itself. I will not try to defend this claim here, though I have tried to do so elsewhere. 2. Let us turn now to Hegel's conception of substance and causality in the science of logic. In chapter of section of the Logic of Essence, Hegel declares substance to be, not being as such, but being that is because it is, being as the absolute mediation of itself with itself. Substance is being that does not merely happen to be, therefore, but that is by virtue of through itself being that, as W. T. Stace puts it, is self-grounded. Determined by self and not by another. Such self-grounding, substantial being, according to Hegel, is not just to be found in one kind of entity rather than another, for example, in gods rather than mortals, but is to be found in all entities. It is the being in all being by virtue of which things are at all. Substance is thus not itself one thing amongst other things, for Hegel, but is what being itself the being in all things ultimately is, immediate actuality itself. As several commentators have pointed out, Hegel's position is very close to that of Spinoza. Substance, for both philosophers, is neither simply a bearer of properties, nor a Leibnizian monad, but being itself, understood, in Spinoza's words, as what is in itself and is conceived through itself. Although Hegel is very close to Spinoza, however, his conception of substance is by no means exactly the same. One of the subtle differences between the two philosophers is that, whereas Spinoza stresses that substance is primarily the indwelling ground or free cause of finite things, Hegel puts more emphasis on the idea that substance is the self-grounding being or subsisting the things themselves, the very bestahen or subsistiaren of things. The fact that Hegel chooses to define substance as being that is because it is thus not merely a linguistic idiosyncrasy on his part, but indicates an important feature of the concept, namely, that substance is above all the very being of beings as such, rather than their logically distinct ground. Yet, we should remember that substance is not just being, for Hegel, but being that is because it is being that is, to use the Fichtean terminology employed by Hegel, self-positing. Indeed, Hegel insists that substance is only this self-positing and is nothing beyond that. The moment of positing and originating may well be submerged in the idea of substance as being, but it is not obliterated by that idea altogether. Furthermore, Hegel notes that this idea of substance as the activity of positing necessarily places substance in relation to that which is posited by it. Such being that is posited, or brought about, by substance is called by Hegel, following an ancient tradition, accidentality. The very idea of substance as the activity of positing thus necessarily introduces a logical distinction between substance itself and the accidents that are dependent upon it. But does this not conflict with what has been said so far? For how can we understand substance, not just as being, but as the explicit activity of positing, without setting substance ahead of finite, accidental things and so losing sight of the fact that it constitutes the very being of finite things themselves? Substance, it seems, demands to be thought both as positing or giving rise to all that there is and as the very being of all that there is. Yet how is that to be done? Hegel's answer is simple: this can only be done by understanding the process of substance's positum to be identical with the unfolding of that which is posited by it, that is, with Gesetzsein. Ls. The strange conclusion to which Hegel is led by his analysis is thus that the realm of accidentality, which we are required by the very idea of substance to regard as posited by, dependent upon, and to that extent different from, substance must at the same time be understood to be one and the same being as substance itself. Substance, as this identity of the reflective movement, is the totality of the whole and embraces accidentality within it, and accidentality is the whole substance itself. This means that the movement of accidentality, the events and occurrences that take place among the finite things that exist, is not to be thought of as pointing back to a substance that would serve as its logically prior ground or cause, but is to be thought of as the very movement, actuosity, or tranquil unfolding of substance itself. The movement of accidentality is the movement of substance itself for Hegel, because accidentality is simply that which substance in itself positing posits itself to be. It is substance itself as posited being. The concept of substance as the activity of positing necessarily implies a distinction between itself and the realm of posited or accidental being, but, by virtue of being the thought of the very being of beings themselves, that concept also requires us to identify substance and accidentality with one another. To the extent that the thought of substance is inevitably the thought of a difference or relation between substance and its accidents, therefore, it is, as Hegel puts it, just as inevitably the thought of that relation as immediately vanishing. Substance, for Hegel, thus constitutes one being and one world, the world of finite things and processes that we see about us, regarded as a single, unfolding unity. Yet, is it enough to understand substance to be simply unfolding as the realm of finite, accidental things? Do we not need to conceive of substance as more active than that, as truly generating and giving rise to what occurs in the world? Equally, however, do we not still need to keep in mind that substance is one with, and so does not simply precede, or, indeed, lie beyond or beneath, what occurs in the world? Hegel thinks that we must conceive of substance in both these ways at once, and that we can meet this requirement if we think of substance as the changing of one accident into another, as der Weeksel der Accidenzen. There is an ambiguity in the word Weeksel that Hegel exploits at this point in his analysis, for it indicates both the activity of bringing about change and the occurring of change itself, which is why I have translated it as changing rather than change. To think of substance as the actual changing of the accidents into one another is thus to think of it precisely as we are required to do, namely, as the active producing, and destroying, of things that is one with the coming into being, and passing away, of those things themselves. When substance is understood in this way, it is understood, according to Hegel, as power, Macht. To conceive of substance as power is thus not to conceive of it as an entity or force, Kraft, preceding or underlying events in the world, but rather as the actual changing and turning of one thing into something else. Substance, for Hegel, proves to be nothing other than this turning of one thing into another, a turning that provides the unity and continuity the realm of accidentality itself, or the form unity of accidentally. In contrast to Kant, therefore, Hegel does not conceive of substance as merely having power, but as being nothing but power. Moreover, he conceives of power itself, not just as potency or capacity as mere Vermogen but as actual, active Macht. At this point, of course, the line between Hegel's concept of substance and that of Spinoza becomes very fine indeed. If Hegel's analysis is correct, we are required by the very concept of substance itself to think of it not unlike Nietzschean will to power as creative, and destructive, power operating in the very movement of finite things themselves. This is to understand substance as more active with respect to accidentality, and in that sense more distinct from accidentality, than is the case when the two are understood simply to constitute one unfolding or actuosity. Yet, this is clearly still to understand the difference between substance and its accidents to be a disappearing difference. On the one hand, to think of substance as power is necessarily to think of it as changing the accidents from being into non-being and from non-being into being. The accidents themselves are thus not thought to exercise any power of their own, but to be posited, or brought into being, and destroyed, by substantial power itself. On the other hand, however, the idea of substance as the being all beings at the same time prevents us from conceiving of substantial power as anything distinct from the sphere of accidentality itself. This means that the substantial power creating and destroying things can in fact be nothing other than the very being or subsisting of things themselves. One accident, then, expels another only because its own subsisting is this totality of form and content itself in which it and its other equally perish. This latter idea cannot mean that substance is to be equated with the sheer accidentality of things as such, since substance rather than accidentality is the power of creating and destroying. It must mean, therefore, that substantial power is to be equated with the true or inner being of the accidents themselves, with the innerster Accidenzen. Substance as power is thus not altogether reducible to accidentality, but it is not really anything of its own either, since it is simply the inner being of things conceived as changing them into something else, the inner being of things themselves in the form of power over them. Conceived in this way, substance is thus not conceived as real, but rather as formal, power that is, power that has no determinate identity of its own over against the things it changes, creates, and destroys. On account of this immediate identity and presence of substance in the accidents, Hegel remarks, no real difference is as yet present. As we have seen, the very idea of substance establishes a difference between the positing that substance is and the accidental being that is posited by it. We have also seen, however, that the concept of substance undermines the very difference it establishes. Substance has thus been conceived, as one and the same process or actuosity as the movement of its accidentality, and, 2, more specifically, as the actual changing of accidents into one another, or power that is identical with the inner nature or subsisting of things themselves. The difference between substance and accidentality has been understood constantly to disappear, because substance has been understood always to be the being of in beings themselves, rather than their prior ground. Yet, as Hegel reminds us at the end of his discussion of substance, substance is just as much reflection as it is being, just as much the active positing of posited being as it is the subsisting of things. And as such, he points out, the idea of substance necessarily sustains the very difference between substance and accidentality that it undermines. That is to say, the idea of substance establishes a difference between itself and its accidents that is in fact just as much determinate and irreducible as it is disappearing. This is not rendered fully explicit by the idea of substance as the power within things themselves. But, according to Hegel, it needs to be rendered fully explicit if we are to do justice to all that is implied by the concept of substance. Consequently, what must now be seen to follow from the very idea of substance is that substance is power, and power that is reflected into itself and does not merely pass over into its other, but that posits determinations and distinguishes them from itself. When substance is conceived in this way, it is understood to be a real, determinate power of its own after all. And yet, as one will now have come to expect, Hegel insists that, in moving to this idea of substance as real power, we cannot lose sight of the fact that substance is nothing other than the very being of beings. Such power thus cannot be thought of as determinate power prior to or behind the realm of finite things as such, because that conflicts with the very idea of substance. Substance must be conceived as determinately distinct from what it posits, therefore, but at the same time as nothing other than the realm of finite things themselves. For Hegel, this can only mean one thing, that substance can only be thought as the real, determinate power of positing and determining when such power is recognized to be identical with the very being of finite, determinate things, that is to say, when finite things are themselves understood to be such determinate, determining power. In other words, substance can only be conceived as real determining power, which is nothing prior to or beyond determinate things as such, when it is understood to constitute the realm of finite, determining causes. With this move, Hegel goes clearly beyond Spinoza and shows that the one substance that there is in fact individuated into a plurality of finite, causal substances. What should be noted about Hegel's analysis here is that he understands substance to be causality because he understands the idea of substance both to undermine and to sharpen the difference between substance and accidentality at one and the same time. In the idea of substance as formal power, the difference between substance and its accidents almost disappears altogether, since substance is conceived, in Charles Taylor's words, as the power over them, which is also their power. Yet the accidents are in fact only thought to have power within them, and so are not thought of as exercising determining power through the whole of their being, as being truly substantial and powerful themselves. With the idea of substance as constituting the realm of finite causes, however, the lingering difference between substance and its finite accidents finally disappears completely, because now accidentality, which in itself is substance, is also posited as such. That is to say, substance is now truly thought to be the being of all beings, because all finite beings are recognized to be nothing other than determinate instances of explicit substantial power. But do we not lose the very idea of accidentality as such if finite things are no longer understood to be mere accidents of substance, but causal substances of their own? Hegel thinks not, because along with the idea of finite things as causes comes the idea of finite things as effects, and when finite things are understood as effects, Hegel thinks that their difference from, and dependence on, substantial power is actually sharpened and their accidental character reinforced. When finite things are conceived as merely accidental to substance, they are regarded as dependent on and as posited by substance, but also as having within them the very power of substance itself. When finite things are conceived as mere effects of causal substance, however, they are regarded as utterly dependent and as lacking any inner power of their own at all. When it is understood as the effect of a cause, therefore, the accident is posited as this, that it is only something posited thus, just as a cause is substance conceived as a finite, determinate member of the world of things, so an effect is an accident that has been deprived of its inner power or substantiality. Or, as Hegel himself puts it, sublated, aufgehoben, substantiality, that which is merely posited, is effect, but substance which is for itself is cause, conceiving of the relation between substance and accidents more precisely as that between cause and effect thus allows us to conceive of what is accidental more properly as accidental and dependent on substance, and it also allows us to conceive of substance more properly as substantial. It thus allows us to conceive of a genuinely irreducible and determinate difference between substance and its accidents, which the concept of substance as such implies but does not render fully explicit. But it also allows us to conceive of a genuine identity between substance and accidentally, which the concept of substance as such implies but does not render fully explicit, either. For substance can only be thought as real, determining, causal power, when it is thought as the power of precisely those finite, determinate things that were previously understood to be mere accidents of substance. Although the concept of substance is the concept of the very being of beings, it initially requires us to think of such being as merely the power within things. Once substance is understood as causality, however, not only is substance more clearly distinguished from that which it posits, but the idea that substantial power merely resides within finite things is also left behind, because substance is now thought to be finite thinghood itself. This is not to say that substantial power is no longer to be conceived as residing within things at all, it is to say that such power does not merely reside within things but constitutes what things themselves are, the substantial power of things themselves. To conceive of being as the realm of causality is thus to conceive of it much more clearly as a world with one dimension to it, than is to conceive of being as substance. But, paradoxically, this means that conceiving of being as causality is to think what is required by the concept of substance, namely, the unity of being and reflexive positing, of sen and setzen, more appropriately than is done by the concept of substance itself. Hegel arrives at the concept of causality, therefore, by recognizing that, when it is conceived properly, there is nothing substance can be but the causality of finite things themselves. We can see from the above account of substance that, In chapter of section of the Logic of Essence, Hegel employs a distinctive method of philosophizing. He begins with a minimal definition of a concept, derived from the analysis of more primitive concepts, and shows, by rendering explicit all that is implied by that concept, that what we are considering turns out in the end not merely to be what we initially understand it to be. Hegel thus begins with the idea of substance as self-positing being and shows that such substance turns out in fact to be nothing other than the process of finite causality. The same process of conceptual transformation occurs in Hegel's analysis of causality itself. He begins with the idea of a cause as that which brings about an effect and shows that such causality turns out in fact to be nothing other than reciprocal causality. Hegel's claim is thus not just that substance, causality, and reciprocal causality entail or presuppose one another, but that substance turns out to be causality and causality turns out to be reciprocal causality, when they are properly understood. In his analysis of causality, Hegel considers first of all the very form or idea of being a cause, what it is to be a cause as such, and he notes that a cause is minimally the positing of an effect. Furthermore, the manner in which Hegel arrives at the concept of cause requires him to understand a cause as causal substance, that is, the power of positing an effect by itself. A cause, for Hegel, is thus a self-subsistent source of production from out of itself, or, as he puts it in the encyclopedia, a cause, Ursach, is an original and originary thing, Ursprünglich. Now, if being a cause is nothing but the actual positing or producing of an effect, this means that insofar as the cause has not yet acted, or if it has ceased to act, then it is not cause. A cause as such thus cannot be a cause before positing its effect, nor is it a cause any longer once its effect has been produced. It is only a cause as such in the very producing of the effect. Similarly, an effect is only an effect in being produced or caused and does not continue to count as an explicit effect once the process of producing or causing it has been completed. If a cause is indeed the positing of its effect, however, then it is necessarily the process of passing over into its post-W state, and so is actually the disappearing of its positing of its causality as such. Consequently, a cause is extinguished, erlischt, in its effect, and with it the effect, too, is extinguished, for it is only the determinateness of the cause. What finally results from the process of causality is thus not an explicit effect as such, but what Hegel calls an indifferent actuality, that is to say, something that simply is what it is and is quite indifferent to its status as effect. One should remember here that Hegel does not begin by considering the causal activity of things that are anything beyond being causes. He begins by considering only what it is to be a finite cause as such, and he claims that such causal activity is essentially transitory activity that occurs and in occurring ceases. Furthermore, he claims that once a cause has extinguished itself in the producing of its effect, it leaves something that is no longer effect or cause as such but just an immediacy which is indifferent to the relation of cause and effect. We know from Hegel's analysis of substance that the realm of the finite is necessarily the realm of causality. What we have now discovered, through considering the very movement of causality itself, is that this realm is in fact composed of finite things that are not just causes and effects, but that also exhibit an immediate character of their own, a character which by itself makes them neither cause nor effect as such. Hegel thus shows through his analysis that the specific form of being a cause or being an effect is actually separable from and in that sense, external to the immediate character or quality of things. In making this claim, however, he is not denying that finite things can and must give rise to certain effects or themselves be effects of other causes. He is simply noting that the specific, immediate character of something, its being this stone or this body of water, does not by itself mark that thing as a cause rather than an effect or as an effect rather than a cause, but is equally compatible with either form. Or, to put it another way, he is pointing out that what something is does not suffice by itself to explain why that thing should now be a cause or now be an effect. The fact that this stone has an effect on something, or that this water now falls as rain and now forms a pool on the ground, must thus be explained by, and so be contingent upon something beyond the stones and the waters simply being the things they are. Indeed, Hegel believes that the form of causality must actually be given to a thing or placed in it by other things to which it relates. A cause, for Hegel, is thus what a given thing is posited by another to be. This water has the determination of being rain and cause as a result of this determination being posited in it by another. Since the power of positing is being understood here as the power of causality, this means that a thing must be caused by another to be the cause that it is. Like Spinoza and Kant, therefore, Hegel understands causality to entail an infinite regress in which one thing points back to another that serves as its cause. And he takes this view because he thinks that the form of being a cause or being an effect is by its very nature separable from and so external to simply being a specific thing, and is thus a form that any given thing can only be caused by something else to exhibit. Yet, although a thing has to be caused to be a cause by something other than itself, the causality it exercises is, in Hegel's view, in every case its own causality sine eigene. This is so for two reasons: because something can only be said to exercise causality at all to the extent that it is a self-subsistent source of production from out of itself, and 2, because the quality or form by virtue of which a thing exercises causality belongs to that specific thing, not to any other thing, even if it has been given to that thing by something else. To say that a thing is caused by another to exercise causality, is thus not to deny that that thing is indeed a cause. It is not to deny the originary character of each cause. It is simply to point out that each thing is empowered to manifest originary power of its own by the work of another, just as people often have to be given their independence. Real causality, for Hegel, is thus originativeness which is equally in its own self-positedness or effect * to the extent that a thing is not merely the effect of another, but is indeed caused by another to be a genuine cause. It must, of course, produce effects of its own on other things, and in fact cause them to be causes of their own in turn. The infinite regress from one thing to another is thus at one and the same time an infinite progress in which one thing points forward to another in which its effect is exhibited. The causality of any particular cause may well cease with the production of its effect, therefore, but causality does not cease altogether, since what is brought about by the causality of the first thing is precisely the further causality of the second. Hegel has shown that causality must take the form of an infinite regress and progress in which each thing is empowered to be the cause that it is by other things and in turn empowers further things to be causes themselves. Hegel now goes on to show, however, that the actual causal action of one thing on another is not just a matter of one-way dependency, but in fact involves two-way dependency. For whatever depends upon the causality of another for its causal power, also plays a role of its own in making it possible for that other to exercise causality in the first place. The reason for this is that a thing can only exercise causality in having an effect on something and so can only come to be the cause that it is in relation to that which it affects. Thus, even though one thing, B, is indebted to another thing, A, for its causal power, A could not act as a cause in the first place, and so empower B to be a cause of its own, were it not for the fact that B is there to be affected. One should not think of causal power as something that is simply transferred / one thing to another, therefore, as if it were somehow immediately present in the former at some point, but rather as something that the first thing only comes to exhibit in the first place in encountering the second. Causal power only arises in an encounter. This is not to deny that things are caused to be causes by the actions of other things that precede, or stand apart from, them. But it is to point out that those other things cannot act as causes as such apart from, or prior to, the things they affect, that they cannot be causes immediately in themselves, but only in relation to, and so by means of, the things they affect. After all, although the rain causes the ground to be wet, it only does so on reaching the ground. Causality thus does not merely imply that things form a regressive or progressive sequence in which one points to another, but more important that things form relations of coexistence together. It should be noted, by the way, that causes that are remote from their effects in space or time are not really causes at all, for Hegel, but rather belong to the conditions of a thing. If one thing is actually to exercise causality, it thus requires the presence of a second thing as its condition, just as the further causality of the second thing requires as its condition the presence of something which it can affect in turn. Although the causality of the second thing derives from the action of the first upon it, therefore, it does not arise directly from the effect of the first but must await the presence of a third before it occurs. As Hegel puts it, causality is presupposing activity, the cause is conditioned. The condition of all causal activity, however the thing that is in each case acted upon is itself a potential cause. The condition of the causal activity of anything is thus the presence of another thing that is potentially a cause itself and that is open to being determined by the one that acts to exercise explicit causality of its own, when the conditions are right. When a thing is open to being determined by another in this way, it is understood, according to Hegel, as passive. A thing can thus only act as a cause and so be an active substance in relation to another, passive substance. To the extent that something is passive in relation to another, Hegel says, the latter is able to exercise external power or force, Gewalt, over the former. Hegel points out, however, that the power of acting on another does not belong to the active substance simply through itself, but also by virtue of the passivity and weakness of the other. That is to say, a thing may only act on, and exercise real power over, another, because the nature of the latter itself allows the former to do so. But this means that when a thing is acted upon, it is not just forced into an alien mold by the sheer power of something else, but is in fact given a form to which it is itself open by virtue of its own passivity. In this sense, Hegel says, what it receives as something alien, namely, to be determined as a positedness, is its own determination. Its being posited by another, and its own becoming, are one and the same thing. The butter is thus not simply cut into by the knife, but allows the knife to cut into it because of its own constitution. But, since the passive substance codetermines the outcome of the action of the other upon it in this way, it is in fact itself an active partner in the relationship. Indeed, the constitution of the passive thing is to be regarded as a contributory cause of what happens to it, together with the active substance. Thus, in any causal relation in which one thing acts upon another, not only does the presence of the latter serve as a condition of the action of the former, but the latter also serves as a contributory cause of the action of the former in that its own constitution actually enables or empowers the former to act in the way it does. And, of course, to the extent that the active substance is empowered to act in a certain way by the passive substance, one can say that the active substance displays a certain passivity of its own with respect to the passive substance. Because the nature of butter, therefore, the knife cannot but cut through it when it is applied to it. But if the knife acts on the butter in a certain way because the butter empowers the knife to do so, it is also true that the butter in turn can only empower the knife to act in that way because the knife itself is able to be so empowered. The knife is thus itself responsible for the fact that the butter empowers it to act on the butter in the way it does. That is to say, the butter only empowers the knife to cut through it because the latter is indeed a knife and not a feather. There is much more that can be, and needs to be, said about causality than this. What has been said suffices, however, to show that Hegel regards all causal activity as involving the reciprocal determination of things by one another. Causal activity thus does not merely involve an endless regress or progress from one thing to another thing, but is at the same time bent round, umgebogen, by its very nature into infinite reciprocal action or Wechselwirkung. As I noted above, this is not to deny that things owe what they are to other things that stand apart from, or precede, them, but it is to assert that one thing only causes an effect in another with which it coexists in a relation of reciprocal determination. It is thus to recognize that the causal power that each thing exhibits indeed, which each thing is in relation to others, never belongs to that thing alone, but only arises in that relation itself. In so far as things enter into causal relations, therefore, they do not have unambiguous logical priority over one another, but rather become moments of a single process of change. In the logic of the concept, Hegel will analyze the rational structure of any such process, and will go on to show that what we initially understand to be simply the causal action of one thing on another, is in fact the combined activity of mechanical and chemical objects working together. 4. The account I have given of Hegel's analysis of substance and causality has been highly abbreviated and simplified. My aim here is not, however, to explore every nook and cranny of Hegel's analysis, nor indeed to provide a comprehensive defense of that analysis, but merely to give an idea of how Hegel's philosophy proceeds. What has become apparent is that, at least in chapter of section of the logic of essence, Hegel proceeds by showing that certain concepts and the dimensions of being to which they refer, turn out on reflection not merely to be what they present themselves as being. Substance, for example, is initially conceived as the being of all beings, but this very being turns out in fact to be nothing other than the causal activity of things, and such causal activity itself turns out to be nothing other than reciprocal action. This is not to say that there is no such thing as substance at all, no such thing as that being by virtue of which beings are what they are. Rather, it is to say that we underdetermine the character of such being if we conceive of it merely as the substance within all things and not as the very acting, determining, changing, and developing that is constitutive of things themselves. Equally, it is not to say that there is actually no causality in the world, no active determining of one thing by another, but rather that we only give a surface description of such determining activity if we conceive of it merely as one-way causality and fail to appreciate the reciprocity and cooperation between things that it involves. Such concepts as substance and causality are not simply to be dismissed, therefore, but are to be recognized as underdeterminations of what they refer to, or, to put it another way, they are to be understood as capturing mere abstract moments of what is actually going on. To conceive of mechanism and chemism merely as the substance within things rather than the concrete activity of objects themselves, or to conceive of such activity in turn merely as one-way causal activity, is thus, in Hegel's view, profoundly reductive. For, by themselves, such conceptions imply that what occurs in the world is simply determined by a universal indwelling power or by a series of individual origins, rather than constituting a single, complex process of development. It is important to note that the method of the last part of the logic of essence is not itself the single governing method or substance of Hegel's whole philosophy. It is not exactly the method of the logic of being, for example, for, although Hegel shows there that quality turns into quantity, what emerges from his analysis is not that quality turns out in fact to be nothing other than quantity, but rather that quality turns out to be both quality and quantity as well. The method we have been explaining is not quite the method of the logic of the concept, either, for mechanism does not turn out in fact to be nothing other than chemism, but rather develops through its own logical structure into chemism, just as chemism develops through its own logical structure into teleological activity and life. Thus, although Hegel is led to conclude that substance and causality are never to be encountered immediately as such, he is led to conclude that quality, quantity, mechanism, and chemism are to be encountered immediately as such, even though they will also be seen to pass, or develop, into other modes of being. Although, from the point of view of the whole, all the categories in the logic capture moments of what there is, what is thought through the categories of substance and causality as, indeed, through all the categories in the logic of essence is thus much more radically momentary or partial than what is thought through any other categories of the logic. The reason for this is that non-reflexive moments of the whole, such as quality and quantity or mechanism and chemism, enjoy a degree of immediacy or independent identity over against one another which reflexive moments, such as substance and causality, never enjoy. The fact that water changes its constitution with certain changes in temperature shows that quantity passes over into quality and that the two are not wholly independent. Nevertheless, there is a difference between quantity and quality and, within a certain range, quantitative changes have no bearing at all on a thing's qualitative makeup. Within certain limits, therefore, quantity can be said to be nothing but quantity, and quality nothing but quality, and the same can be said of mechanical and chemical activity. By contrast, What is thought as substance and causality can never be said just to be that, but is only ever conceivable as aufgehoben in a structure that includes more than itself. Substance is x_q_x just substance or indwelling power, therefore, but is always the process of actual causality. Similarly, causality is never just one-way causal activity, but is always reciprocal interaction between things. Yet, despite these subtle differences between the various parts of the science of logic, the last part of the logic of essence does exhibit an important characteristic common to Hegel's philosophy as a whole, namely, that it is moved forward, not, as Schelling thought, by any desire on the part of the philosopher to reach some tacitly anticipated goal, but by nothing other than the immanent, presuppositionless self-transformation of the concepts under consideration. It is this idea, that concepts transform themselves into further, more complex conceptions of what there is, that constitutes logical or philosophical necessity for Hegel and that most obviously distinguishes his philosophy from Kant's. To conclude, I would like further to clarify the difference between Kant and Hegel by briefly comparing their respective conceptions of substance and causality in particular. The first thing that strikes us when we undertake such a comparison is that many of the conclusions reached by Kant and Hegel are in fact remarkably similar. Like Hegel, Kant understands substance to be both one and many, since he believes that substance in nature is universal matter, but that all parts of matter will likewise be substances. Like Hegel, Kant thinks that all substances determine one another reciprocally. And, like Hegel, Kant thinks that causality occurs in nature as mechanical and chemical activity. In spite of these similarities, however, there are also considerable differences in the ways in which the two philosophers think about substance and causality. First of all, whereas Hegel is led to his conclusions by developing a purely logical account of those categories, Kant is led to his conclusions by trying to establish the epistemic role that the categories play in making possible objective experience in time. Second, whereas Hegel argues that substance turns out logically to be causality, and that causality turns out logically to be reciprocal causality, Kant argues, in Paul Geyer's words, that substance, causality, and community are three separate concepts which can be used only in conjunction with one another. The concepts of causality and reciprocal causality are thus epistemically interdependent, in Kant's view, but they are nevertheless logically distinct concepts. Similarly, though causality is always the causality of a substance, being a substance does not simply amount to being a cause. Kant makes this last point clear in a comment he makes on what he understands to be the causal relation of substance to its own accidental states. He maintains that motion is an accident or condition of material substance that must be caused in part by some prior condition of matter. But he also maintains that the cause of motion is moving force within material substance itself. Material substance thus stands in a twofold relation to motion. It is the substance of which motion is merely an accidental state or condition, but at the same time it in part grounds or causes accidental motion by virtue of the force it harbors within itself. The danger Kant sees is that we will be led by our recognition of this latter relation simply to equate substance with causal force. Indeed, he accuses Spinoza of doing just that, and he would surely have accused Hegel of doing the same. To follow Spinoza, however, is in Kant's view to lose sight of what it means for substance to be substance as such rather than a cause. That is to say, it is to lose sight, not just of the different epistemic roles played by the concepts of substance and causality, but of what he sees as the clear logical difference between them. The proposition, the thing, substance, is a force, rather than the quite natural one, substance has a force, is a proposition that is, in its consequences, very disadvantageous for metaphysics. For the concept of substance is thereby basically lost, namely, the concept of inherence in a subject, in place of which that of dependence on a cause is posited. A substance has indeed, apart from its relation as subject to its accidents, and their inherence, also the relation to the same as cause to effects, but the former relation is not one and the same as the latter. It should be pointed out, of course, that although Kant thinks equating substance with causality entails losing the concept of substance as he understands it, Hegel thinks it actually involves gaining the true concept of substance itself. There are, in my view, two reasons why Kant's conception of the relation between substance and causality, and reciprocal causality, differs in this way from that of Hegel. Kant derives the categories, not from the indeterminate thought of being, but from what he understands to be the different functions of judgment, and, 2, he understands a category to entail the thought of something as determined in respect of one of the logical functions of judgment. The categories are thus regarded as logically distinct by Kant, first of all, because they are derived from quite distinct judgment forms. Substance is conceived as that in which accidents inhere, or as that which finds itself positively determined in its accidents, whereas a cause is understood to be that which grounds its effect. Second, the categories are regarded as distinct because the primary term in each case, substance or cause, is fixed in its relation to the secondary term, accident or effect. This means that substance for Kant must always be considered as subject and never as mere predicate, and so can never be simply equated with the movement of its causally connected accidents. Similarly, a cause must always be conceived as logically prior to its effect, and so is not to be understood as only being a cause in the first place by means of its effect or by being empowered to be a cause by the thing it affects. Hegel, by contrast, begins his search for the proper conception of the categories, not with the functions of judgment, but with the indeterminate thought of being. Such being eventually reveals itself, in Hegel's account, not just to be immediate, but to be constituted in its immediacy by reflexivity and negativity, indeed to be the process of constituting or positing itself dies Reinherstellen ausund in sich selbst. Since Hegel is led to his concept of substance simply by continuing to render explicit what is implied by this thought of being, it should be clear why he understands substance to be being that is because it is, rather than that in which accidents inhere, and why in marked contrast to Kant, but like Spinoza, he understands the idea of positing or originating to be built into the idea of substance from the very start. It should also be clear that Hegel is actually clarifying, rather than simply losing, the concept of substance as he understands it, when he goes on to show that substance in fact amounts to nothing but causality. Despite certain similarities between them, Kant and Hegel have very different conceptions of substance and of the logical relation between substance and causality. For Kant, these two concepts are epistemically interdependent but logically distinct, whereas for Hegel the concept of substance turns out logically to be the concept of causality when it is properly understood. What I have tried to show in this essay is that Hegel is led to his view by his distinctive method of philosophizing, a method that involves not regressing from one concept to its precondition or criticizing concepts by reference to some anticipated terminus ad quern, but rather allowing concepts to transform themselves into new concepts and so, as Alan White puts it, to make their own way. Hegel is committed to this method because he believes that a truly critical philosophy should not just take for granted how thought is to be conceived, but should let thought determine itself and its categories immanently and presuppositionlessly. Kant would no doubt have criticized Hegelian method for leading to the confusion of categories with one another. But Hegel's rejection of Kant's own procedure for deriving the categories is, in my view, quite justified. For it seems to me that, by assuming that the categories must be derived from the functions of judgment, Kant does indeed prejudge the issue of how they should be conceived and thereby also of how philosophy itself should proceed, and that is something that a truly critical philosopher should not do. Point of view of man or knowledge of God. Kant and Hegel on concept, judgment, and reason. There is something quite paradoxical in Hegel's presentation of Kant's critical system in the first part of his article Faith and Knowledge. On the one hand, Hegel praises Kant for having expressed the true idea of reason in his critique of pure reason and his critique of judgment. On the other hand, he describes the so-called pure practical reason expounded in the second critique as resulting from a complete trampling down of reason. More surprising still, it seems that in effect, Hegel sees an anticipation of his own notion of reason in those explanations of judgment, In Kant's first and third critiques, where our discursive abilities are presented as inseparable from sensibility, synthetic a priori judgments in the first critique, aesthetic and teleological judgments in the third critique. By contrast, he considers as a destruction of reason what Kant took to be its purest and highest use, its practical use in the autonomous determination of the will, as described in the groundwork for the metaphysics of morals and in the second critique. What is the motivation for this peculiar appropriation of Kant's critical system? The beginning of an answer to this question can be found already in Hegel's early theological writings, most notably, The Spirit of Christianity and Its Destiny. There Hegel proclaimed the superiority of the moral teaching of Jesus, whose principle was love as the expression of life, over Kantian morality that teaches the bondage of inclinations and sensibility by reason and the moral law. Hegel's subsequent effort, in the Jena period to which faith and knowledge belongs, was to sustain his opposition to Kantian moral and metaphysical dualism. But now he would do this not by appealing to feeling or religious belief, but by developing a philosophical system that reaped the benefits of the Kantian Copernican revolution while unifying what Kant divides, reason and sensibility, thought and being, freedom and necessity. It is important to keep in mind this initial motivation in order to understand the apparent reversal in the conception of reason that I have just described. When Hegel finds the true idea of reason announced in Kant's explanation of synthetic a priori judgments or in Kant's analysis of teleological and aesthetic judgments, it is because he sees in these elements of the critical system the beginning of what is needed to correct Kant's false conception of reason, a false conception that is most apparent in Kant's characterization of practical reason. This means, in turn, that the demands Hegel makes on practical philosophy and the fundamental mistake he wants to overcome in Kant's practical philosophy, are what govern his reading of Kant's theory of judgment in both the first and third critiques. If this is right, even though Hegel devotes very little time to Kant's critique of practical reason in his exposition of the critical system in Faith and Knowledge, his criticism of Kant's practical philosophy is in fact developed more fully in the part of this chapter devoted to Fichte. Coming to terms with it is at the heart of every one of his moves with respect to the other two critiques. My first goal in this paper is to show just this: one can understand Hegel's appropriation and transformation of Kant's philosophy only if one considers Hegel's relation to all three critiques together. One should not consider separately Hegel's reading of Kant's theoretical philosophy, on the other hand Hegel's reading of Kant's practical philosophy, and finally his reading of Kant's theory of reflective judgment. Hegel's reading is a reorganization of the critical system as a whole. It starts with a demand for a new type of moral philosophy. It goes on with a search for the relevant metaphysics, for which Hegel finds the key concepts in Kant's third critique. And it is crowned by a reinterpretation of Kant's magnum opus, the Critique of Pure Reason. This is admittedly not the order in which the critical system is presented in Faith and Knowledge, with only a few exceptions. Hegel's exposition mainly follows the chronological sequence of the three critiques. Nevertheless, I hope to show that following the systematic order I have indicated is the best way to understand what exactly Hegel does with Kant's system. As it happens, following this order also helps clarify Hegel's appropriation of three key terms in Kant's general logic and in his transcendental logic, which become key terms in Hegel's speculative logic: concept, judgment, and reason. In Faith and Knowledge, Hegel calls concept what Kant called pure reason and most notably, pure practical reason. He calls reason, on the other hand, Kant's intellectual intuition as expounded in the Critique of Judgment. And he calls judgment, or absolute judgment, what Kant called, in the first critique, synthetic a priori judgment, meanwhile giving a very idiosyncratic interpretation of Kant's question: how are synthetic a priori judgments possible? Of course, it would be a mistake to think that Faith and Knowledge gives us a definitive view of Hegel's appropriation of the Kantian vocabulary. What it does give us, however, is an indispensable indication of the shifts in context and meaning that Hegel imposes upon Kant's logical terms. Keeping these shifts in mind is of primary importance for understanding Hegel's mature philosophy, and most of all, for assessing the change of scenery when one moves from Kantian, transcendental, to Hegelian, speculative, logic. I shall argue that we should take Hegel at his word when he claims to have used Kant against Kant, and to have built upon those aspects in Kant's philosophy that pointed the way toward restoring a knowledge of God over the mere point of view of man. But I shall also argue that Kant's philosophy provided grounds to make the reverse move, to use Kant against Kant and make it the goal of philosophy to come to terms with the point of view of man rather than with knowledge of God. These grounds can be found in those very aspects of Kant's thought on which Hegel built his own case, Kant's theory of judgment, and the unity of sensibility and intellect in the first and third critiques. So, my paper is built around an elucidation of the three terms, concept, reason, and judgment, in Hegel's confrontation with Kant in Glauben und Wissen. I then propose some tentative conclusions about the overall import of this confrontation. Hegel's concept, and Kant's pure reason. Kant, Jacobi, and Fichte, the three leading characters of faith and knowledge, have in common, according to Hegel's presentation of their philosophies, that they hold thought and reality to be insuperably divided. They are, however, dissatisfied with this division, and each of their philosophical systems is a particular expression of the need to overcome it. For each of them, this need should be answered by reaching beyond the empirical given to a higher reality where thought and being are one. But for all of them, such a task is in the end impossible, or at least reserved for feeling and belief rather than knowledge and reason. Reality remains a given that is ultimately opaque to knowledge and resistant to self-determining, free agency. Kant was the first to have expressed this opposition in its purest form. He defined as pure reason thought insofar as it is completely independent from the empirical given, it does not owe either its form or its content to it, and is even opposed to it. In its practical use, it determines ends for action which demand the overcoming of empirical desires and motivations. But his pure reason should really be called concept. According to Hegel's terminology, the concept has presented itself in its highest abstraction as so-called pure reason. Smiley face, in Kantian philosophy, the absolute concept, which is simply for itself as practical reason, is the highest objectivity in the realm of what is finite im and Lichen, postulated absolutely as ideality in and for itself. Smiley face, Kantian philosophy gives the name reason to the concept. Smiley face, Kantian philosophy makes of this empty concept absolute reason, theoretical as well as practical. Smiley face, it is clear from these texts that Hegel gives a very unusual meaning to the term concept. First, he seems to be calling concept, indifferently, the so-called faculty of reason, its activity, and the intentional correlate of this activity, for instance, practical reason as the activity of moral reasoning that is manifested as the moral law. Or perhaps, theoretical reason as the activity of system building which is manifested in a system of objective knowledge. Second, if concept is to be identified with Kant's pure reason, it is a holistic mode of thinking. This was apparent in Kant's own presentation of practical reason, thinking the moral law is all at once thinking, willing, the law, thinking, willing, each individual human being as not only a means, but also an end in itself, and thinking, willing, the world as a kingdom of ends. Similarly, the specific function of reason in the theoretical domain is to produce for the distributive use of understanding in cognition the form of a system, of a complete whole of interrelated cognitions. Hegel's concept, then, takes up this holistic function of Kant's pure reason. In this sense, it should be distinguished both from what was called concept in Kant's general logic, general and reflected representation, and from Kant's categories. These are defined in relation to the logical functions of judgment. Hegel's concept, as it appears in Faith and Knowledge, is related to what Kant would have called the form of a system. Now, according to Hegel, Kant only introduced confusion by naming the concept so considered reason. It does not deserve the name. Why is that, and what does deserve the name of reason? Kant provides three main definitions of reason. It is a logical or discursive capacity to form mediate inferences. It is a faculty of principles. It is a faculty of the unconditioned. This last characterization concerns more specifically pure reason, reason as not merely ordering empirical or mathematical concepts and propositions, whose meaning is provided by sensibility, but as generating its own concepts and principles. Reason in its practical use is most properly the faculty of the unconditioned. First, it is the source of the highest principle under which all rules of determination of the will should be subsumed, the moral law. Second, it is the source of our positive concept of freedom as autonomy, therefore the source of the only positive concept we have of a cause which is unconditioned by an antecedent cause, the autonomous will. Third, this practical use is what drives reason in its theoretical use to attempt to reach the unconditioned knowledge, which means also knowledge of the unconditioned. But practical reason is also the faculty of the unconditioned in another, more fundamental sense. It is itself in formulating its principle and postulating its objects, unconditioned. There is no further ground for formulating the moral law than reason itself as determining the will. This is how, from being described as the faculty of thinking the unconditioned, reason becomes described as being itself unconditioned. It is not determined by anything but itself. Now, Hegel recognizes this character of Kantian practical reason. This is why he calls the concept infinite. In Kantian philosophy, the infinite concept is posited in and for itself, and is that alone which is acknowledged by philosophy. Smiley face, the concept is infinite in the sense in which Spinoza defined what is infinite in its own kind. It is not limited by anything else belonging to the same kind as itself. By contrast, empirical reality is always finite. Any empirical reality is limited, or conditioned, by another empirical reality. Hegel complains, however, if the concept, Kant's pure reason, as primarily practical reason, is opposed to empirical reality, if it has a causal relation to it, as it does in the moral determination of the will, and empirical reality, instincts and empirical motivations, resists its causal action, then it is finite rather than infinite. It is limited, albeit not by something of the same kind, but by something of another kind. Infinite concept is simply opposed to what is empirical, and the sphere of this opposition, consisting of what is empirical and what is infinite, is absolute. But when infinite and finite are so opposed, the one is just as finite as the other, and beyond the concept and the empirical, lies what is eternal. Smiley face, if we express Hegel's complaint in Kantian terms, we can say that Kant's reason, far from being unconditioned, is irrevocably conditioned. Being a mere concept in the sense explained above, it in fact depends for its actualization on conditions external to itself, the empirical existence of living beings, with their empirical abilities and impulses to act. Worse yet, these conditions are not only external, but also, on Kant's own account of them, foreign and opposed to it. This being so, Kantian practical reason is bound to become tyranny and the tearing apart of ethical life and beauty. Smiley face. And now, Kant himself acknowledged that pure reason, and even pure practical reason, is in a sense conditioned. For instance, he wrote, it depends upon the subjective constitution of our reason, that moral laws must be represented as commands, and the actions conforming to them as duties, and reason expresses this necessity not as an is, but as an ought. This would not happen if reason were considered, with respect to its causality, independently of sensibility, as the subjective condition. My emphasis of its application to objects of nature. This text is from of the Third Critique, where Kant then goes on to contrast our conditioned reason with intellectual intuition. Only an intellectual intuition, or an intuitive intellect, would be unconditioned in the sense of spontaneously generating its own objects. According to Hegel, Kant had there the true notion of reason. So, to sum up, Hegel despises Kant's practical reason because of its opposition to sensibility. He finds in Kant himself the germs of a higher notion of reason, in fact the only true notion of reason, understood as faculty of the unconditioned. This true notion of reason is what Kant defines, in the Critique of Judgment, as intellectual intuition. This is what we now need to consider. To Hegel's reason, and intellectual intuition. In Kant's third critique, the idea of an intellectual intuition, in of the critique of judgment, is part of Kant's effort to clarify what he meant when he said earlier, that the concept of a natural purpose provides only a principle for the reflective use of our power of judgment. In this context, Kant assigns the idea of intellectual intuition a mainly negative role. It is contrasted with our own discursive intellect in order to make clear in what sense both mechanism and teleology, as heuristic principles for the study of organisms, should be considered as subjective principles, holding only for our limited capacity of knowledge. But the negative role of the idea of intellectual intuition is inseparable from a positive one. Its supposition serves to warrant that nature is so constituted that our subjective principles can successfully regulate our cognitive efforts, that we shall find nature conforming to the expectations generated by our discursive mode of thinking. We need briefly to consider these two roles in order to understand what Hegel does with Kant's idea. Our understanding is discursive, or, to recall a disconcerting phrase from the first critique, it can only think. This means that it can only form general concepts, general and reflected representations, and has to depend, for their reference to particular objects, on sensible intuitions. This means also that merely thinking a concept does not give any indication as to the existence of any object corresponding to it. Even less does thinking a concept generate its object. Objects are given, their actuality is attested only by empirical intuition, that is, perception. There is, however, one way in which our concepts actually function as the cause of the existence of particular objects. This is when they do not have a merely cognitive function, as rules for recognizing given objects, but function as determinations of the will, as rules for producing objects, in technical activity. Such concepts are called purposes, Zweck. Objects produced according to such concepts can themselves be called purposes. Reason is the capacity to act according to purposes, a will, and the object which is represented as possible only from such an action would be represented as possible only as a purpose. All man-made objects are of course purposes in this sense. Technical activity is a particular type of natural causality, causality according to concepts, or purposeful causality. But some empirical objects given in nature present such characteristics as also to be considered as purposes, by a remote analogy with our own causality according to purposes. They are then called natural purposes, Naturzweck. Organisms are such natural purposes. What characterizes them as such is that in them we have to judge, beurteilen, a relation of cause and effect which we find ourselves able to consider as law governed only by making the representation of the effect the underlying condition of the causal efficiency of the cause. In other words, in investigating the causal laws governing the formation, growth, and reproduction of an organism, we need to suppose that the organism, as a purpose to be achieved, is the cause of the combination of material elements that has as its effect the production of the organism. The organism is thus the cause and effect of itself. The constitution of the organism as a whole is what has causally determined the specific combination of its parts. This does not mean, however, that we should give up the possibility of explaining organisms according to strictly mechanical principles, principles of the science of motion of material substances, which proceeds by composition of parts into wholes, composition of masses, of directions, of moving forces, and excludes all consideration of intentionality and purposiveness from the science of nature. But we know from the first critique that we have and can have no access either to ultimate causes or to the complete determination of individual things. We therefore have no option but to preserve both mechanism and teleology, both the maxim that all objects in nature, including organisms, are to be investigated according to strictly mechanistic laws, and the maxim that some objects, organisms, should be investigated by appealing to final causes. The conjunction of these maxims is no contradiction if one remembers that they are mere regulative principles for the reflective use of our power of judgment. As such, they are not objective, but merely subjective principles. The question is, in what sense are they subjective? This is where the notion of an intellectual intuition comes into the picture. But it should first be said, although this is not quite clear in Kant's explanation, that there is a sense in which our two maxims should be deemed subjective quite independently of any contrast with another type of intellect. They are subjective as opposed to our own determinate judgments, which are objective. Mechanism and teleology would be objective if they could be asserted as principles accounting for the complete determination of organisms, for the existence of organisms as fully determinate individual objects. On the contrary, a merely regulative principle for the reflective use of the power of judgment makes both mechanism and teleology mere heteronomous rules, rules that the power of judgment sets for itself in its empirical use. Now, the very fact that determinate and reflective uses have to be distinguished in this way is a characteristic of our own finite, discursive understanding. In this sense, which is then a second sense of subjective, both determinate and reflective uses of our power of judgment are subjective. Their principles, for instance, the second analogy of experience for the determinate use, mechanism, and teleology for the reflective use, hold for us, not for all possible intellects we may think of. If we suppose an intellect for which concept and intuition are not distinct, an intellect that unlike ours does not depend on receptivity for the reference of its concepts to objects, then neither determinate judgment, which has to find the particular objects for a given general concept, nor reflective, which has to find universal concepts for given particular objects, have any use at all. Subjective, in this second sense, does not distinguish rules for reflective judgment from principles for determinate judgment, but characterizes both as ours, holding from the point of view of man. And the idea of an intellectual intuition is meant to stress just this: it is characterized in a strictly negative sense, as that intellect that, not being dependent upon a receptivity for the provision of its objects, would not be discursive, and therefore would be in need of no power of judgment, whether determinate or reflective. Although he introduces intellectual intuition as a merely negative notion, Kant nevertheless gives a vivid account of what the world might be like, as known by such an intellect. There would be no distinction between the possible and the actual. Every object of thought would, by the mere fact of being thought, also be actual. There would therefore be no contingent existence, no object which, while recognized as existing, could also be thought as not existing. Therefore, there would be no distinction between contingent and necessary existence. In fact, the whole set of modal categories would disappear. And this would hold for the practical standpoint as well as the theoretical. For intellectual intuition, what we think of as an imperative imposed upon our sensible desires just is the law according to which we act as intelligences. Indeed, it is not even a law, in the sense of law we know, because it is not a universal principle distinct from its particular instantiations. It just is, as universal, identical to its complete instantiation, as one whole. We see, then, why the distinction between mechanism and teleology has no more raison d'etre. The rule of mechanism is imposed upon our reflective power of judgment by the understanding in its distributive use, which proceeds from parts to whole. The rule of teleology is imposed upon our power of judgment by consideration of particular empirical objects, which have to be understood from whole to parts. Both depend upon the discursive nature of our understanding. Both would be useless for an intellectual intuition, which would reveal their common ground. Finally, not only is the notion of an intellectual intuition merely negative, it is also, itself, merely relative to us. This is because we can think it, and think the features of the world as thought by such an intellect, only by contrast with our own understanding. The supposition of an intellectual intuition that escapes the distinctions of our own intellect, most notably, the distinction between possible and actual, is itself a supposition proper to an intellect such as ours. But given these limitations in its status, the idea of an intellectual intuition also has a positive role. It is not merely an idea that our reason forms in contrast to our own intellect, in order to think its limitations. It is also a supposition that allows us to assume the ability of our intellect, in its discursive character, to produce adequate knowledge of the world. This is because it provides the ground for the affinity of appearances, so that our discursive effort at their complete determination by concepts can meet with ever improved success. It thus grounds what Kant calls the subjective purposiveness of nature, the fact that we can suppose nature to be so constituted that our efforts at forming empirical laws and empirical concepts will succeed. And this holds not merely for our investigation of organisms according to the concept of a natural purpose, but for all of our efforts at exhaustively determining nature under a unified system of empirical laws. So considered, intellectual intuition plays the same role as the transcendental ideal in the first critique. And indeed, it is described in very much the same terms. In the first critique, the transcendental ideal or the idea of a whole of reality, which ultimately becomes identified with the idea of an ens realissimum as the ground of all reality, is described as a concept that has not merely under it but in it the totality of positive determinations or realities by limitation of which all empirical things could be completely determined. In the third critique, intellectual intuition is contrasted with our own discursive intellect as thinking, and thus generating by its very act of thought, the whole of reality from a synthetic universal. Such a synthetic universal has the features of an intuition. It is described as the intuition of a whole as such. But it also has the features of a concept, it is a universal, and universality is, according to Kant's logic, the form of a concept. 2 points need to be particularly stressed here. First, both the idea of a whole of reality, KDRV, and the synthetic universal, KDU, thus combine features of representations that had been carefully distinguished in the transcendental aesthetic of the first critique, there Kant had distinguished concepts under which particular representations are contained, from intuitions, in this case, space and time as pure intuitions, in which particular representations are contained, KDRVA/B. The relation between universal and particular, characteristic of concepts, was in this way distinguished from the relation between whole and parts, characteristic of intuitions. But the totum realitatis, KDRV, and the synthetic universal, KDU, relate to particulars both as universal and as whole. Second, in the critique of pure reason the totum realitatis is grounded in an ens realissimum, that itself becomes ens originarium, ens summium, ens intium, before being even personified on moral grounds, cf. A/B-, A/B in, A-/B-/ Similarly the synthetic universal is the thought of an intuitive intellect that generates the whole of reality while thinking it. This is what knowledge of God is. The genitive is both subjective and objective. Knowledge is God's knowledge and knowledge for which the object is inseparably God as the ground of all reality, and the whole of finite realities so grounded. I have shown elsewhere that in the analytic of the critique of pure reason, in the appendix on the amphiboly of concepts of reflection, Kant argued in favor of substituting for the rationalist idea of an ens realissimum as the ground for the complete determination, individuation, of empirical objects, the critical recognition of the transcendental role played by our forms of cognition, our intuitive forms of sensibility on the one hand, which provide the form for the relation whole/parts. Characteristic of intuition, are discursive forms of spontaneity on the other hand, and here most notably the forms of infinite and disjunctive judgment and the form of a continuous hierarchy of genera and species, which provide the form for the relation universal/particular, characteristic of concepts. In analyzing Kant's view, I argued that the reason why in the dialectic the ideal was nevertheless maintained as a problematic concept, which therefore still has a role to play in cognition, but as a merely regulative idea, was its necessary post-relation in practical philosophy, in the context of the postulates of practical reason. If I am right in my identification of the intellectus archetypus and the ens realissimum, then the intellectus archetypus in the third critique also could have been critically reduced to, as it were, dismantled into, the transcendental role played by our forms of intuition on the one hand, and our discursive forms on the other hand, to which should be added, however, in the investigation of organisms, the analogy provided by our own technical activity. But here, too, Kant maintains the idea of an intuitive intellect as an indispensable regulative concept, again in view of the role it is called upon to play in moral theology. So, to sum up, intellectual intuition is for Kant a negative counterpart to our own, conditioned, reason, both theoretical and practical. It is, as such, the regulative idea of a common ground for mechanism and teleology, as well as a ground for the subjective purposiveness of nature. This regulative idea becomes a support for a moral proof of the existence of God. As such it is an object not of knowledge, but of ethical faith. We now have what we need to understand and evaluate Hegel's reception of Kant's intellectual intuition. Hegel inherits from Kant the representation of intellectual intuition as unconditioned, as thought thinking itself while generating everything it thinks. He inherits from Kant the representation of it as the supersensible ground of the world. He inherits from Kant the idea that such an unconditioned ground is a necessary assertion of reason. He differs from Kant in that for Kant, the reason that asserts intellectual intuition differs from the intellectual intuition it asserts, and thus asserts it as it were from outside, or from the point of view of man. As a result, the assertion remains, in its cognitive use, a merely regulative maxim for both determinant and reflective judgments, and in its practical use, it is a postulate or belief. For Hegel, on the other hand, the reason that asserts intellectual intuition is intellectual intuition itself, God's knowledge. This means that God's knowledge is accessible to finite consciousness. Hegel's anti-Kantian claim is that Kant knew this, explicitly acknowledged that he knew it, but did not have the courage to follow up on his discovery. It is this last, anti-Kantian claim, or, perhaps, Kantian against Kant claim that we need to examine. Kant, protests Hegel, has nothing more than empirical psychology to support his claim that the human faculty of knowledge consists in what it appears to be, the ability to proceed discursively from general to particular and from particular to general. In reality, not only has he reached the idea of another type of knowledge, but he has given a very vivid description of it. In spite of this, Kant chose empirical psychology against reason. Kant has here both in front of him, the idea of a reason in which possibility and actuality are absolutely identical, and the appearance of this reason as faculty of knowledge where they are separate. He finds in the experience of his thinking both thoughts. In the choice between them, however, his nature has despised the necessity, the rational, which is thinking and intuitive spontaneity, and he has decided in favor of the appearance. Smiley face, the idea, of an intuitive intellect, is something absolutely necessary but nevertheless problematic. For our faculty of knowledge nothing is to be acknowledged except the form of its own appearance in its exercise, Ausübung, as Kant calls it, in which possibility and actuality are separate. This appearance is an absolute essence, the intrinsic nature, das Ansich, of knowledge, as if it were not. Also an exercise, in Ausübung, of the faculty of knowledge, when it thinks and knows as a necessary idea and understanding for which possibility and actuality are not separate, in which universal and particular are one, whose spontaneity is intuitive. Smiley face, the argument seems quite lame. To imagine what a knowledge would be which escaped the limitations of our own is not to assert such a knowledge, or to determine any object by means of it. What does give some ground to Hegel's complaint, however, is that Kant goes further than to merely form the problematic concept of an intuitive intellect. When Hegel says that Kant found in the experience of his thought the idea of such an intellect, we need to think not only of the thought experiment of thinking and non-discursive understanding, but also of the fact of reason of the categorical imperative, and of the moral theology to which the critique of teleological judgment and its concept of an intuitive intellect subsequently gives its support. Moreover, when Hegel argues that Kant had found intellectual intuition in the experience of his thought, he can rest his claim not only on Kant's detailed characterization of what an intellectual intuition would be, but also on Kant's explanation of aesthetic judgments and their relation to a supersensible ground. This is a very important point. Indeed, Kant's analysis of aesthetic judgments is perhaps where the choice between remaining strictly within the point of view of man, or somehow finding within this point of view a way to reach knowledge of God is most directly offered. We therefore still need briefly to consider this analysis before proceeding with the evaluation of Hegel's position. In the Analytic of Aesthetic Judgment, Kant describes the peculiarities of judgments in which the predicate is beautiful. The paradoxical feature of such judgments, according to him, is that they call for universal assent like cognitive judgments, although their claim to universal assent cannot be sustained by concepts and proof. On the contrary, the only ground for claiming everybody's assent to our own aesthetic judgment is the feeling of pleasure that accompanies the apprehension of a given object. If I say, this liquid freezes at 0 degrees centigrade and expect everybody to agree, it is because I know that this particular judgment is deducible from a universal rule: all liquid which is water freezes at 0 degrees, this liquid is water, therefore, this liquid freezes at 0 degrees centigrade. In this case, the subjective universality of my judgment depends on its objective universality, the recognition of the subject of the judgment as falling under a concept which provides the universal ground for the attribution of the predicate. In an aesthetic judgment, on the other hand, subjective universality, I expect all others to agree with me, I am indignant if they do not, I endeavor to convince them and I condemn them as inept if they don't, does not rely on proof, but on a feeling of which everybody is capable and that I try to awaken in others and to confirm in myself by an indefinitely pursuable process of description and interpretation. Kant's explanation of this peculiar feature of aesthetic judgments is the following: the reason why we claim the same degree of universal assent for them as we do for our cognitive judgments is that the very faculties, with the very a priori features that are put into play for the latter, are also put into play for the former. Cognitive judgments are made possible by an agreement between imagination and understanding that finds expression in an empirical concept. In aesthetic judgments, we recognize an agreement between imagination and understanding that no conceptual characterization can exhaustively analyze. The pleasure we feel, and that is expressed in the predicate beautiful applied to the object occasioning it, is a pleasure in feeling this agreement and the impossibility of fully analyzing it into concepts, as well as the pleasure we take in the a priori certainty that every human being is capable of taking part in this pleasure, by virtue of the same a priori capacities which provoke it in us. Now, given this explanation, it comes as somewhat of a surprise that in the dialectic of aesthetic judgment, Kant should take up the matter all over again, in the form of an antinomy. The paradoxical character of the judgment of taste, as expounded in the Analytic, can be expressed, he says, in the form of two contradictory propositions, thesis. The judgment of taste is not grounded upon concepts, for otherwise one could dispute about it, determined by proof. Antithesis. The judgment of taste is grounded on concepts, for otherwise, despite its diversity, one could not quarrel about it, one could not claim for this judgment the necessary agreement of others. Kant's solution is then to defuse the contradiction by showing that thesis and antithesis are not using concept in the same sense. The thesis is really saying, the judgment of taste is not grounded upon determinate concepts, such as would be a concept of the understanding which would ground a cognitive judgment. The antithesis is saying, the judgment of taste is grounded on a concept, but an indeterminate one, the concept of the supersensible ground common to the object of our sensible intuition and to ourselves as intuiting it. From the Analytic, it appeared that the ground for the aesthetic judgment was the harmonious activity of imagination and understanding in the apprehension of a sensible object, an activity that strove toward a completely determined concept without ever reaching it, hence, the qualification of the aesthetic judgment as merely reflective. Now, it seems that the antinomy could have been solved by sticking to these terms. The thesis would then have been interpreted as saying that the aesthetic judgment is not grounded on a determinate concept, that is, on a discursively specified concept, of which the object judged beautiful could be recognized as the instantiation. The antithesis would have been interpreted as saying that the aesthetic judgment is nevertheless grounded on the agreement of the intuition, produced by imagination, with an activity of conceptualization that it encourages without allowing it to exhaust what the sensible intuition is teaching us. This would make Kant's interpretation of aesthetic judgment the epitome of his Copernican revolution. The source of the aesthetic pleasure is the activity of the mind that produces the unity of sensible intuition and with it, the inexhaustible terrain for all concepts. But instead of building on this, Kant makes sensible intuition the mere appearance of a supersensible ground. The solution to the antinomy does not consist in referring us back to the analytic. The undetermined concept of the antithesis is not the free play of imagination and intellect in its concept-producing activity. It is the concept of the supersensible, which is indeterminate because it is interminable in the forms of our discursive activity. Not surprisingly, it is the side of the Kantian explanation that Hegel finds interesting. According to him, the intuition of the beautiful was one of the experiences of intellectual intuition that Kant had hit upon. When Kant reflects upon reason as conscious intuition, upon beauty, and upon reason as intuition deprived of consciousness, upon organisms, what is expressed is the idea of reason, in a more or less formal fashion. Smiley face, Kant recognizes in beauty another intuition than sensible intuition, and describes the substrate of nature as an intelligible substrate, as rational and identical with all reason. Smiley face, it should be kept in mind that reason here is intellectual intuition as described in the Critique of Teleological Judgment. If one takes seriously the idea that in aesthetic judgment the feeling of pleasure expressed in the predicate beautiful is universally grounded in the concept of the supersensible as the common ground to the object and to ourselves, it then makes some sense to say that intuiting beauty is consciously intuiting intellectual intuition, as inseparably manifested in the form of the object and in our activity of producing, apprehending, this form. Of course, Hegel is well aware that this is certainly not a formulation Kant himself would have accepted. Even here Kant is careful to maintain an insuperable breach between the concept of the supersensible, which the Critique of Teleological Judgment identifies as the problematic concept of intellectual intuition, and our sensible intuition of the beautiful. The first is an idea of reason, and as such incapable of adequate sensible presentation. The second is an aesthetic idea, as such incapable of being exponiated, namely reflected under an adequate concept. As if, Hegel objects, it did not result from what Kant has said that the idea of reason was the exponiation of the aesthetic idea, and the aesthetic idea the presentation, Darstellung, of the idea of reason. Kant refuses to see this because he can think of the presentation of the idea of the supersensible only as a sensible synthesis on the model that he expounded for what he calls concepts of the understanding, and he can think of the exponiation of the intuition in the idea only on the model of discursive reflection. In other words, he is guilty of exactly what he denounces in the mathematical antinomies of the first critique. As Hegel puts it, Kant demands precisely what grounds the mathematical antinomy, namely an intuition for the idea of reason in which the idea would be expanded as finite and sensible and at the same time as supersensible, as a beyond for experience, not the sensible and supersensible intuited in absolute identity, and an exponiation and knowledge of the aesthetic namely, the sensible, in which the aesthetic would be exhaustively reflected by the understanding. Smiley face. This is an interesting objection. It shows that Hegel accepts Kant's point in the mathematical antinomies, according to which no successive synthesis in intuition can generate an object to match Kant's idea of the unconditioned or Hegel's infinite concept, and no discursive concept can match space and time as infinite given magnitudes. What we can and do have, however, according to Hegel, is another kind of match, a prediscursive match, in fact an immediate identity between sensible intuition, as intuition of the beautiful, and intellectual intuition, the sensible and supersensible intuited in absolute identity. If this is so, the concept, or Kant's pure practical, and theoretical, reason, should be understood against the background of this prediscursive identity, against the background of Hegel's reason. This is how Hegel's reorganization of Kant's critical system finds its culmination in a reinterpretation of Kant's first critique and of the question which for Kant initiated the critical system: How are synthetic a priori judgments possible? Before turning to this last point, let me recapitulate again what we have so far. Hegel criticizes Kant's reason, especially Kant's practical reason, for being irreducibly divided from sensibility, and thus divided from the sensible world. He thinks he can find in Kant's explanation of aesthetic judgment the solution to this division. In aesthetic judgment, we experience the identity of the sensible and supersensible in ourselves and in the world. In interpreting Kant's conception of aesthetic judgment in this way, however, Hegel focuses on Kant's solution to his dialectic of aesthetic judgment, rather than on Kant's analytic of aesthetic judgment. My own question has been, why does Kant seem to ignore the solution to the dialectic that his own analytic might have provided? I shall to leave this question aside for now, and turn to Hegel's reception of Kant's question, how are synthetic a priori judgments possible? 3. Kant's synthetic a priori judgments and Hegel's absolute judgment. The nature of Hegel's opposition to Kant should now be clear. Hegel chastises Kant for not adopting the point of view that Kant himself has defined as the only true one. The consistent line of Kant's philosophy, according to Hegel, is to forbid us access to this higher point of view whenever he encounters it, as he does in his critique of teleological and of aesthetic judgment. It is significant, in this regard, that Hegel should begin his presentation of the Kantian philosophy by denouncing Kant's treatment of the idea of God. Kant, says Hegel, criticizes this idea as empty in his first critique, posits it in the end as a necessary postulate of practical reason and an object of faith, but nowhere gives it its true status, that of the beginning and only content of all philosophy. The highest idea which Kantian philosophy happened upon in its critical occupation, and which it treated as an empty lucubration and an unnatural scholastic trick which consists in extracting reality from concepts, it then posits, but at the end of philosophy, as a postulate which is supposed to have subjective necessity, but not the absolute objectivity which would lead us to begin philosophy with it and acknowledge it as the only content of philosophy, instead of ending with it, in faith. Smiley face. Acknowledging this idea as the beginning and only content of philosophy would have meant acknowledging that the task of philosophy is not to elaborate the opposition between spirit and world, soul and body, I and nature, but to expound the absolute identity which is their common ground. This is what true idealism is, the recognition of the merely phenomenal character of both sides of the opposition. Both concept and sensible reality, I and nature, Kantian reason, and more particularly, Kant's most pure, i.e., practical reason, and sensibility, are merely phenomenal, which means that they are nothing in themselves, and have as their common ground the absolute identity which is Kant's supersensible or intellectual intuition, i.e., Hegel's absolute. Hegel's interpretation of Kant's question, how are synthetic a priori judgments possible? Consists in reformulating it and reformulating the answer to be given to it in terms of the true standpoint, the point of view of identity that he has gathered from the third critique. This standpoint, Hegel argues, was already present in the first critique, although there as elsewhere it was blurred by Kant's critical, that is, Lockean psychological, preferred standpoint. The true idea of reason finds itself expressed in the formula, how are synthetic a priori judgments possible? This problem does not express anything else but the idea that in the synthetic judgment subject and predicate, that the particular, this the universal, that in the form of being, this in the form of thought, this heterogeneous is at the same time a priori, i.e., absolutely identical. The possibility of this positing alone is reason, which is nothing but this identity of the heterogeneous. Smiley face. This text has justifiably been the object of many commentaries. What has been insufficiently perceived, I think, is that Hegel's reading of Kant's question is a retrospective reading, a reading from the point of view of the completed Kantian system, the holistic point of view of the transcendental ideal, of the postulates of practical reason, and of the third critique. So, the effort we have to make in assessing Hegel's interpretation is twofold. We have to consider Kant's notion of synthetic a priori judgments in the light of the critical system as a whole, and we have to see how Hegel reinterprets it in the terms of a philosophy whose beginning and sole content is the concept of God, or the absolute identity of thought and being in intellectual intuition. Such a reading helps better to understand some of the most difficult and important points in Hegel's treatment of judgment. I shall briefly consider three of these points: I, subject and predicate in synthetic a priori judgments, 2, identity, and 3, the nature and role of transcendental imagination. I, subject and predicate. Hegel characterizes subject and predicate in synthetic a priori judgments as the particular and the universal, that in the form of being, this in the form of thought. This is puzzling. In Kant's analysis of the logical form of categorical judgments, both subject and predicate are concepts, and of course, particular and universal do not qualify subject or predicate, but the judgment itself. A judgment can be, as to its quantity, universal, particular, or singular. Concepts, as general and reflected representations, are always universal. When Kant analyzes the difference between analytic and synthetic judgments, however, he introduces into the form of judgment the object of intuition, subsumed under the concepts that are themselves subordinated to one another in the judgment, X, which I think under concept A, I also think under concept B. Or, to X, to which pertains A, also pertains B. When the form of judgment is so considered, its subject is always ultimately X, the object of intuition, and the concepts related to one another in judgment are predicates of this X. This holds for all objective judgments, and therefore also for the principles of pure understanding, as synthetic a priori judgments. They have the form, every A is B. For instance, every A thing that happens is B such that it presupposes something upon which it follows according to a rule, second analogy of experience. Or all A's are B, all A's appearances are B extensive magnitudes, principle of the axioms of intuition. In both cases, as in all other principles of pure understanding, the subordination of concept A to concept B is made possible by the subsumption under concept B of all XS subsumed under concept A. The XS so subsumed are pure manifolds of space and time, synthesized by productive imagination, and therefore, they are also any empirical manifold given in forms of space and time that have been so synthesized. Hegel's claim, I think, is that in each of Kant's principles of pure understanding, synthetic a priori judgments, and subsequently, in each and every one of our empirical judgments, what is really subsumed is the whole of what is given in intuition, under the concept, namely the act of thinking, that is, the whole of interrelated discursive concepts, whether these concepts are already determined or to be determined in relation to intuition. This is certainly a sustainable point for Kant himself. Indeed, he makes just such a claim in the transcendental ideal of the first critique, when he shows that knowledge of any empirical object is achieved under the regulative idea of a totality of positive determinations within the framework of the whole of space and time as formal intuitions. The whole of what is given in intuition is what Hegel here calls the particular. It could perhaps be better described as the realm of the particular, the given manifold within which any particular object is delimited. The universal, on the other hand, is the unitary act of thought that generates the representation of a totality of fully determined, interrelated concepts. The particular is in the form of being and the universal is in the form of thought. Being and thought are just this, intuitive and discursive forms for one and the same presensible and prediscursive absolute. This last point, however, is not Kant's anymore, but Hegel's. It is for Hegel that both intuition and concept, particular and universal, being and thought are mere appearances of an original identity that is that of intellectual intuition, or the intellectus archetypus, or the ens realissimum. For Kant, this could certainly not be asserted from a theoretical standpoint, but only postulated from a practical standpoint. Because he did not give full due to this view, says Hegel, Kant fell victim to the very same fate he attributed to Hume. He remained within the limits of too narrow a conception of his problem. I think that one possible way of understanding this charge is the following. According to Kant, Hume's narrowly psychological method prevented him from seeing that the perception of any objective temporal succession depends upon the implicit assumption that everything that happens presupposes something else upon which it follows according to a rule. It also prevented him from discovering that other concepts, besides that of cause, are a priori conditions of our experience of objective temporal relations. According to Hegel, Kant's own subservience to the standpoint of empirical consciousness prevented him from seeing that his own a priori principles presupposed the judgment, the particular is the universal, the whole of intuition is the whole of thought. The task of philosophy is to develop this last judgment. But this means that contrary to what Kant thought, there was a third positive answer to the question, how are synthetic a priori judgments possible? It is not just mathematical judgments, Kant's first positive answer, and not just the principles of pure understanding as foundations of a metaphysics of nature, Kant's second positive answer, that are possible. In fact, these are poor subjective substitutes for what alone is the truly synthetic a priori judgment, the proposition in which subject and predicate, that the particular, this the universal, that in the form of being, this in the form of thought, this heterogeneous is at the same time a priori, i.e., absolutely identical. This proposition alone is sufficient to restore the metaphysics that Kant eliminated in the transcendental dialectic of the first critique. It is what the preface to the Phenomenology will call der speculative Satz, the speculative proposition, and what the chapter on judgment in the subjective logic will expound as the self-developing, self-correcting judgment present in any particular empirical judgment. 2. Identity. It would be implausible to suppose that when Hegel says, in synthetic a priori judgments subject and predicate are a priori, i.e., absolutely identical, he is confusing synthetic judgment with analytic judgment. Hegel's point is rather that Kant's question about synthetic a priori judgments, and his answer to it, find their full development only in the assertion of identity in the sense which Hegel, after Schelling, thinks he inherits from the third critique, the particular, intuition, and the universal, concept, i.e., the pure systematic form of Kant's reason, are identical in that they are the two sides of our discursive mode of apprehending what is originally one, what an intellectual intuition would apprehend as thought and being all at once. This is why Hegel also says, the possibility of this positing is alone reason, which is nothing but this identity of the heterogeneous. What he calls here positing is the form of predication which relates the particular and the universal. The ground of such a positing is Hegel's reason, or Kant's intellectual intuition, which is nothing but this identity of the heterogeneous. But this does not answer the main question, how can Hegel pretend that the assertion of such an identity was even hinted at, that Kant confusedly recognized this idea, in his explanation of synthetic a priori judgments? Hegel's answer is that this idea was present in Kant's conception of transcendental imagination. This is an interesting point. Indeed, Kant's solution to his question, how are synthetic a priori judgments possible, lies entirely in his theory of imagination. In order further to understand Hegel's identity, and its relation to Kant's own solution to his question, we need to consider their respective conceptions of imagination. 3. Imagination. Hegel praises Kant for having introduced the idea of identity in his transcendental deduction of the categories, first as transcendental unity of apperception, then as the figurative synthesis of imagination, which is, according to of the transcendental deduction in the B edition, the source of the unity of space and time. This again is a point, in Hegel's reading of Kant, which has been the object of much debate. My thesis is that Hegel's account of the role of transcendental imagination and of its relation to the transcendental unity of apperception on the one hand, to the unity of intuition on the other hand, is accurate. The only issue between him and Kant is, how should we interpret the unity of apperception itself? I shall consider each of these 2 points in turn, a. Imagination, b. The unity of apperception. a. What we find in the transcendental deduction of the categories, according to Hegel, is the idea that the transcendental unity of apperception is the source of both the unity of intuition and the unity of concept. In the former capacity, it is transcendental imagination. In the latter capacity, it is that unity of consciousness that accompanies all general concepts, what Kant called the analytic unity of apperception. That the synthetic unity of imagination is the source of the unity of intuition means that space and time, which according to the transcendental aesthetic were merely forms of receptivity, are in fact also products of spontaneity. It has been charged that this interpretation of the relation between imagination and intuition gives too much to spontaneity, and collapses the distinction between intuition and concept. Hegel's reading of Kant's theory of imagination, so the charge goes on, is therefore not immanent, but introduces presuppositions that are foreign to Kant. In fact, I do not think that this is the case on this precise point. Hegel's reading of the relation between unity of apperception, transcendental imagination, and forms of intuition is supported not only by the second part of the transcendental deduction, the explanation of figurative synthesis in, but also, among other texts, by the metaphysical deduction of the categories itself, where Kant already states that the same function, which gives unity to various representations in a judgment, also gives to the mere synthesis of various representations in one intuition a unity which, expressed universally, is called pure concept of the understanding. This same function is the transcendental unity of apperception. As giving unity to various representations in a judgment, it is the analytic unity of apperception, or discursive understanding, as giving unity to the mere synthesis of various representations in one intuition, it is transcendental imagination. It is therefore perfectly accurate to say that for Kant, one and the same transcendental unity of apperception is at work on the one hand as transcendental imagination, which is the source of space and time as formal intuitions, on the other hand as discursive understanding. But the disagreement between Kant and Hegel concerns the question, what is the unity of apperception? For Kant, it has no other possible status than that of the act of a finite consciousness, a consciousness that is not the source of its own empirical objects, but merely generates the forms according to which these objects are perceived and conceptualized. These forms themselves, whether they are forms of figurative synthesis, space and time, or forms of intellectual synthesis, judgment, discursive thought, have and can have no other status than that of forms of finite, because receptive, consciousness, space and time are forms in which multiplicities are given, forms of judgment are forms in which these multiplicities are reflected upon, in order to form concepts or general and reflected representations. For Hegel, the unity of apperception is much more than this. It is the same reason, or intellectual intuition, which Hegel found in Kant's account of aesthetic and teleological judgment. Now, to interpret the transcendental unity of apperception in these terms is to say that it is the source not only of the form but also of the matter of appearances. It is to say that it is that unity for which there is no distinction between form and matter, between possible and actual, between concept and intuition, which Kant defined in the third critique as intellectual intuition. This is certainly not an assertion Kant would have accepted. And Hegel knows this. Unfortunately, he says, Kant acknowledged his discovery in the transcendental deduction of the first critique even less than he did in the critique of judgment. In both cases, Hegel concludes, Kant ultimately lost the benefit of his great discovery, and his idealism remained mere subjective or formal idealism. For concluding remarks, Kant contra Kant. Hegel's main effort, in subsequent years, is to show how the development and self-criticism of the point of view of finite consciousness and discursive thought supersedes itself into the recognition of the superior standpoint, that of the absolute identity between thought and being, or reason, or the idea. This is what leads to logic assuming the position, not of a mere preparation to metaphysics, but of metaphysics itself, to the emergence of dialectic as an essential aspect of this logic, to the invention of a science of the experience of consciousness as the introduction to philosophy, and to the statement, in the mature subjective logic, that unity of apperception and concept are one and the same. Now this is quite a remarkable statement if one remembers that in faith and knowledge, concept, identical with Kant's pure, theoretical and practical, reason, and unity of apperception, identical with Kant's intellectual intuition, were sharply distinguished. So, certainly, the mere consideration of faith and knowledge is not enough to come to an assessment of Hegel's argument against Kant. Why did I nevertheless announce that I would argue in favor of using Kant against Kant, not, like Hegel, to advocate the assent to knowledge of God, but rather to elucidate the point of view of man? According to Hegel, on several occasions Kant met in the experience of his thought the idea of an intellectual intuition. It is this experience that Hegel intends to develop to its full extent, and it is the immanent relation of finite, discursive consciousness to this experience that his mature system will intend to prove and develop, meanwhile giving up the expression intellectual intuition in favor of absolute knowing, in the phenomenology, or absolute idea, in the science of logic. But this experience is in fact highly questionable in its very starting point, in Kant's philosophy. For the benefit of practical reason, in Kant's first critique the idea of God is not only problematically admitted, but also apodictically asserted or posited in the appendix to its transcendental dialectic, even though the appendix to the analytic had seemed to reject it, and asserted that instead, our forms of sensibility and discursivity alone are the transcendental principles for the individuation and universal affinity of appearances. In the third critique, the idea of the supersensible is assumed as the solution to the antinomy of the critique of taste, even though the analytic of aesthetic judgment had seemed already to provide such a solution with the free play of our sensibility and intellect, and finally, in the dialectic of teleological judgment intellectual intuition is presupposed as the common ground to both natural teleology and mechanism for the ultimate benefit of ethico-theology. Practical reason is thus the true ground, in Kant, for the assertion of intellectual intuition. But Hegel argues, and this is, I think, one of the most remarkable statements of faith and knowledge, that Kant's practical reason is just as phenomenal as his theoretical reason, phenomenal in the sense Hegel gives to this word. It belongs to the standpoint of finite consciousness, where intuition and concept, being and thought, are divided. Indeed, in the third critique, Kant himself recognized that practical reason belongs just as much as theoretical reason to the discursive, conditioned use of our intellect, albeit intellect as will and not simply as cognitive power. I would then suggest that if such is the case, instead of pushing the results of Kant's dialectic, in all three critiques, toward a reconciliation of point of view of man and knowledge of God, another, more defensible option is to retreat once and for all into the analytic of all three critiques and further elucidate the point of view of man, the nature of the ever more complex intertwinings of sensibility and discursivity, passivity and activity, by means of which our access to the world is achieved. This does not mean that nothing is to be gained from Hegel's endeavor. Even listing only those of its promising aspects that are already present in faith and knowledge, one would have to mention the holistic approach to Kant's theory of concept and judgment, the recognition of the centrality of judgment for the elucidation of the nature of discursive thought, the inseparability of Kant's theoretical and practical reason, and the retrospective reading of the critical system from the standpoint of its completed results. But it is helpful to keep in mind the exact nature of the difficulty we face when trying to reap the benefit of Hegel's insights. They are expounded within the context of a supposedly achieved or achievable standpoint to which Kantian philosophy itself, even while severely restricting access to it, gave more weight, or so I have tried to show, than its own critical findings were able to warrant. One may object that it is misleading to extend to the mature Hegel the defense of intellectual intuition, or intuitive intellect, which is characteristic of his early Jena period and his collaboration with Schelling. After all, the phenomenology of spirit is opened by a resounding attack against Schelling's identity philosophy and Jacobi's intuition of God, and as I pointed out, the expression intellectual intuition is not much used in Hegel's mature texts. Is it not misguided, then, to think that the discussion of Kant in Faith and Knowledge brings any light at all on Hegel's mature philosophy? In answer to this objection, it should first be noted that indeed the preface to the Phenomenology of Spirit shows that Hegel did not want any confusion between his own philosophical standpoint and Jacobi's or even Schelling's absolute. I think this is a major reason why he mostly gave up the expression intellectual intuition in favor of that of absolute knowledge or, in the logic, absolute idea. Another reason is his denunciation of the illusions of immediate knowledge. The whole purpose of the Phenomenology of Spirit is to show that reaching the standpoint of absolute knowledge is a result, not an immediate given. Nevertheless, the discussion with Kant is taken up again in the introduction to the mature subjective logic in terms very similar to those of faith and knowledge, and there again Hegel chastises Kant for having ignored the standpoint he had himself defined as the only true one, that of intellectual intuition. I think that this reference to Kant's intellectual intuition, and the careful consideration of what this reference amounts to, what role it plays first in Kant's system, and then in Hegel's, helps clarify what Hegel means when he claims that his logic is the presentation of God, as he is in his eternal essence before the creation of nature and of a finite spirit, or his ever-renewed insistence that he means to reinstate metaphysics as knowledge of God. What my discussion has not considered at all is how and whether Hegel actually shows, in the Phenomenology and after, that finite consciousness and, practical and theoretical, discursivity can supersede themselves into such a standpoint. This would need an altogether different and much more developed study. Here I have only tried to show how the relation between Hegel's project and its Kantian ancestor might help clarify its import and plausibility. Second, one striking aspect of the discussion of intellectual intuition in faith and knowledge is that despite the dichotomy stressed by Hegel between concept, Kant's practical and theoretical, discursive reason, and reason, Kant's intellectual intuition, already what interests Hegel is the mediation between discursive and non-discursive intellect by means of judgment, his absolute judgment, and syllogism. Judgment is said to be the appearance of reason, and Hegel calls for the mediation, by syllogism, between judgment and reason, intellectual intuition, with the conceptual articulations which Kant has already begun to expound for it. So, Hegel's interest is already quite different from either Schelling's point of indifference or Fichte's intellectual intuition as intuition of the moral self. The logical/conceptual aspect, the distinctive type of universal, Kant's synthetic universal, and therefore the new laws of thought it entails, the unity of possibility and actuality and the collapsing of the concept of necessity into that of unconditioned freedom, are already at the center of Hegel's interest in Kant's intellectual intuition. They will be further developed in his mature logic. This interest in the mediation between discursive and non-discursive thought is even more apparent if one considers, as I have done, not just Hegel's reinterpretation of reason, but also the overall shift from Kant's categories to Hegel's concept and from Kant's synthetic a priori judgment to Hegel's absolute judgment. Here, too, faith and knowledge helps us understand the use of these terms in the mature logic, as a detailed examination of the latter would, I think, confirm. Finally, the more general concern of my paper was the relation between Kant's and Hegel's endeavors. My view is that Hegel is right in seeing a tension within Kant's philosophy between point of view of man and striving toward knowledge of God. Hegel is also right in claiming that the resolution of this tension depends on an interpretation and development of Kant's theory of judgment. But I have tried to defend the view that Kant's critical philosophy offers the tools for a resolution symmetrically opposed to the one Hegel is attempting, a systematic development of the point of view of man which is quite different from the Lockean empirical psychology Hegel is charging Kant with. Elements for such a development can certainly be found in Hegel's philosophy itself in his Phenomenology of Spirit, but also in his mature Science of Logic and Encyclopedia of Philosophical Sciences. Showing this, however, is beyond the ambition of the present paper. Kant, Hegel, and the fate of the intuitive intellect. Kant's remarks on intellectual intuition captivated Schelling, Fichte, and Hegel, and the theme of intellectual intuition has entranced many Hegel scholars. Hegel's early writings on Kant are complex, compressed, and cryptic. Nevertheless, I have become convinced that much of Hegel's interpretation of Kant at that time is in fact quite sophisticated and subtle, although often obscure and still developing. Understanding and learning from Hegel's early writings, however, requires overcoming widespread unclarity about the nature of the intuitive intellect. It is widely assumed that, because it is non-discursive, an intuitive intellect is a consprühl. That is how Schelling understood it, and that is often the view of the early Hegel, too. Most commentators, whether sympathetic or critical, have followed them in this assumption. This is not, however, how Kant understood an intuitive intellect. As Moltke Graham has shown, Schelling and Fichte each have different accounts of intellectual intuition. Their accounts differ from Kant's, and indeed Kant discusses three distinct views under the heading intellectual intuition. Kant's three accounts of an intuitive intellect are these: I, an intellect that knows things in themselves independent of any conditions of sensibility; 2, an intellect that creates its own objects; and 3, an intellect that intuits the sum total of the whole of nature. Graham points out that these accounts are logically independent of each other. The first account only requires knowledge sans sensibility; it does not require that objects are created in the act of knowing them, which is the hallmark of the second account. Moreover, neither the first nor the second accounts specify whether the object known is nature as a totality, which is the hallmark of the third account. Conversely, the third account is defined in terms of a certain kind of understanding, rather than the lack of sensibility, and it is silent about whether the object of knowledge is created in the act of knowing it. The one case in which these three accounts would be compatible is the case of God's divine intuition of creation as a whole. Indeed, Kant insists that God is the only plausible example of an intuitive intellect. Kant's three accounts share one point in common: each of them concerns knowledge of an object or objects other than the intellect. Fichte's account of intellectual intuition concerns immediate knowledge of the self. Schelling's account of intellectual intuition concerns the identity of concept and object in absolute knowledge, in which both universal and particular and finite and infinite are united. Indeed, on Schelling's view these supposed contrasts are indistinguishable because they are undifferentiated. In the absolute everything is simply one and the same. This pure absolute identity is supposed to be evident in pure intellectual intuition. In the science of logic, Hegel acknowledged that Kant's philosophy formed the basis and point of departure for modern German philosophy, and his early writings show that from the outset this is true for Hegel's own philosophy. Consequently, it is worth examining Kant's notions of an intuitive intellect more closely, to see that, in Kant's view, intellectual intuition, in any of the three versions distinguished by Graham, is not a conceptual. Kant does indeed say that if our understanding were intuitive, it would lack both concepts and intuition's concepts, that is, which concern merely the possibility of an object, and intuitions which give us something, without thereby allowing us to know it as an object. This is to say, an intuitive intellect would not have our kind of discursive concepts and sensible intuitions. Kant does call it an intuitive intellect, Verstand, however, not a power of intuition, nor an archetypal power of intuition. The intellect, Verstand, is the power of concepts, and an intuitive intellect is an understanding in the most general sense of the term. Thus in Kant's view, intuition and concept are not eliminated, instead they are identical for an intuitive intellect. This identity of concept and intuition also holds for an intuitive intellect in Graham's other two senses. An intuitive intellect in Graham's second sense, according to Kant, is an intellectus archetypus, an intellect that creates objects by knowing them. If the creations of an intuitive intellect are objects and not just bare or indeterminate particulars, then they have characteristics and are of kinds. A discursive intellect, like ours, represents such characteristics and kinds through general concepts that are distinct from sensory intuitions of the objects that instantiate them. An archetypal intuitive intellect does not represent objects or their kinds in this way. That does not mean that such an intellect, however, on Kant's view, dispenses altogether with any or all kinds of concepts by which to identify objects and their characteristics. Here, too, concept and intuition would be identical in, not absent from, an intuitive intellect. Kant insists in the third critique that an intuitive intellect, in Graham's third sense, proceeds from the synthetically universal, the intuition of a whole as a whole, to the particular, i.e., from the whole to the parts, and this, Kant immediately adds, requires that such an intellect have a presentation of the whole, Vorstellung des Ganzen. In connection with an intuitive intellect, this Vorstellung cannot be simply a sensory intuition, but must be some kind of concept. This way of putting the point comes from the first critique, to which Kant refers directly in this connection. In the first critique, Kant describes an intuitive intellect as one that, through its self-consciousness, supplies itself the manifold of intuition, and thus as one through whose presentation, Vorstellung, the objects of the presentation at once exist. Though we cannot very well understand what sort of concepts or presentations Vorstellungen an intuitive intellect has, Kant is quite clear that an intuitive intellect is an intellect, that is, a power of concepts, though in the most general sense of the term. Here, again, we must understand concepts to be identical with, rather than to be absent from, such intuitions. We will seriously misunderstand Hegel's better reasoning if we mistakenly assume that Kant's intuitive intellect dispenses altogether with concepts. 2. Unfortunately, Schelling and the early Hegel encourage this misunderstanding because their models of intellectual intuition are non-discursive and a-conceptual. Klaus Deising has argued very persuasively that Schelling and Hegel did not hold exactly the same views about intellectual intuition, speculation, or the absolute identity that they supposedly reveal. Before, Schelling conceived absolute identity as an absolutely simple, undifferentiated unity. This ultimate undifferentiated unity simply cannot be known through philosophical reflection. Philosophy can only approach the absolute through a negative theology, although the absolute can be made manifest in art. Late in, Schelling opted for a distinctive philosophy of identity. In this view, speculative reason is superior to reflective understanding, the absolute is completely knowable through reason, this knowledge constitutes metaphysics, the first and primary part of philosophy, and the absolute is conceived, like Hegel's, as an internally differentiated unity, although Schelling also retained his earlier notion of an undifferentiated absolute. Most important for our present purposes, Schelling claimed that knowledge of the absolute is constructed in pure intellectual intuition, which is altogether divorced from reflective thought. Philosophical reflection does not and cannot prepare us for intellectual intuition, one must simply have intellectual intuition of the absolute, and on that basis recognize its possibility and its achievement. Schelling's retention of an undifferentiated absolute and his claim that pure intellectual intuition has nothing to do with reflective thought show that Schelling's philosophy of identity is committed to a non-discursive, non-conceptual account of knowledge. Hegel, in contrast, learned already in Frankfurt from Hölderlin to conceive absolute identity in terms of the ultimate and essential integration of all differences. In his philosophy of identity, Hegel held that speculation is the synthesis of intellectual intuition and reflective thought. Although Hegel still gave reflective, i.e., discursive, conceptual, thought a subordinate role, its role is nevertheless constitutive of speculative knowledge. The constitutive role of reflective thought is restricted, however, to demonstrating, in logic, the ultimate inadequacy of finite reflective concepts for grasping the absolute. This demonstration, Hegel claimed, prepares us for speculative knowledge of the absolute via intellectual intuition. Hegel's account of knowledge at this time is completely ahistorical. Because intellectual intuition transcends reflective thought, it is non-discursive. Because Hegel conceived the absolute as internally differentiated, it is possible that he did not view intellectual intuition as a conceptual, though if it involves concepts, they cannot be the familiar kind of finite discursive concepts found in ordinary thought and in philosophical reflection. However that matter may be settled, if it can be settled, Hegel simply assumed the possibility of such intellectual intuition, and he simply assumed that we indeed can have such intellectual intuitions of the absolute. I shall now highlight the very important problems intellectual intuition caused Hegel, an important cause of his rejection of intellectual intuition, and some very important ways in which Hegel's mature epistemology built on Kant's account of discursive judgment in articulating the possibility and defending the legitimacy of a conceptual grasp of the totality of the world. Even if, somehow, Hegel's notion of intellectual intuition allows a role for some kind of non-discursive concepts, that role is so meager that it cannot solve, indeed it cannot even address, the problems confronting intellectual intuition, all of which stem from the fact that it supposedly transcends discursive, reflective, conceptual thought. The first problem is revealed by Hegel's attitude toward Kant's arguments for the transcendental ideality of space and time. The troubling point about Hegel's early view of Kant is his disregard of Kant's direct arguments for transcendental idealism in the transcendental aesthetic. In Faith and Knowledge, Hegel notes, obliquely and in passing, that Kant holds that space and time are only forms of human intuition. Hegel's stress on the role of the understanding in integrating our formal intuitions of space and time does not respond to this crucial set of Kant's arguments. We know that in his mature writings and lectures Hegel accepted the standard objection to those arguments, the problem of the neglected alternative. We know that this objection was commonplace among Hegel's immediate predecessors. Have argued elsewhere that, properly formulated, this objection is sound. It can even be shown that this objection follows on grounds internal to Kant's first critique, see below, 6. We do not know, however, when Hegel first considered or accepted the objection to Kant's arguments for transcendental idealism based on the neglected alternative. Perhaps that information was lost with Hegel's notes on Locke, Berkeley, Hume, and Kant, but that is a mere possibility. We do know that Schelling wrote to Hegel that Kant had provided the proper results, but not their premises. From that, along with Hegel's remarks about Kant in his early writings, we can be sure that Hegel was unpersuaded by Kant's arguments for transcendental idealism. Finding Kant's arguments unpersuasive, however, does not meet the general philosophical obligation to provide their detailed critical assessment and, potentially, refutation. As it stands, Hegel flatly begged the question against Kant in his early publications, including Faith and Knowledge, by disregarding Kant's direct arguments for the transcendental ideality of space and time. 4. This is a genuine problem for Hegel's treatment of Kant. It is only an instance, however, of a graver problem. Hegel's bold appropriation and transformation of Kant's description of an intuitive intellect is astonishing. The problem with Hegel's contention is far more serious than has been noticed. The problem is that the very model of an intuitive intellect is a model of a kind of knowledge in which there is no distinction between thinking and knowing. Because Hegel not only espoused this model, but was enthralled by it, he, mistakenly, assumed that the ability to conceive or to think this model shows that the model is true and is known to be true. These assumptions flatly beg the question against Kant and indeed against anyone who rejects the idea of an intuitive intellect as a model for human knowledge. By committing himself to the model of an intuitive intellect, Hegel committed himself to an account of knowledge to which question begging is in principle endemic. In this regard, I suggest, Hegel's initial disregard of Kant's arguments for the transcendental ideality of space and time is no accident. Nor is it an accident that the early Hegel, like Schelling, shows much more enthusiasm and conviction than proof or evidence for the absolute speculative standpoint supposedly attained by intellectual intuition. In his early publications, Hegel was quite willing to raise the problem of question begging in general, as well as to press it against Reinhold, and once in passing he mentioned the dilemma of the criterion classically formulated by Sextus Empiricus. That dilemma is the following: in order to decide the dispute which has arisen about the criterion of truth, we must possess an accepted criterion by which we shall be able to judge the dispute, and in order to possess an accepted criterion, the dispute about the criterion must first be decided. And when the argument thus reduces itself to a form of circular reasoning, the discovery of the criterion becomes impracticable, since we do not allow those who make knowledge claims to adopt a criterion by assumption, while if they offer to judge the criterion by a criterion we force them to a regress ad infinitum. And furthermore, since demonstration requires a demonstrated criterion, while the criterion requires an approved demonstration, they are forced into circular reasoning. This dilemma concerns question begging at a very fundamental level, namely, regarding the very criteria for settling either substantive or methodological disputes. In the Skepticismus essay, Hegel dismissed this problem because he thought it only concerns discursive, conceptual knowledge, which he called reflection. He thought that he escaped this problem through intellectual intuition of the absolute, which he called speculation. Not until the summer of did Hegel recognize that his own philosophy, too, must avoid begging the question against alternative philosophical views. An important stimulus to Hegel's reconsideration of intellectual intuition has been identified by Kurt Rainer Meist, namely, G. E. Schultz's brilliant anonymous satire and critique of Schelling and Hegel in his Aphorismen über das Absolut. Among much else, Schultz showed that Schelling's and Hegel's appeal to intellectual intuition is indistinguishable from Jacobi's appeal to feeling, something for which Hegel roundly criticized Jacobi in Faith and Knowledge, in part because in the absolute nothing is distinct from anything else, and in part because, certainly, Schelling's and, probably, Hegel's intuitionism repudiated concepts, which are required to distinguish, differentiate, or otherwise identify the characteristics either of things or of knowledge. Schultz also expressly raised the problem involved in providing mere assurances that one knows the truth, along with the issue of how ordinary people are supposed to ascend to the absolute. In this connection he uses the metaphor of a ladder, a key problem and metaphor in Hegel's description of the aim and role of the phenomenology, like the dilemma of the criterion. These concerns about the question begging involved in mere assurances, i.e., mere assertions, and finding a ladder to genuine knowledge stem directly from Pyrrhonian skepticism. In brief, Schultz's aphorisms prompted Hegel to recognize that his speculative idealism cannot evade, but rather must address Pyrrhonian skepticism. Following the publication of Schultz's Aphorismen, Hegel clearly recognized in Zwei Anmerkungen zum System, probably written in summer, that the problem of question begging is especially acute for any philosophy, such as his own, that recognizes the holistic character of knowledge and justification. These two remarks are only fragments of drafts, and they are characteristically compressed and difficult. Nevertheless, they reward careful scrutiny. In the first remark, Hegel contends that a philosophy has only one idea, and this idea must be one and the same at the beginning and the end of a circularly organized philosophical system. Only in this way, he contends, can a philosophy avoid having an initial proposition that would require either a prior and independent starting point or subsequent mediation, via articulation in subsequent propositions. Either prospect would inevitably result in something other than absolute, that is, unconditioned knowledge. The implication, pretty clearly, is that in order to be absolute, philosophical knowledge must avoid the problem of infinite regress posed by Sextus Empiricus, but also avoid the incompleteness involved in a progress of knowledge. Hegel's emphasis on completeness and circularity strongly suggests the holistic character of his conception of philosophy, and, in particular, Hegel's holistic conception of philosophical justification. Hegel's second remark consists of 4 paragraphs. In the first paragraph he addresses the distinction between knowledge and its object. He acknowledges the common presumption that knowledge and its supposed objects are at best only contingently related, but he denies that such a distinction between knowledge and its object is tenable because these two moments must become one. In the second paragraph, quoted below, Hegel acknowledges that it is hard to convince common sense not to view the relation of knowledge and its supposed object as anything other than contingent or accidental. In the third paragraph, Hegel claims already to have shown that the common sense distinction between knowledge and its objects is null and void. What remains of the fourth paragraph is the beginning of one incomplete sentence. In it Hegel again acknowledges that others regard the relation of knowledge to its supposed object differently than he does. In a marginal note to this last paragraph, also incomplete, Hegel acknowledges that of course the reality of these two components, glider, of the opposition, that is, knowledge and its object must be recognized, although this distinction must be philosophically reconstructed. This progression of topics in the second remark suggests rather clearly that Hegel is quite aware of his profound disagreement with common sense, potentially skeptical ways of viewing the relation between knowledge and its objects, of his obligation to give the common sense experiential distinction between knowledge and object its philosophical due, and of the variety of ways in which this distinction is construed. This awareness suggests that Hegel now recognizes that he, too, must avoid begging the question. When these remarks are contrasted with Hegel's earlier optimistic confidence about intellectual intuition placing him beyond the problem of question begging, and when they are taken in connection with the holistic character of philosophy stressed in the first of Hegel's two remarks, this suggestion is significantly reinforced. This suggestion is further reinforced when the second paragraph of the second remark is considered in its entirety. There Hegel states, however, it is difficult to bring ordinary thought away from the fixing of this being for itself of knowledge and of its object. The distinct knowledge, that such a being for self of diverse moments destroys itself underlies the habit of ordinary knowledge to refy the opposed moments, and thereby to give them each a semblance of a particular subsistence for itself, so that it posits the certainty as the knowledge of such a being for itself but connects the certainty with the form of abstract being for itself in such a way that it separates that knowledge of that being for itself from that being for itself. And then again it divides within itself this knowing gewisse and known, as if there were a lot of such certainties. In this paragraph, Hegel explicitly discusses the supposed certainty that knowledge and its object are distinct and independent, and, at the end, Hegel notes that there are many ways in which this idea may be conceived and held to be certain. He claims to have a deeper knowledge of this relation, enunciated in the first two clauses of the second sentence, and both of his two remarks are dedicated to refuting in principle such cognitively opaque distinctions between knowledge and its object, by showing that knowledge and its object are not merely contingently or accidentally related. At the end of the first remark, Hegel quite explicitly acknowledges that such refutations must not only be for us as absolute philosophers, but must be provided by philosophy from within itself in order to show, that its claims are valid. Between that point and his marginal comment regarding the importance of accounting for the common sense distinction between knowledge and its object, it appears that Hegel is well on his way to recognizing that absolute idealists, too, must avoid begging the question. This realization prepares Hegel to reconsider Sextus's dilemma of the criterion as the central methodological problem addressed in the introduction to the Phenomenology. If there was any lingering doubt in Hegel's mind about his rejection of all brands of philosophy of identity, recognizing that even absolute idealists must avoid question begging and must address Sextus's dilemma of the criterion seals the fate of intellectual intuition in Hegel's theory of knowledge. Accordingly, the dilemma of the criterion becomes the central methodological problem posed in the introduction to Hegel's Phenomenology, where he develops a very subtle and powerful response to it. His response involves an unqualified commitment to a discursive, conceptual model of human knowledge, a commitment he retains to the end of his career. Although Hegel's mature epistemology distinguishes reason and understanding, or intellect, Verstand, he always insists that reason can only function by reintegrating conceptual distinctions made by the intellect. In the science of logic, on those very few occasions where he mentions intellectual intuition in connection with his own views, Hegel stresses as strongly and as clearly as possible that such supposed intuitions are definite and determinate, and thus genuinely contentful or significant only insofar as they are articulated conceptually. Hegel's mature account of absolute knowledge repudiates the conceptual accounts of knowledge that are central to Schelling's and Hegel's own earlier accounts of the intuitive intellect. Hegel criticizes a conceptual intuitionism decisively, both with regard to empirical knowledge, in sense certainty, and with regard to philosophical knowledge generally, in connection with Jacobi in the third attitude of thought toward objectivity. His objections to a conceptual intuitionism are quite general, quite powerful, and by no means hold only against Jacobi. In particular, they also hold against Schelling, whose intellectual intuition plays no role in the phenomenology other than as a position criticized internally and refuted by reductio ad absurdum, especially in observing reason. Indeed, in his lectures on the history of philosophy, Hegel formulates the main problem with Schelling's philosophy in a way that makes plain the weakness it shares with Jacobi's immediate knowledge, i.e., in Ruitionism nothing could be more convenient than to posit cognition on the basis of immediate knowledge, of what pops into one's head. Schelling's esotericism: some people have intellectual intuition of the absolute, some don't, only discredits his standpoint of speculation and its pure intellectual intuition. Further, retreating to a defensive esotericism abandons the project of accounting for human knowledge in general. Hegel's remark from his history lectures directly recalls his parallel criticism of Jacobi in the Encyclopedia, and directly recalls the remark with which he first introduces the problem of question begging in the introduction to the Phenomenology: one barren assurance counts as much as another. Only a discursive form of knowledge involving justification and critical assessment can avoid the crucial problem of question begging. 6. Hegel's mature epistemology incorporates several important points from Kant's transcendental ideal into his reinterpretation of Kant's transcendental deduction and refutation of idealism. By incorporating these points, Hegel's mature discursive and conceptual account of absolute knowing performs some of the functions Kant assigned to the intuitive intellect. Hegel suggests this line of thought already in Faith and Knowledge and elaborates it in the very important remark in The Science of Logic, on the concept of general. In Faith and Knowledge, Hegel recognized that Kant did and must hold that things in themselves are the source of sensory affection. Moreover, Hegel also recognized that, on Kant's account, the contents of our sensations must be both varied and regular enough that we are able to bring them to intuition under concepts in determinate cognitive judgments about experienced objects. Kant called this variety and regularity of the content of our sensations the transcendental affinity of the manifold of intuition. For brevity I shall refer to it as transcendental affinity. I have formulated this issue more precisely than Hegel did. Nevertheless, this is a point to which Hegel returned frequently in his Jena publications, and he was right that Kant's philosophy faces a grave problem accounting for it. Transcendental affinity is a constitutive condition of the possibility of experience, and it is a formal condition of the possibility of experience. Formal conditions allow particulars to be ordered, including such ordering as similarity or frequency. This condition is fulfilled, however, neither by the a priori conceptual conditions of experience set out in the transcendental analytic nor by the a priori intuitive conditions set out in the transcendental aesthetic. Transcendental affinity is a constitutive, a priori necessary, formal, and yet also material condition of the possibility of experience. Although Kant repeatedly tries to account for the satisfaction of this condition by appeal to transcendental idealism, his arguments on this head all fail because he conflates the ratio cognoscendi of this condition with its ratio essendi. We can know on the basis of Kant's transcendental analytic that there must be a certain minimal, yet a priori interminable, degree of variety and regularity among the contents of our sensations in order for us to be able to subsume them under our concepts in cognitive judgments and thus to distinguish ourselves from objects and thus to be self-conscious. Kant's transcendental idealism, however, cannot account for the satisfaction of this condition at all. Human understanding can only function, and can only afford unified self-conscious experience, if independently of us and our cognitive structure and activity the objects and events we sense display sufficient variety and similarity for us to form judgments about them. This case shows that transcendental analysis of the necessary a priori conditions of unified self-conscious experience can demonstrate a priori that objectively real, mind-independent structures are necessarily required by a certain kind of subject in order for it to be self-conscious. This is precisely the prospect exploited by the neglected alternative, by Hegel's internal critique of Kant's idealism, and by Hegel's regressive quasi-transcendental arguments for realism. It is worth examining briefly how the neglected alternative exploits this prospect. Seeing that this case parallels the case of transcendental affinity relieves at least some of the onus on Hegel's disregard of Kant's arguments in the transcendental aesthetic for transcendental idealism. The parallel between these two cases shows that Hegel at least recognized the relevant principles for effective criticism of those arguments. Briefly, Kant argues as follows: our concept of space is a priori. Our concept of space can be a priori only if its content is, or is based on, space as a form of our, human, sensibility. If this premise is true, transcendental idealism follows. This key premise is defended by arguing by elimination against three possible alternatives: our representation of space is innate, our representation of space is a posteriori, or we have direct acquaintance with space itself. Even if our concept of space is a priori, however, and even if Kant's objections to those three alternatives are sound, there is a fourth possibility. On this possible view, our concept of space is a priori because its content is based on the spatial form of our outer sensibility, where that spatial form is understood as a receptivity or a sensitivity only to objects located in and occupying some region of mind-independent space. On this view, only objects that in fact have spatial characteristics can affect or stimulate our outer sensibility, but those objects are spatially located, extended, and, potentially, movable, regardless of whether we intuit them. Kant objects to the innateness hypothesis because it is arbitrary and explains nothing. The idea that an a priori concept of space could be based on a spatial form of outer intuition, in the sense just specified, is not arbitrary and is explanatory if thought and knowledge are based in action, if action is required for life, and if human life, action, and thought transpire in a world of objects and events that occupy, mind-independent, space. Although I have not been able to identify this line of thought clearly in Hegel's early writings, it is central to his theory of knowledge in the Phenomenology. This is a possibility that Kant does not consider, nor does Allison. Hence this is a possibility that Kant does not argue against, nor does Allison. Thus Kant's argument by elimination is a non sequitur because he does not consider all the relevant alternatives. The neglected alternative proposes another candidate for an a priori, transcendental, formal condition of unified self-conscious experience, for any being with a form of outer receptivity that is only sensitive to spatial objects, that is nevertheless fulfilled by mind-independent facts about objects located in and occupying, mind-independent, space. As noted above, the affinity of the manifold of sensory intuition is a transcendental condition of the possibility of self-conscious experience. The fact that this affinity of the manifold must be fulfilled by the transcendentally real, noumenal source of sensory affections provides yet another important reason why Hegel thought Kant had more knowledge of the supersensible ground of experience than he admitted. Given Kant's distinction between appearances and things in themselves as objects of discursive and intuitive intellects respectively, this provides yet another important reason why Hegel thought Kant came closer to the actual experience of an intuitive intellect than he admitted. Bearing this point in mind helps to show that in faith and knowledge Hegel in fact did what he claimed to do. He identified a problem in Kant's theory of judgment that arguably arises both in Kant's theoretical and in his practical philosophies. Hegel contends that Kant does not have an adequate account of the relation between discursive concepts and the particulars subsumed under them, whether our judgments involve sensations or inclinations. Kant held that the synthetic unity of apperception is the highest point reached in the Critique of Pure Reason. Hegel seized upon this idea and pointed out that Kant thus gave priority to the synthetic unity of apperception over the analytic unity of apperception, that I think that must be able to accompany each of my representations. The analytical unity may have priority over the synthetic unity as its ratio conoscendi, but the synthetic unity of apperception takes priority over the analytic unity as its ratio essendi, precisely because actual instances of self-consciousness only occur on the basis of actual cognitive judgments by which we both identify objects and distinguish ourselves from them. This is the highest point of synthetic judgments a priori, in Hegel's view. In this point what there is, what characteristics it has, what is thought about it, and what is judged true of it are identical in content, and in at least one sense identical in number. The existing object is one and the same as the object known. Even in faith and knowledge, Hegel clearly suggested the difference in form between them that he made explicit in the Phenomenology. The particular extant object known is in the form of being, and the predicate truly ascribed to it is in the form of thought. I do not claim that Hegel clearly maintained this distinction in faith and knowledge, quite the contrary. Even in that early essay, however, Hegel generally insisted on some sort of mediated, complex rather than empty, identity. 7. The 2 points I have sketched, Hegel's ultimate rejection of a conceptual or intellectual intuition and his reinterpretation of Kant's deduction of synthetic judgments a priori, are related. Although Hegel regarded Kant's account of the table of judgments as inadequate, he also regarded it as extremely instructive. In his third remark on his table of judgments, Kant noted that a proper disjunctive judgment divides up the whole of a specific range, sphere, of predicates relevant to a particular possible cognition. Denying one predicate of the relevant kind of subject entails that another predicate within that range must be true of that subject. Conversely, affirming a predicate of a relevant subject is tantamount to denying of that subject the other predicates within that range. I think Hegel seized upon this idea and recognized that singular categorical judgments and hypothetical judgments both presuppose disjunctive judgments. Hypothetical judgments require disjunctive judgments because establishing any judgment of the form, if A then B, requires judging that no relevant alternative to B results, or follows, from A. Such conjoined hypothetical and disjunctive judgments are, in fact, central to Kant's analogies of experience. If this is correct, then the categorical judgments required to identify objects in synthetic judgments a priori about them, judgments that are required for us to be self-conscious, also require disjunctive judgments whereby we discriminate any one object from other objects. If such disjunctive judgments require a grasp of the whole of the relevant range of alternatives within a class, sphere, then singular cognitive judgments about objects are possible only on the basis of holistic judgments about the relevant class of objects and predicates, i.e., about the relevant alternatives. This requires, within any sphere, a complete set of mutually exclusive categories, at least some of which are in fact instantiated. This may, and likely will, differ significantly from a complete set of logically possible categories, such as the traditional sum of all logical possibility, or taken as instantiated, the traditional ens realissimum, the topics of Kant's ideal of pure reason. Is it logically possible that we could perceive more colors than are found in the standard spectrum of visible light? Hegel's point is that actual hypothetical and categorical judgments are codetermined, and they are codetermined only in connection with extant things and events. Note that this way of making Hegel's point decouples it from intellectual intuition, and thus suggests how Hegel could retain this view in his mature philosophy without relying on any kind of intuitionism. In brief, Hegel held that hypothetical and categorical judgments are codetermined, that they can be codetermined only within a complete set or sphere of contrasting predicates, and that they can be codetermined only in connection with extant things and events. For brevity, I shall call this Hegel's codetermination thesis. This thesis has several important implications. If Hegel is right about the codetermination thesis, then he detected a tension between Kant's account of categorical, synthetic judgments a priori about objects and his denial of a discursive grasp of the totality of the world. Ultimately, local wholes or sets of predicates can be determined, for analogous reasons, only in relation to the whole set of such local wholes or spheres of predicates. This would have led Hegel, I suspect, to read a good deal into Kant's remark in the third analogy that all appearances lie and must lie, in one nature, because without this a priori unity no unity of experience is possible, and therefore no determination of objects within it, would be possible, and would have led Hegel to recognize the constitutive importance of the regulative principles expounded in Kant's transcendental dialectic. 2. The codetermination thesis suggests how Hegel appropriated the Spinozistic slogan, omnis determinatio est negatio, the determination of any single individual, or any particular group of individuals, as having a particular property is possible only on the basis of a disjunctive judgment that distinguishes that individual, or group, from other individuals, or groups, falling within the relevant class of alternative predicates, or kinds of groups. 3. The codetermination thesis suggests why Hegel did not worry about sexist tropes of relativity. According to Hegel's ontological holism, things in fact are what they are only in their relations to other things, including their relations of mutual contradistinction. This is one doctrine the mature Hegel retained and developed from the early Skepticismus essay. 4. Given Kant's claim that only an intuitive intellect could grasp the whole, the codetermination thesis would seem to give enormous impetus, both to ascribing to Kant more reliance on such an intellect than he allowed, and to developing such an account of human knowledge. Hegel came to realize, however, that judgments, including disjunctive judgments, are determinate only insofar as they are articulate, that is, only insofar as they are specified conceptually. This insight, along with the problem of question begging, posed a central problem for Hegel's mature philosophy, establishing both the legitimacy and the actuality of a conceptual grasp of the totality. 6. Cognitive judgments, whether disjunctive or categorical, require, inter alia, that the conceptions, predicates, they involve are in fact instantiated in the world. Hegel's criticism of Kant's idealism based on transcendental affinity and his regressive, naturalistic reconstruction of Kant's transcendental deduction and refutation of idealism provide strong grounds for showing that the conceptions involved in our cognitive judgments are in fact instantiated in the world. Finally, 7. The problems involved in establishing that a range of instantiated predicates forms an exhaustive and mutually exclusive set lead directly to Hegel's fallibilism and his doctrine of determinate negation, according to which, in part, a positive thesis is justified only through an internal critical evaluation and rejection of its alternatives. This thesis holds, according to Hegel, both in philosophical and in empirical theory. 8. I fully recognize that many important themes in Hegel's mature philosophy are sounded in his early writings. Due to the prominent role they give to an untenable, soon-to-be rejected intellectual intuitionism, even when disambiguated, however, Hegel's early writings provide only very incomplete guides to interpreting his mature philosophy, especially his epistemology, metaphysics and morality in Kant and Hegel. Even for those who have struggled with Hegel long enough to discover that he is neither a positivist nor a communitarian, nor, at the other end of the spectrum, a Platonist, the fact that he also insists upon distinguishing his approach to practical philosophy from Kant's may seem deeply puzzling. After all, the two philosophers share in common the same principal opponents. Both set out to undermine the skeptic's doubts about the possibility of objective practical judgments and requirements. Both in addition reject positivist derivations of law, exclusively empiricist accounts of human behavior, and intuitionist forms of justification. The two philosophers furthermore seem to share the same conception of the conditions of human freedom. For Hegel as well as Kant, a theory of morality and political right devoted to advancing the cause of freedom must require more than just the absence of obstacles preventing the satisfaction of our animal passions. For Hegel as well as Kant, freedom requires in addition the respect of the ends we have as rational natures. We achieve this kind of freedom when our actions are motivated by the legislation of reason and when the social norms that constrain us are norms we can rationally endorse. Despite these similarities, Hegel tells us in the Philosophy of Right that the conception of freedom he associates with Kant and discusses under the heading of Moralitat must give way to the more adequate conception of Sittlichkeit or ethical life. It is clear that Hegel finds unacceptable what he calls the empty formalism of Kant's practical philosophy. It is also clear that he thinks that Kant's practical philosophy is formal because its supreme law or categorical imperative is an a priori law of reason. But this doesn't yet tell us why, for Hegel, these features of the Kantian approach are objectionable. In my view, we do his critique little justice if we say that it is aimed at a consequence that presumably follows from Kant's preoccupation with providing an a priori foundation for law and morality, namely, the failure to give sufficient moral weight to the empirical particulars that individuate persons and situations and need to be taken into account in the practice of moral assessment. As I shall argue below, the suggestion that Kant's formalism requires us to ignore empirical content in this way is neither plausible as a critique of Kant nor accurate as a representation of what troubles Hegel about Kant. We go more to the heart of the matter, I believe, if we say instead that Hegel is out to challenge the very distinction between the empirical and the pure or a priori so fundamental to both Kant's practical and theoretical philosophy. Hegel's critique of Kant's practical philosophy is an instance of his critique of Kant's idealism more generally, and of the assumptions about reason and nature upon which that idealism rests. Or so I shall argue here. This is a paper, then, about what we could call the metaphysical foundations of Hegel's critique of Kant's practical philosophy. My objective is to demonstrate how the two different forms of idealism yield distinct conceptions of moral subjectivity and of the source of practical laws. In comparing the idealisms of the two philosophers, I draw attention to features of Hegel's conceptions of practical agency and freedom not also defended by Kant. And I argue that these are features we are likely to miss if we read the philosophy of right in abstraction from the larger aims of Hegel's idealism. Since this is a paper about the metaphysical foundations of Hegel's critique of Kant's practical philosophy, I begin my discussion with a currently unpopular topic, the metaphysics of Kant's metaphysics of morals. The place to start is the third antinomy of the critique of pure reason, where Kant introduces the idea of transcendental freedom. Kant tells us there that transcendental freedom implies absolute spontaneity or independence from the causality of laws of nature. Absolute spontaneity, he claims, is a special kind of causality, a power to initiate the absolute beginning of a series of events, a beginning that is neither itself in time nor caused by any prior condition in time. Although this idea of spontaneity contradicts our concept of nature as the series of antecedently determined events, it nonetheless is required by our concept of nature, according to Kant. This is because we necessarily think of nature, he argues, as a completed versus indefinitely regressive series as having a first versus a merely relative beginning. We in other words necessarily suppose that in nature, nothing takes place without a cause sufficiently determined a priori. Not only is the idea of transcendental freedom required by our concept of nature, Kant goes on to argue that it also must be presupposed in order to ground a particular understanding we have of our own behavior. When we consider our behavior merely empirically, we consider it as determined by natural laws over which we have no control. For any action, empirically considered, we expect to discover its causal conditions in, for example, natural predisposition or character, social environment, and education. From this point of view, we do not suppose our behavior to come about completely unconditioned by any preceding state, A/B. But this is not the only perspective we bring to bear on our own actions, according to Kant. We in addition ascribe to ourselves and others the capacity of genuine agency. We assume that we can be held responsible for our actions and that we have not merely an empirical but also an intelligible character. We assume, in other words, that we possess the faculty of reason that is completely free and a special causal power. Kant never wavers in his commitment to the following thesis: if we restrict our attention to the empirical character of the agent, we leave ourselves no way to ground moral laws and no basis for moral imputation. Everyone must admit, he writes in the opening passages of the groundwork, that if a law is to count as moral, that is, as the ground of an obligation, it must be absolutely necessary. Accordingly, the ground of obligation must be sought a priori. In concepts of pure reason, how may we be justified in contradicting our concept of nature as the series of causally determined events and in positing as the ground of obligation the idea of transcendental freedom? Kant's answer, of course, is transcendental idealism. Transcendental idealism permits us to think of objects in a twofold sense, as given in perception via our a priori forms of intuition space and time, i.e., as appearances, and as independent of those a priori conditions, as things in themselves, bxxvii. The subject as appearance is determined by natural causal laws and has no freedom. Considered in abstraction from the conditions of appearances, however, the subject may be thought to have an intelligible character and therefore a capacity of spontaneity that is absolute. Although, according to this doctrine, we have theoretical knowledge only of appearances and not of things in themselves, Kant argues that we can nonetheless legitimately think of ourselves as having an intelligible character and as therefore free. We can and do think of ourselves in this way, he claims, as a condition of the possibility of morality. So the idea of transcendental freedom implies absolute spontaneity and is required, in Kant's view, in order to complete our understanding both of nature and of our own behavior. Its legitimacy, as we have just seen, depends upon the transcendental idealist distinction between objects of theoretical knowledge and objects of thought, between appearances and things in themselves. It might seem that, in insisting upon transcendental idealism as the sole means of grounding obligation, Kant asks us to accept far too much. Not only must we be willing to challenge a deterministic account of human behavior, we also need to be persuaded that the only adequate way to do so requires that we suppose that our freedom is transcendental and our spontaneity absolute. We, in other words, have to accept the idea that we are subjects capable of initiating actions from outside time, subjects that have in addition to an empirical character an intelligible character. The situation could be worse. Kant could be requiring us to grant not merely the idea of the intelligible subject but its existence and theoretical knowability as well. But at least on one widely accepted interpretation of it, transcendental idealism does not require us to accept this much. According to the so-called deontologized or two-standpoint interpretation, transcendental idealism permits no such assertions about objects independent of the a priori conditions of space and time. It permits only that we adopt a conception of ourselves as capable of transcending those conditions, as capable of the kind of freedom required to ground our sense of ourselves as agents. Kant warns us not to give in to the temptation to try to know or understand how laws grounded in our intelligible nature can have a causal influence on our empirical or phenomenal nature. He frequently reminds us that reason would overstep all its bounds if it undertook to explain how pure reason can be practical. Rather than try to explain how we can, as intelligible subjects, be moved by the idea of freedom, he tells us in the groundwork that the concept of an intelligible world is only a point of view outside appearances which reason recognizes that it must take in order to think of itself as practical. 2. Surely there can be no question about whether it is possible to find passages in both Kant's theoretical and practical writings that provide support for the two-standpoint interpretation. But there of course is a question, a much debated one, about how consistent Kant is in his adherence to it. That is, there is the worry that he sometimes seems to commit the fallacy of, what he calls, transcendental illusion in claiming knowledge of the unknowable, of things in themselves, a/b. Although Hegel is among those who raise this charge against Kant, what I am more interested in exploring here are his objections to Kant's distinction between appearances and things in themselves, between empirical and intelligible characters, which apply even assuming that Kant is consistent in adhering to the two-standpoint view. That is, I am interested in Hegel's critique of the very idea of an intelligible versus empirical form of subjectivity. So in what follows I will be concerned with the following question: what, if anything, is unacceptable about Kant's conceptions of the practical standpoint and of practical agency once we set aside the worry that he sometimes seems to commit transcendental illusion in trying to theoretically explain or know them? Otherwise put, what, if anything, is unacceptable about Kant's conception of practical agency once we assume that he is not committed to an extravagant metaphysical thesis about the existence of the intelligible or noumenal self? In answering this question we need to bear 2 points in mind. First, the thesis that the intelligible character is theoretically unknowable because not an object in space and time should not be understood to imply for Kant that its features are either eliminable or substitutable. The actions of the intelligible character are in his view necessarily spontaneous and therefore necessarily, in his words, not subject to the form of time, and thus also not to the conditions of temporal succession. A/B. Kant never, in other words, suggests that it is merely contingently true that the intelligible character is, as he puts it, free from all influence of sensibility and from all determinations through appearances, A/B. Second, the thesis that the intelligible character is theoretically unknowable should not be understood to imply for Kant that the idea of the intelligible character or of an absolute form of spontaneity plays anything less than an essential role in providing for the possibility of both his philosophy of nature and his account of practical agency. As we saw above, the idea of absolute spontaneity is in his view required to complete our understanding of nature as well as of our own behavior. Regarding the latter, he claims that we need to suppose that we have an intelligible character in order to ground our conception of ourselves as agents. Even though it is not theoretically knowable because not an appearance in time, we nonetheless know with necessity that we have pure reason as a purely intelligible faculty. We know this, Kant argues, because in matters of conduct we hold ourselves and others morally responsible, A/B, A/B. The fact of moral imputation implies that reason must have causality and that we have, in addition to an empirical character, an intelligible character, because, as he puts it, when we have in view merely the course of nature, ought has no meaning whatsoever, A/B, my emphasis. So although our reason as an intelligible faculty is not itself an object of theoretical knowledge, we nonetheless have a priori and therefore necessary knowledge of its essential features and of its role in grounding morality. Just as we know with necessity that the I think or original synthetic unity of apperception is a condition of the possibility of all cognition, according to Kant, so we know with necessity that the intelligible character is a condition of the possibility of practical agency and moral imputation. We furthermore know, Kant reminds us again and again, that the laws of both forms of subjectivity contain nothing empirical. To return to our central question, what does Hegel find unacceptable about Kant's idea of the intelligible subject or of practical agency? The answer, briefly put, is that even a deontologized or two-standpoint distinction between empirical and intelligible characters, between the subject as appearance and as thing in itself, presupposes in Hegel's view an untenable dualism. We now need to consider why he believes this is so. Kant's distinction between empirical and intelligible subjects presupposes an untenable dualism because it depends on the assumption of what Hegel calls original heterogeneity or absolute opposition. One thing Hegel does not mean by this is that it is Kant's view that the ends of the intelligible subject and the ends of the empirical subject must always conflict. Rather, the intelligible subject is absolutely opposed to the empirical subject just in the sense that, on Kant's definition, the intelligible subject is supposed to contain nothing empirical, its activity proceeds from a standpoint outside time and its laws are a priori. Likewise, the empirical subject or subject qua appearance is opposed to its intelligible or transcendental counterpart because on Kant's conception it is without form or law, it must rely for form or law on the a priori contributions of pure intuition and understanding. Neither space and time nor the laws of nature which determine the behavior of empirical subjects are given in the a posteriori content of sensation, according to Kant. This is why he identifies them as a priori forms of experience. In the same way, empirical and rational motives are originally heterogeneous or absolutely opposed, on Hegel's reading of Kant. Although desire can be brought under the governance of reason, desire can never itself be rational, can never give rise to rational, i.e., categorical, imperatives. Hence Kant's insistence that morality cannot rest on an empirical foundation. Nature itself cannot be the source of law. Law must be the product of reason, and reason is a faculty that legislates from outside the realm of nature. But how warranted is Hegel's charge of original heterogeneity? After all, objects of nature for Kant, rather than bare or unformed contents absolutely opposed to reason, seem more accurately described as unities of form and content. Every object of perception, he writes in the first critique, stands under the necessary conditions of synthetic unity of the manifold of intuition in a possible experience, B/A. Every object of perception, in other words, is given via our a priori forms of intuition and thought through the categories. We know nature, according to Kant, as an already formed content. Hegel was aware that, as appearance, nature cannot be known as a bare content, on Kant's conception. That is, he was aware of the role Kant awarded the a priori forms of subjectivity in making nature possible as the object of empirical knowledge. What is more, he thought that Kant's idea of the object as a unity of form and content was a profound discovery, profound enough to inspire the development of his own form of idealism. Hegel nonetheless charges Kant with dualism because he believed that, for Kant, nature as appearance is a unity of parts supposed to be originally heterogeneous. The content or matter of nature is given a posteriori in sensation. The form of nature, on the other hand, derives from a subject that is transcendental and thus free of or absolutely opposed to that given empirical content. So although aware that in Kant's view we know nature only as a unity of form and content, Hegel characterizes form and content on Kant's conception as an original heterogeneity, because in his view Kant assumed that the contributions of form and content are independent or separable. It is this thesis of separability, then, which is the main target of Hegel's critique. 4. Whatever verdict we may finally reach about the accuracy of this portrayal of Kant, it is not difficult to see why Hegel was persuaded by it. After all, what are we to conclude from the Kantian conceptions of reason and nature reviewed above if not that, for Kant, the contributions of form and content are independent or separable? This is certainly suggested by his insistence upon the pure or non-empirical nature of reason and the a priori status of its laws. It seems to underlie his assertion in the antinomy that, reason is present and the same in all the actions of men and in all situations. It is not itself in time and does not fall into a new state in which it was not before, A/B. The thesis of original heterogeneity furthermore seems responsible for Kant's view that the given a posteriori content of nature can never yield form or law, can never, as Hegel might put it, determine itself as rational. But even should we grant that this dualism or opposition is as absolute as Hegel portrays it, why must we also conclude that it is objectionable? Hegel clearly believes that it is objectionable, but thanks to recent efforts to clarify the implications of this dualism for Kant's philosophy, it is far from obvious that he should. Turning our attention, now, to Kant's practical philosophy, commentators have taken great pains to argue that Kant's dualism does not entail the undesirable features commonly associated with it. Most notably, it does not entail that his practical philosophy is an empty formalism. The fact that Kant draws a sharp distinction between our empirical and our rational or intelligible natures does not imply, these commentators point out, that in his view we can realize morality by relying on the faculty of pure practical reason alone. There is in other words no reason to suppose that it follows from the formal character of Kant's supreme moral law that his practical philosophy is a formalism in the sense that it awards no essential role to empirical content. There is clearly something correct about this effort to cast Kant's dualism in a sympathetic light. Empirical content indeed plays an essential role in his practical philosophy, and in several respects. A good Kantian, for example, must not only test her maxims against the supreme law of practical reason or categorical imperative, she must also formulate her maxims properly. To do so, she needs to give careful attention to the specific facts of her case. She needs to apply good judgment in identifying what Barbara Herrmann has called its morally salient features. She needs, that is, to be a good empiricist. Kant in addition argues that we cannot expect to realize morality without the help of social institutions and practices. Although the categorical imperative on his account is itself given by the nature of reason, he writes in his essay, Idea for a Universal History with a Cosmopolitan Purpose, that reason itself requires effort, practice and instruction in order to progress gradually from one level of insight to the next. Reason and its supreme law is given as an innate capacity, but this does not by itself secure for reason a governing role in our lives. The respect for and reliance upon reason, Kant claims, is something that education must encourage in us. Moreover, The right kind of education is possible only in a civil society capable of guaranteeing freedom under external laws. Moral enlightenment therefore cannot be achieved except in a society governed by a just constitution, in his view. And the security of any particular civil society furthermore depends on the existence of a law-governed federation of states. This is why, on Kant's account, enlightenment is not possible for the individual. We may hope for its realization, he says, only for the species. So moral character is unachievable in isolation from the right kind of social environment and institutions, according to Kant. It is also unachievable, in his view, without the help of natural inclination or feelings. In the absence of feelings of happiness or contentment, he says in the groundwork, we are not likely to do what morality requires. This is why we have at least an indirect duty, he tells us there, to secure our own happiness. In Idea for a Universal History he furthermore argues that we have our natural inclinations to thank for the very fact that our rational capacities get awakened into action at all. Natural self-love or unsocial sociability invariably brings us into conflict with others. But because we seek to live comfortably and pleasantly, we learn to take advantage of the civilizing influences of reason. Nature therefore deserves to be thanked, Kant writes, for without unsocial sociability all our excellent natural capacities would forever remain undeveloped. So even though Kant insists that morality cannot be grounded on anything empirical and that natural inclinations very often tempt us away from doing our duty, he clearly awards our empirical natures an indispensable role in the realization of morality. Of course, when we add together the fact that attention to empirical conditions must be involved in the proper formulation of our maxims, and that social institutions are necessary for the development of moral character, and that we have natural inclination to thank for the fact that pure practical reason is awakened into action at all, we do not arrive at the conclusion that the distinction between nature and reason in Kant is anything less than absolute. The efforts of commentators to emphasize the role of the empirical in his practical philosophy, to vindicate him of the charge of empty formalism, presuppose this distinction rather than challenge it. I am not suggesting that they set out to do otherwise. My point is simply that we should not understand these efforts as possible responses to Hegel's critique. There is no evidence supporting the view that, in charging Kant's moral philosophy with empty formalism, Hegel overlooks the role Kant awards empirical content. Hegel recognizes that, for Kant, particular duties are not analytically deducible from the categorical imperative. He knows that, for Kant, the categorical imperative must be applied to our maxims and our maxims must be formulated to reflect the contingencies of context. Hegel is furthermore aware that, in Kant's view, we cannot realize the ends of morality simply by reflecting on what pure practical reason requires. He knows that Kant acknowledges that without the help of social institutions as well as our natural inclinations morality would not be possible for us at all. Given that Hegel does not ignore the role Kant awards empirical content in any of these ways, why does he claim that the categorical imperative, as formal, must also be empty? As I suggested above, the answer to this question has to do with the link between Hegel's empty formalism critique and his objection to the thesis of absolute opposition. A full treatment of this topic would require a separate paper, but the general idea is this: in Hegel's view, if we treat the categorical imperative as a formal principle, i.e., as the command that we not commit self-contradiction, it will be empty in the sense of insufficiently determinate. It will fail to specify narrowly or clearly enough the range of morally permissible actions. Where is the self-contradiction, after all, in theft or in the absence of property? We can derive a contradiction of the kind Kant is after, Hegel argues, only if we presuppose a particular conception of human freedom and of the conditions compatible with it. Kant claims, of course, that it is the formal character of the moral law that is responsible for the fact that it has universal validity, that is to say, independent of any particular conception of human nature, of ends worthy of realization, or of the conditions compatible with those ends. But on Hegel's understanding, if a law is indeed formal in this way, it also will be empty or insufficiently determinate. If what we are after are non-empty laws of reason, laws that can provide for determinate application, then we need to give up our commitment to the assumption that reason is pure or absolutely opposed to content. As I said, a full treatment of Hegel's critique of the categorical imperative would require a separate paper. All that I've wanted to suggest here is that his empty formalism charge does not rest on any failure to acknowledge the role Kant awards empirical content. Rather, Hegel's critique of the categorical imperative is motivated by the far less superficial conviction that Kant's very distinction between form and content cannot be maintained. In order to say more about this, about the motivation for Hegel's objection to the dualism or heterogeneity of form and content, I turn now to the philosophy of right. The philosophy of right is one among Hegel's many works in which his argument against the thesis of absolute opposition is carried out. On the interpretation I want to defend, his representation in the philosophy of right of the ideal state and of practical rationality, his argument for the identity of the rational and the actual, all depend on and therefore cannot be understood apart from his rejection of that thesis. This is the place to insert two clarificatory remarks that bear on the interpretation of the philosophy of right I am about to offer. First, I don't want to be understood as committed to the thesis that we nowhere in Kant's works find evidence of his own reservations about the absolute opposition of form and content, reservations that may even be taken to anticipate Hegel's objections. Perhaps we do. But even supposing that we do, we nonetheless cannot say of Kant what I believe we can say of Hegel, that his idealism takes as its point of departure the rejection of the thesis of original heterogeneity. Second, the argument of the philosophy of right is directed against a variety of approaches to political theory, not merely against Kant's approach. Given that in the above discussion I introduced Hegel's critique of heterogeneity as key to understanding his critique of Kant, why am I now suggesting that Hegel's critique of heterogeneity determines the argument of the philosophy of right as a whole? The answer to this question derives from the fact that heterogeneity, for Hegel, implies a particular understanding of reason and nature but not a particular understanding of their respective epistemic roles. We assume heterogeneity if we conceive of nature as a bare or unformed content, incapable of supporting necessity or law. This doesn't mean that we need also be committed to the view that necessity or law must derive from elsewhere, from pure reason, for instance. We likewise assume heterogeneity if we understand reason to be pure or to contain nothing empirical. We needn't in addition hold that mere perception unaccompanied by a priori concepts is not for us a possible source of knowledge. We needn't in other words be transcendental idealists to be committed to the thesis of absolute opposition or heterogeneity, according to Hegel. Hegel never in any case suggests that Kant was alone in adhering to the thesis, nor does he claim that the thesis originated with Kant. His view instead seems to be that Kant inherited and took for granted the thesis of heterogeneity, and never subjected it to critique. 6. So far I've suggested that Hegel holds the thesis of heterogeneity or absolute opposition responsible for what he thinks are inadequate conceptions of reason and nature. As just noted, the thesis is not in his view tied to any particular account of the roles of reason and nature in grounding knowledge. It is also in his view not tied to any particular account of the roles of reason and nature in grounding right. The thesis makes its way into a variety of theories of right, according to Hegel, and it accounts for what he ultimately finds unacceptable about each of them. Since he tells us that the subject matter of the science of right is the idea of human freedom and its actualization, we can so far anticipate this much, that for Hegel any theory of right that depends upon the thesis of heterogeneity will be unable to provide for a fully satisfactory account of human freedom. Let's first consider what Hegel takes to be unacceptable about the conception of nature implied by the thesis of heterogeneity, beginning with a brief look at his treatment of some non-Kantian approaches to right. In the preface of the philosophy of right, he declares himself opposed to positivist approaches to law. For the positivist, rational requirements are supposed to have their basis in the will of a people as reflected in actually existing behaviors and practices. Hegel warns us against interpreting his claim that what is rational is actual as an expression of his allegiance to this approach to right. Rather, his view is that, in laws of right, the thing is not valid because it exists. Not surprisingly, the problem with positivism for Hegel is its conception of nature or of the realm of the actual. The positivist assumes that nature is absolutely opposed to reason since, for the positivist, we can know nature as a bare or unformed content as something multifariously concrete and without unity. Positivism, that is, suffers from what Hegel in the Encyclopaedia Logic characterizes as an uncritical empiricism. Up to a point, Hegel's attack on uncritical empiricism follows Hume's critique of Locke. Even if we grant that objects of nature are given in sensation as bare or unformed particulars, our empirical judgments about nature cannot strictly speaking be about bare particulars. They cannot be about bare particulars because it is not possible to demonstrate an immediate causal link from sensation to judgment. Hume claimed that our judgments about matters of fact depend upon the intermediary of imagination, which invariably extends the data of sense. For Hegel, our judgments about matters of fact depend upon the intermediary of thought, and thought necessarily takes what is concrete and via the employment of concepts turns it into something abstract. The empiricist such as Locke supposes that, by relying on perception alone, we can justify for example our idea of matter. What he fails to notice, Hegel writes, is that matter is an abstraction, something which as such cannot be perceived. The uncritical empiricist in other words uses metaphysical categories of matter, force, and so forth, without knowing, Hegel says, that he is engaged in metaphysics. So Hegel follows Hume in arguing against uncritical empiricism that we, metaphysics and morality, cannot know the bare or unformed content of sense experience. But whereas for Hume the unknowability of bare content implies skepticism about matters of fact, for Hegel it implies that we need a new account of the proper object of empirical knowledge. Hume concludes skepticism about matters of fact only because he shares with the uncritical empiricist the assumption that what our empirical knowledge should inform us about are the unformed particulars presumably given in sensation. This is just the assumption Hegel wants us to reject. What we ought to learn from Hume's critique of Locke, in his view, is that the proper object of empirical knowledge, rather than a bare or unformed content, is an already conceptualized content. We know nature, that is to say, only as a unity of form and content. And since we know nature only as such a unity, the conception of nature as in itself or originally a bare content that must derive whatever form it has from elsewhere is a mere abstraction. This of course means for Hegel that the thesis of absolute opposition is a mere abstraction as well. Bearing in mind this revised conception of the proper object of empirical knowledge, we can see why Hegel is unsympathetic not merely to positivist derivations of law, but to state of nature approaches as well, at least in so far as they, too, rely on an uncritical empiricism. In so far as they purport to derive their support from the raw data of sense experience, they are worthy of suspicion, in his view. It is no mere coincidence, after all, that the Hobbesian aiming to justify an absolute form of sovereign power discovers that the state of nature without law is absolutely intolerable, a war of all against all. Nor is it coincidence that the Lockean seeking to justify a more limited state power observes in human nature a greater capacity for self-regulation. As Hegel puts it in his essay on natural law, the empiricist tacks onto the bare multiplicity a conceptual unity all in the name of securing his desired conception of law. In so doing, the empiricist engages in metaphysics. Hegel of course doesn't deny that we sometimes just have sensations, in the absence of any accompanying cognition. We surely do, and insofar as we do, we are like other animals. But we are unlike other animals in that we in addition think about what we sense. Indeed, on Hegel's conception, thinking is so much a part of our experience qua rational or reflective natures that it borders on misleading in his view to characterize our experience as involving the purely passive reception of sensations at all. In describing our experience as rational natures, we need to account for the fact that, as rational, we don't merely have but in part also determine our experience. As rational, the contributions of our thinking and of our sensing are inseparable, in his view. This is because in the absence of concepts, sensations for us as reflective, thinking beings are blind. Appeals to nature in the derivation of right or law are therefore invariably naive and question-begging, according to Hegel. Insofar as they rely on an uncritical empiricism, they misidentify the object of our knowledge as a bare content without form. They enlist the help of a faulty faculty psychology in supposing that, for rational animals seeking to reflect upon or know nature, the activities of thinking and of sensing are separable. Uncritical empiricism helps itself to an equally implausible faculty psychology, Hegel argues, when it sets out to provide an account of human willing. What it then assumes is the separability of desires or instinct and practical reason. Not surprisingly, Hegel insists that it is misleading to characterize the behavior of rational natures as ever simply determined by desire. As thinking or reflective beings, we no more merely have desires than we merely have sensations. Unlike non-rational animals, we represent to ourselves the objects of our desire. Minimally, we rank them, or, we identify with and attend to some but not others. In this way, we in part determine the objects of our desire. And in arguing that we in part determine the objects of our desire, Hegel is not merely claiming that it is possible for us, as rational, to subordinate the supposedly independent ends of desire to the equally independent ends of reason. This cannot be what he has in mind because in his view, of course, ends of desire and ends of reason for rational natures are not wholly independent. In his view, the faculties of thinking and desiring or willing are as inseparable in us, qua rational natures, as the faculties of thinking and perceiving. 7. These remarks indicate what Hegel believes is unacceptable about the metaphysics of uncritical empiricism and its implied conception of nature. Earlier, however, I noted that in the philosophy of right Hegel assesses theories of right on the basis of how well they are able to provide for the realization of human freedom. So why does he judge uncritical empiricism to be deficient from this point of view as well? We can see from Hegel's answer to this question how much he is indebted to Enlightenment rationalism. His view is something like this: it is because uncritical empiricism fails to appreciate sufficiently the extent to which we are thinking or rational natures that it is unable to provide for the fully developed form of freedom of which we are capable. This is obviously true, Hegel believes, for the reductive empiricist for whom reason has no freedom and is a mere slave of the passions. But it is also true, on his account, for the dualist who admits that nature qua instinct and desire isn't everything and that we have in addition a rational faculty that can bring instinct and desire in line. Since both positions rely on a conception of nature as in itself or originally without form or law as in itself without rationality, Hegel would say both fail to appreciate the way in which our animal natures can be rationally self-determining and therefore the source of our freedom. If uncritical empiricism is able to admit that freedom is possible for us at all, it must locate the source of that freedom outside the realm of nature empirically considered, as deriving from God's will, or from the will of the human subject qua intelligible or transcendental. But the need to derive freedom from an external source, Hegel claims, only reveals a failure to appreciate the extent to which thinking determines our being. It is to treat empirical human nature as essentially animal nature instead of as essentially rational animal nature. Here, of course, the question of Kant versus Hegel raises its weighty head. Both philosophers understand our freedom to derive from our nature as rational beings. Both therefore agree that it is thanks to our rationality that we can be self-legislating or self-determining, that we can give ourselves law, as Kant would put it. But since for Kant thinking or rationality doesn't determine our being through and through, or, since for Kant our rational and our animal natures are separable, the most we can hope for, as Kantians, is the successful domestication of our empirical natures, of our brute drives and desires. Because human animal nature on Kant's conception can never itself be the source of laws of freedom, it must be made to submit to the governance of reason. Hegel's complaint, as I understand it, is that in this way Kantian freedom cannot be realized without the aid of coercion. 8. This brings us back to where we started. Practical agency and moral imputation according to Kant require as conditions of their possibility the idea of a non-empirical or transcendental form of freedom. Hegel is convinced not only that this model sells human nature short in confining our empirical characters to a state of unfreedom, as should by now be clear, he is convinced in addition that Kant's reliance on a transcendental or intelligible form of subjectivity depends upon an untenable metaphysics. Kant's metaphysics is untenable because, like empiricism's reliance on the conception of nature as a bare content, it presupposes the absolute opposition or heterogeneity of form and content. This presupposition lies at the basis of Kant's conception of the transcendental or intelligible subject. And as noted above, it is the very idea of the transcendental or intelligible subject that Hegel finds unpersuasive. His critique does not depend upon assuming that Kant is committed to its existence or theoretical knowability. A central objective of the philosophy of right is therefore to challenge not just positivist or empiricist approaches to law, but also the assumption that laws of freedom or laws of right derive from a reason supposed to be pure or absolutely opposed to nature. In the limited space remaining, I'll try to suggest a way to think about the conception of practical reason Hegel urges us to adopt instead. We might describe the philosophy of right as a defense of the thesis that reason is historical. It tells a story of the development of various theories of right, each responsive to the needs of its own time, and each presumably more satisfactory than its predecessors. According to this story, social institutions and events play a causal role in making the progress of reason possible, since social institutions and events both aid and awaken the need for reason's development. But this description of the historical nature of reason doesn't quite capture the specifically Hegelian conception. For one thing, Kant could endorse it as well. Kant surely grants that there has been progress in the development of theories of right, and as we saw above, he also recognizes that the progress of reason has had to depend on the assistance of actual events and institutions. We can see more clearly where the two philosophers part ways if we consider how they each locate the place of their own philosophizing in this developmental picture. We could perhaps say of Kant that he understands himself to have discovered the given nature of reason. Although surely aware of the role of history in, at least to some extent, setting the agenda for his own philosophizing, Kant does not follow Hegel in deriving from this the conclusion that history or the realm of the actual in part determines the nature of reason itself. Rather, as we saw above, reason for Kant is in all situations present and the same. A/B. The most the realm of the actual can do, on Kant's conception, is assist in the realization of reason's already given nature. Although he is often represented as doing so, Hegel does not take himself to have discovered the given nature of reason. He cannot understand his own position in this way because, as we have seen, he denies that reason has a given nature. By this I mean that he rejects the view that reason is somehow outside time and absolutely opposed to what is in time. It is because Hegel does not take himself to have discovered the given nature of reason that he struggles with the problem of how in the philosophy of right to properly begin his analysis of right. Reason for Hegel is surely not historical in the sense that is a mere slave of the passions or of actual social forces. But reason in his view cannot transcend the realm of the actual either. The philosopher has to begin somewhere in order to philosophize at all, he writes, but the philosopher cannot start from scratch. The philosopher cannot leave his world behind either in his speculations about an original state of nature or in his discovery of laws of a reason supposed to be intelligible or pure. Although philosophy must begin somewhere, its beginning is always relative, Hegel says, in that it is always the result of and so dependent upon some prior philosophical conception. This is why he tells us in his preface that philosophy, and by implication, the philosophy of right, comes on the scene too late to instruct the world about how it ought to be. His point is not that because reason is historical rather than transcendent, it can have no legitimate prescriptive force. Rather, Hegel means in this passage to draw our attention to the fact that the nature and laws of reason are not given prior to or independent of reason's relation to the actual. Philosophy comes on the scene too late not because laws of reason reduce to nature or history, but because nature and history on Hegel's account are nonetheless in part responsible for what it is possible for us to identify as rational.